So good morning, everybody, and we're going to be starting here very shortly. I just wanted to let everybody know before we get started that in addition to the plenary session that we have starting here at 11 o'clock, we do also have the second of our tutorial sessions just about to start downstairs. So our tutorial session downstairs is going to be focusing on non-terrestrial networks and 3GPP standards from 5G and 6G. So in addition to the plenary session in here, that will also be starting at 11 o'clock downstairs. So anyone who wants to attend that, you can make your way downstairs. Otherwise, great to have you all here in the main plenary session, and we'll be starting in around 5 minutes or so. Thank you very much. So good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome back to day 2 of this year's Connecting the World from the Skies Global Forum. If I could invite everybody to please now take your seats, and we're going to be getting started with this morning's proceedings. So we had a fantastic day yesterday. Lots of discussions on so many of the key issues that are going to be guiding the future of non-terrestrial networks. And we're really looking forward today to getting into more depth into more of these themes, more of these issues. We have another jam-packed day full of panel discussions, tutorial sessions, presentations, technical demonstrations, and much, much more. So really looking forward to today. Just a couple of things to mention before we start. Once again, to remind everybody, first of all, that there is Wi-Fi available here, dedicated Wi-Fi for this conference. You need to log on to the network NTN. You shouldn't need a password, so just log on to NTN, that should get you online. And secondly, and very importantly, I'd like to once again, on behalf of our hosts, CST and ITU, say a huge thank you to our partner organizations for this event, strategic partner Aramco, futuristic partner SSA, and our bronze partner NSG. So thank you so much to all of those organizations for their support. But as I said, we do have a very busy day today, so let's get straight into it. And delighted to be starting this morning with a fireside chat. So we have a fireside chat that's going to be taking place looking at opportunities and challenges for NTN startups. Now, startups obviously can play a huge part in unlocking the potential of NTN networks. And really, really happy to have this first discussion, which is going to be looking at this in more detail. So if I can invite up to stage our 2 participants in this session, Frank Sulzberger, Acting Deputy General for Space Sector at CST, who's going to be moderating the session, and Greg Weiler, Founder and CEO of eSpace. Frank, Greg, if I can invite you up to the stage, that would be great. Thank you.
This one, please. This one. I take this one. All right. Welcome, Salam Alaikum, and good morning to our international partners. Greg, it's great to have you on stage. And when we're looking to Greg Weiler, Greg is a technology entrepreneur. You're an engineer. You're an inventor. You founded O3B. OneWeb, I think, is one of your babies, and of course, eSpace. And I have right away to go a little bit more deeper when we speak about who is Greg Weiler. Who has not heard about Greg in telecom? Please raise their hands, because don't be shy. That's good, because then we have to go a little bit deeper. Yeah, that's okay. That's fine. So, Greg, who is Greg?
Oh, great question. I'm still figuring that out. But
no, tell us a little bit more what we don't see in the normally Wikipedia, in the what is behind this.
What? I don't do anything with the Wikipedia.
Really?
I have no idea what happened to it or where it came from. But I'd say love technology because it's just so logical and fun. But technology without mission or purpose, it's still awesome, but it's missing it's some icing or some extra ingredients. And I found that when after I sold my first company, which was a technology company, I sold it in my 20s, and I did very well. But it was a company that had no purpose. We built semiconductor cooling systems and stuff, and we did really well. But who cares? Didn't matter. And after that, when I went to Rwanda and I started to connect schools and build the fiber network, and I built the fiber network in Rwanda, built the first fiber to the home, built the first 3G network in Africa, and it was so exciting to see the kids get connected, the education start to happen, and people blossom, that you saw purpose and mission. And that was a really great adder to technology. And I think a lot of people have discovered that now, or know that, or maybe I discovered it and everybody else knew that. But so that's something that drives me in everything I'm working on.
So I mean, passion, having a mission should be then the first selection criteria we select startups?
Yeah, it's fun to have hobbies, but the mission brings people together, right? It gives them a purpose. It gives them something they can talk about. I want the things that we're working on to be the things that our team talks about when they're 80. And they say, and they tell their grandkids, and they say, "This is what I worked on," right? And they say it with excitement and happiness.
excitement and missions brings me also right away to the audience. Can we put in the QR code for questions? Because I would like to involve also what is your desire, what you want to know from Greg. So maybe we can build it into our talk. So I asked our colleagues from the IT if we can, the QR code is on the side, so please scan it. If you have questions, I will share it with Greg, and I want to that in the beginning of the session, not the last 5 minutes. So please send us something. We have to look to these questions in a second and during the talk, and maybe we can inject these mission-driven and questions to Greg. So let's go a little bit back when you spoke about startups, mission, dreams, and tech a little bit. Are startups the better choice when we're looking for innovation?
Like 85% of the time. And they may not be able to execute. They may just have PowerPoints. They may have just, but the people who, when they do the startup, they hit it with this excitement and 24/7 activity that you often don't find in the big companies. So that passion that, I often when I'm interviewing, I'll talk to somebody about Friday nights and what they do and things like that. And if they're like reading Microwave Journal on Friday night, they're the right people, right? And so you need people who are just so excited and passionate about their field and about their ideas that that's the fun for them.
You spoke when we were coming in with His Excellency, Dr. Mohamed Tamimi, about software. 12% of the market in space is the upstream. 88% is the downstream. This is where the big money is made. And we try in CS2 to also unlock especially this market with the Earth observation regulation, which we just announced. And if you're not aware of it, please visit the CST website or contact one of my colleagues. So when we're speaking about innovation and real innovation, it's not just tech. It's not just another star tracker.
Yeah, I think that market is waning. The company that builds another star tracker, or the company that builds another reaction wheel, or a component for satellites. My guess is it sort of peaked around 2015. I don't know if that's true or not, or 2017, where anybody would invest in anybody building something that went in space. It was sort of magical because it went in space. And then now it's just another part that goes in space and is good negative 200 to positive 200 degrees, and certain changes in deltas. Environmental, it was a big deal, but now it's just a part. And I think the margins on those have settled, and the valuations in those types of activities have settled. I actually think, and I just touched on that because you brought it up, but coming back to the software and the ground side, I see the ground side as the 88% of all of the value. The applications and the new creations that are going to come from people who know nothing about space is where ultimately the real value is going to come. And I look at it kind of, if you look at, for instance, Apple, right? They sell iPhones and they're worth a lot of money. But what are all the companies that make apps worth? More, right? So unlocking people's potential through space is, I think, in countries really important, because trying to say, I'm going to go build the next constellation, that's kind of really cool and interesting, but you're not going to, it's really much harder and probably less likelihood of success in a lot of environments than building the applications that are going to be useful for your country, your situation, your domain.
I get that for Earth observation maybe and navigation. Is that the same for communication, NTN, software in NTN?
Oh, for sure, because NTN is going to unlock all sorts of things on the ground that people couldn't do otherwise.
Amazing. I have not seen any questions, ladies and gentlemen. I was told there is no coffee break if we don't get any questions. So please, we are regulator. We are strict in the implementation. So we need at least 3 good questions. Otherwise, I cannot let you go. Don't be afraid. We even can host you overnight. Software and innovation, I want to stay a minute still there. Give me an example of unlocking software, and then maybe it goes direction also to e-space, and how we can unlock it, because...
Yeah, just in general, what you've seen, for instance, I'll just go back in time, okay? I'm going to go back to 2002 when I'm in Rwanda, and we started putting up there were some networks using geosatellites to connect banks and things like that. And it was horrible, delayed, and it was old-fashioned satellites at that time, right? But some kids that we were getting on the internet started a banking software that would allow the banks to actually, I know this will sound crazy, you could put money in one bank and actually go to another bank of the same brand and take money out. And before they had that software, that didn't happen. And so you saw this unlocking of talent and capability to write applications that were useful that came from space, although the kids who wrote the application had no idea it came from space.
Excellent. You see, with the coffee break, that worked perfectly. We got the questions and multiple. And I take one which is saying, what are the most important factors defining whether a space startup succeeds or fails?
The first thing is the people who run it. You have to have an absolute desire, drive, internal view of the success model. You have to be driven by that success. You always bet on people, not on tech. So that's the number one thing. I think there's always in space, because some of the things in space end up costing a lot of money. And you have to be prepared to raise that capital, which isn't hard or impossible. You just have to have a business model that lines up with the raising of that capital, and it has to be very believable and understandable, and it helps with having customers and things like that. So I think you have to really be attuned to the product and the market match. If you have the product market match, you'll be able to raise the capital. And if you have the drive and vision, then you'll raise the capital. Then you'll also raise the capital, get it done.
So it sounds like people, and
people. Yeah.
Amazing. So I was expecting this. We're not planned to speak about e-space. Nevertheless, there's one question. Aside from the current IoT technology provided by e-space, is there anything you plan in futures with e-space, providing broadband or direct-to-device or similar services? Is there something in the shelf which you want to unofficially release today?
I have ideas for everything, so there's a broad shelf of stupid ideas that'll never happen. But eSpace is a really interesting incubator, and we're having an enormous amount of fun. The team is just super motivated, and we're playing with different ideas. But there's no concrete destination that I could bring out and say, we're going to go do that right now. And so.
I take another one, and maybe in the meantime, when I have the next question, I share even the question, then you can also select. What you can say about the role of AI managing satellite images, system moving forwards. And I don't want to only put that in imaging satellites or AO, because that's limited. Imaging, it's limited. Where you see the AI take the wheel and push the boundaries, and maybe on all three areas, not only in Earth observation, maybe in telecommunication and also in navigation.
It's hard to overestimate the impact of AI. There's virtually no aspect of a system that won't be improved, modified, and changed over the next couple of years based upon AI. Whether it's managing satellites, autonomous flight of satellites, whether it's managing tasking, whether it's managing beamforming, or if it's even managing customers and predictions about customers, and then on the ground side about predictions of use cases and software development. AI is kind of going to be just like oxygen at some point in the very near future, and not getting on board is getting left behind.
Too much oxygen is also dangerous, we know that. So if you go diving or with fires, so what is the right component on that?
Well, that was funny. I was talking with someone earlier today. We were talking about, it was an old joke a friend of mine said about being on the curve, being beyond the curve, right? With the D at the end. And yes, you can go a little too fast, a little too excited on some of these things, because the the processing power and the processing capabilities and the back-end software for AI is not caught up yet to the ideas that will be placed upon it. But it's moving so fast. So a couple years, and there probably will be very few untouched parts of the ecosystem untouched from AI.
That means there is no late mover advantage in this case.
I don't think there's a late mover advantage, no.
Thank you so much. I will share the question also with you that you can pick one. When we had the preparation of our call, we spoke about what we can learn from others. You come from the American system, I come from the European and American system. There is a space race going on everywhere in the world, and when we're looking to these two ecosystems, criticism is not the word one of you. We want to learn from the mistakes of others and see that where are the successes and the patterns of success and where we can learn that. Looking to SME support or startup, because startup is maybe too small. I love SMEs, which are a little bit bigger. Looking to the US system and the European system. What should we copy and what we should not copy? Be open, be blunt.
I'll be open.
We are amongst friends.
But I don't want to be insulting. So,
advise us.
Bureaucracy is the enemy of young startups. A lot of governments kill. They're in the business of startup hunting. They find the startups and they kill them. Now, they don't kill them fast, they kill them slowly because they say, hey, we're going to open up this new grant process, and you should come in and talk to us, and we're going to put it up next month, and you should start writing your grants, and then next month we're going to have a review process on them, and 3 months later we're going to have a discussion about what's going to happen, and then 8 months later we're going to do this, and these startups start angling all of their energy to these like, oh wow, we got this grant, and they go around, they tell their investors, we got a grant, or it's going to come, we're going to bid on this thing, and then it just doesn't happen. So I have this kind of thing I say to the team members. I say everybody's $30,000 a month, just as a raw number, lights, overhead, insurance, everything, add it all up. They say, no, it's not that much. I say, well, what about the CFO and all the overhead? I call everybody who's not an engineer overhead. And so
I like that.
So when you take 3 people and task them to go work with the government on some project, and it takes 6 months, you now have blown 30,000 times 3, $90,000 a month times 6 months, right? So it's a huge expense, but the government side doesn't see that. They just say, oh, we're having some nice meetings and stuff. So that's one side. So speed, and speed. The second thing is my suggestion, humble suggestion to governments is not to get so excited about space up there and space components. Get excited about the software development and the application and activities and hardware that we've built on the ground, because it's faster to develop, it'll be a larger ecosystem, and you'll find more companies and more people. If you're government, you want more and more of your kids to be technologically driven, STEM, innovative, right? So you'll have more of those people that you can fund quickly. So it doesn't take much. Hand them $50,000 and say, give me an app when you come back, or hand them $100,000 or something. But small numbers across large numbers of low capex activities can generate a lot of state reward, which is STEM, innovation, creation, and growth.
So that means a lot of seeding without too much bureaucracy, too much hurdles, to less paperwork, less than 5 pages, not 300.
Yeah, I mean, you want volume. And you have to accept that there's going to be somebody in there that lies and just takes the money and buys candy bars or something. But you're going to get a lot of very serious entrepreneurs out of that, and they're going to trust you and like you, and they're going to move at speed. The last thing you want is have a bureaucracy that you take the companies and you sort of train them to line up to the turtle-like pace of government, and then they never can survive in the real world. And you end up with, frankly, some companies, I won't name them, but there are big companies that everybody knows that work at bureaucracy pace, especially in Europe, that are really struggling.
Yeah, we call that zombie companies. They have enough runway for the next R&D project, but never a product comes out. So we don't want to have that. What does it mean for government and also especially regulators. And now we're looking to CST, what we can learn. So
I can say nothing other than what His Excellency Mr. Aswaha said last night, which is get out of the way. Just make it easy. Allow things to be tried, innovate on it, figure out what kind of works, and if it starts to work, now I'll tell you about the kids that you start to fund, the small kids or older people that you start to fund with the startups. When one starts to have a little traction, you just watch. One starts to have a little traction, show up with more money. Just keep on feeding that. Keep on betting on that horse that's running faster.
I like that, feeding the kids. That's amazing. How much % of the budget of organization in that section go to that part?
I don't think of it as a percent. I just think you don't need much money. $50,000 is a lot to 3 kids who want to build an application to manage cows.
Multiplied by 50.
And you multiply it by 50, and there you go.
Amazing. Yeah, I love that. Looking to the time, I was doing some research before we had our calls, and to understand the history, you always can understand the future and maybe predict even the future. There was a company called Teledisc in the 90s. I don't know who remembers this company, Teledisc. Well, it's very good. So that was the idea to build a Leo constellation in the 90s. And that was Greg Cove and Bill Gates even invested into that. And why failures are so important and what we can learn out of that.
First of all, mistakes are awesome if you learn from them. And one thing that I try to get people to kind of think about this, like some people sort of, they get an internal negative vibe about making a mistake and they kind of look down and they kind of don't want to admit it. Embrace it, love it, eat it. I'm a mistake-making machine. I make so many mistakes all day long. And you just keep on learning from them. And when you make a mistake, when team members make a mistake and they I made a mistake, I should have done it this way. And why didn't I think of this first? Guys, we just have to know that you have to turn this down first before we look at the VNA in this way, right? That everybody learns around them. The ones who go, oh, no, I fixed it. Don't tell anybody I made a mistake. Nobody learns from them, and they often don't learn from themselves. So lots of mistakes. I think, I could go on about startups and mistakes for more than a half hour about how to set up a startup and what the right structure is and what VC's roles are and things like that, because I've raised a lot of money and I've had several companies.
So that means we have to embrace mistakes. Today, a colleague told me the Minister of Defense coming into the UK, they always have lessons learned from the past, and the new minister said, we don't have lessons learned, we only say lessons identified. Because it's not always implies that you learn out of the mistake. So we really have to learn out of that. Startups in Leo constellation. I would still want to, I love hardware, but also if software and downstream is super important. Should we leave it only to the old guys? Or
not sure how I should feel about that.
No old guys, I don't speak no old guys in age, so nothing about, the current industry, the big industry which is doing that.
So there will always be innovation. And I'm not saying don't fund or support space innovation. I'm just saying you're going to get more bang for buck on non-hardware innovation, or terrestrial-based. Space is hard, but it's getting easier. How many people predicted AI and predicted the challenge and impact it would have on Google, right? Like, Google was there, solid, and all of a sudden Google's wavering, and ChatGPT comes up, and so there are a lot of new innovations in space that are yet to be identified, yet to be understood, and so you definitely want to keep on funding and pushing on those things. I think what I said this before, I really think the technology today is being brute forced. It's like adding more cubic inches in your engine or something to get more power. It's just, there's huge amounts of money being dumped in. They're not the most, I don't think they're the most elegant designs. I think in 5 years or 10 years or some number of years, you look back and say, oh, those were the really old ones that were built then, right? But there is an enormous amount of money being dumped in, and I think it's a sign of the times and a sign of the potential impact of it. But I don't know that the amount of money is allowing the cost structures to reach the needs of the people. I always come back to the needs of the, I spend a lot of time in Africa.
The solution, the demand.
It's everything's too expensive. People need to have things at prices they can afford. I know you can sell it to rich people second homes, and there's a lot of that. But to really impact the countries in need, you need to get them connectivity, you need to get them opportunities, and that's going to require price points that's in their ballpark. And it's not where we are today.
Hearing that, saying we have to be more demand-driven, listen more to the customers. And
there's an opportunity there, but the problem is no one's yet identified a way to build a system that doesn't cost billions and billions of dollars and therefore doesn't require a price point that's $100 a month or something.
Greg, you were one of the first pioneers when it coming to NTN, connectivity. You worked on constellation. What were one of the biggest surprises when you're looking back and you say, wow, I have not expected that?
Interesting.
I have not heard you without...
I'm just trying to think of
Speechless, Greg? I do not know.
I mean, when I started O3B, it hit me that geos don't work right for the new market that's coming. And I was a little bit alone on that, and we brought the internet access or the broadband access to the head ends of telco and stuff like that. And I pounded on the doors of every geo company to do something, and they just said, because they were the big guys, and they just said, it won't work, there's no market, internet's fine. I said, no, it's fine for you, you're on that side of the link. For us, on the other side of the link, it's actually, but people are buying it, because they're hungry and they got no food or they got no internet, so they're gonna buy it. I think that was rather obvious, the challenges the geo satellites are facing, and I think everybody in the geo industry is looking back and saying, why didn't we embrace this stuff a lot earlier?
So your issue is rather you see stuff coming that other people don't see that?
I just happened to be in a position at that point that I could see the light, and it was a train, and people thought it was a flashlight or something, or sun.
Yes.
And it was obvious at that time, and it's become more and more obvious, and now a lot of the industry is in disarray and trying to figure out what's next.
So the advice I take, we should listen to people which see that there's a train coming and not the end of the tunnel, so to be prepared, to be before the crisis, so that we ourselves prepare to adapt to new markets.
Yeah, I think you have to be very aware of new technologies, very aware of things that will fundamentally shift. And especially in the larger companies. You're talking about small companies versus larger companies. Larger companies need to embrace the new technologies. Their CEOs need to read technology magazines on Friday night. Right? They need to be into it. And so if you look at a lot of the larger companies, they do not
Across the sectors.
Across the sectors. The larger companies, I'm really talking about larger companies. The larger companies, the CEOs, they're not engineers. Across a lot of them. They're not deep in technology. They have a CTO or they have a VP of engineering that they rely on. But I think that the CEO at the top must absolutely embrace technology.
Greg, thank you so much. Time is running so quick. It is amazing. I always close my sessions with where I start to phrase a sentence and you have to complete it. Yeah, and I have not shared that with Greg before because otherwise it's not fun. So in the year 35, the only constellations left will be in Leo.
No. There will be many constellations in many different formats and ways that we haven't even figured out why it's better to have a Monaya orbit versus a Leo.
Very good. The percentage of constellations, Leo, which were launched originally by our startups are, so how many percentage of these new constellations are really established by newcomers?
In 2035?
Yes.
If you define newcomers as
SME startups, not the old space industry.
97%.
97%.
But maybe, maybe 90% or something, but almost all.
So for all the investors in the audience, this is where we have to invest, So I'm sorry for the old industry, but competition makes you smarter, healthier, and more innovative. When I could change one decision in my previous and existing space startups, it would be?
Capital structure.
What do you mean with that?
No one thinks about this, but how you format the capital structure and governance rights defines the future of the company.
So don't rush for an IPO?
Don't rush for an IPO. Don't take money with lots of strings attached or small print that comes and bites later. And this is a problem for all startups because they're sitting there and VCs are their best friend and will fund them and they'll write all these documents and say, I'm your friend, we're gonna take care of you. And ultimately, I've had this conversation with so many people. Like the VC is not your friend. The VC is the friend of the VC first, of the LP second, and the startup entrepreneur third.
I agree.
They'll be buddies all the way up until the money has to get divided, and they got to get it out to the LPs, and they got to get it to themselves, and so.
One last question, and very short. Christmas coming up here. Ramadan is coming up a couple of months later. If you have a Ramadan wish list, and you can put 3 wishes on this wish list, very short. What would be the 3 wishes? Very short.
Okay, very short. I'd like to see connectivity costs for terminals and costs come down to near 0.
That's it?
That's it.
Very good. I think time is against us. We have to stay in perfect timing. We have atomic clocks in the navigation satellites which tell us where we are, not only where we are, but where we're having the timing. I think Greg gets a warm applause from the audience. Thank you for being with us. I know a car is waiting. It was amazing to have you with us. Thank you so much.
Well, what a way to start our second day, and I think we really are all very lucky to have had with us one of the true space entrepreneurs and innovators in Greg. So Greg, thank you so much for joining us and for all of those insights. Really do appreciate that. Next, we are moving on to talk a little bit about, again, moving the conversation to responsibility, sustainability, affordable, innovative solutions. So ITU, alongside many countries and many partners, have been doing a lot of work on how to connect humanity through the skies, but also through sustainable, affordable, and innovative connectivity. I'm delighted now to have a presentation to tell us more on this. So I'd like to please invite up onto the stage Mario Manovitz, Director of the Radio Communications Bureau at ITU, and Nur Selina Abdullah, Chief of Strategic Planning and Membership and a Special Advisor to the Secretary General at the ITU.
Good morning, everyone. I thank you all for being here, and a special thanks to the Communication, Space and Technology Commission of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for their firm commitment to digital connectivity and their support of the initiative we are presenting today, which is called the Connecting Humanity Through Sustainable, Affordable and Innovative Solutions report. It is deeply concerning that the UN Secretary General has reported that only 12% of the SDG targets are on track. With 70% of these targets having a digital dimension, the search for digital solutions become imperative, with the hope that digital technologies can drive progress and enable the SDGs to succeed by 2030. Closing all digital divides and accelerate progress across the Sustainable Development Goals, a priority objective as acknowledged by the Global Digital Compact and agreed upon by world leaders in September. Despite efforts from the ITU, governments, the private sector, and development finance institutions to achieve universal, meaningful connectivity. 2.6 billion people, nearly one-third of humanity, are excluded from the opportunities offered by an increasingly digital world. This project, developed with the support of CST and presented today for the first time, complement existing initiatives with a clear objective: move from analysis to action in global efforts to connect the unconnected. Service as an action blueprint, it will build upon the Connecting Humanity report completed under Saudi Arabia's G20 presidency in 2020 by refining our understanding of the scale and nature of investment needed to bridge the digital divide in its multiple dimensions, such as gaps in digital infrastructure, the need for digital skills, and the affordability challenges of services and devices, and identifying innovative solutions, tools, and processes needed to ensure universal access to connectivity and its meaningful use, including the digital inclusion transformative projects with the highest potential impact on transforming connectivity at regional and global levels. The report is being developed and will be finalized next year. Today, we are presenting an initial overview of its methodology and some of the first findings, aiming to provide a snapshot of the directions we are exploring. By presenting tangible solutions, we expect this project that will empower the global community to leverage technology for economic and social growth and contribute and promote multi-stakeholder approaches to bridge the digital divide. With almost one-third of humanity still unconnected, addressing the digital divide has never been more relevant. Let's work together to identify and implement the necessary actions to ensure that no one is left behind in the digital world. I leave you now with Sulina, that will present you the report as it stands today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mario. I was kind of hoping they wouldn't show this photograph. It's at least 15 years and as many kilograms ago. Please, let's switch to the slides immediately. Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate this opportunity to give you a sneak peek at the forthcoming report entitled Connecting Humanity Through Sustainable, Affordable, and Innovative Solutions. As Mario mentioned, this report will provide an update on how much is needed to close the global digital divide and help guide global efforts to connect the unconnected. The report is scheduled for publication next year, as Mario said, and today we are providing a snapshot of its objectives, methodology, and preliminary findings. So at the end of the next 10 to 12 minutes, I hope you will have a broad context of the proposed approach on how we can work together to reduce the digital divide exponentially. The COVID-19 pandemic showed the world that we need broadband. Despite the billions which have been put into improving access and connectivity, 2.6 billion people remain unconnected today, a figure we are all familiar with. World leaders recognize the importance of universal connectivity, and as Mario said, in September, they adopted the Pact of the Future, and along with it, the Global Digital Compact. These two aspirational documents aim to make the world a better place. In ITU's world, that includes ensuring that there is universal and meaningful connectivity. In 2020, under Saudi Arabia's G20 presidency, we published the Connecting Humanity by 2030 report, a first attempt at estimating the cost of addressing the gaps to fully close the digital divide. The total cost estimated at that time was $428 billion US. The world has changed significantly since then. The pandemic underscored the critical need for increased connectivity, and at the same time, the emergence and rapid growth of AI technologies have transformed the digital landscape, creating new opportunities. But along with that, there is the real risk of the digital divide getting worse. Now, more recently, the ITU, in collaboration with the development finance community, launched the Digital Infrastructure Investment Initiative, or DIII, to assess the digital infrastructure investment gap and identify innovative financial mechanisms and instruments to drive financing in digital infrastructure. Today's sneak peek shows that the report builds on all this and other initiatives to provide a comprehensive, updated estimate of the costs to achieve universal, meaningful connectivity. The report will also identify hurdles hindering progress and shift the focus from issue analysis to actionable solutions. As we all know, achieving universal connectivity needs multi-stakeholder collaboration. An initiative of this magnitude requires diverse perspectives and expert guidance. As such, we have convened an advisory group comprising over 20 key stakeholders, including DFIs, governments, the private sector, and academia, to share their expertise and provide valuable insights to develop the report in an inclusive and collaborative manner. The report focuses on 4 main areas: updating our understanding of the global digital divide and the cost of closing it, showcasing effective actions that governments and other stakeholders have taken to address different aspects of the digital divide, providing recommendations on how to effectively develop multi-stakeholder partnerships, a critical enabler in addressing the digital divide, and proposing projects which would have a transformative impact on the digital divide in a particular region or across the globe. Through these focus areas, we aim to create an actionable blueprint to guide efforts on how best to connect the unconnected. The digital divide is influenced by several key factors. To calculate the investment required to bridge this gap, our methodology centers around 4 primary elements: infrastructure, affordability, digital skills, and policy and regulatory modernization gaps. The report will provide a range of estimates and potential strategies for each component. Today, we will focus on preliminary estimates for closing the infrastructure gap. As I mentioned, the approach builds on the previous Connecting Humanity report, as well as the work of the DIII. It analyzes subnational data on the availability of fixed and mobile networks, and then models how to bridge the infrastructure gap using a mix of technologies, including fiber, 4G, and satellite, based on each area's population density. Projected deployment costs are then adjusted for country-specific factors such as labor and import costs and access to energy. It also incorporates the cost of building new data centers and internet exchange points, or IXPs. Infrastructure costs include both capital and operational expenses. Today, we will focus only on CapEx. Our preliminary estimate for closing the infrastructure CapEx gap is 0.5 to 1.13 trillion US dollars. As I mentioned previously, the variation in estimates reflects different technology scenarios for providing connectivity. This does not include operational expenses and does not account for potential revenue offsets against capital costs. We're still working on that. Next, we will present further breakdowns of the major infrastructure subcomponents. Our preliminary estimate to close the gap in fixed and mobile broadband ranges from 220 to 800 billion US dollars. This is the largest component of the overall infrastructure CapEx gap. Fixed broadband infrastructure costs represent a much larger share of these costs than mobile, and this is due to the current lack of fixed coverage relative to current levels of 4G coverage and the need for new network construction compared to mobile broadband, which can be upgraded from existing networks. The preliminary range for the cost to close the global IXP and data center gap is 180 to 220 billion US dollars. Within this, data centers constitute the vast majority of the required investment, estimated at close to 99% of the total cost of this particular component. In contrast, the cost for closing the IXP gap is approximately 100 million, less than 1% of the data center capacity costs. The overall cost gap also reflects a range for the cost to expand middle-mile infrastructure, crucial for extending fixed broadband service and providing mobile backhaul, which we estimate to be between 90 to 110 billion US dollars. And this will ensure access to fiber to support mobile connectivity at cell towers. Please note that these are early estimates and the numbers may change as we refine them. While the core focus of today's presentation is on infrastructure, we all know that infrastructure alone doesn't guarantee internet access and utilization. We also need to consider the affordability of devices and services, the presence of a regulatory environment conducive to a sustainable broadband ecosystem, and the acquisition of necessary skills for effective and safe usage of the internet. The report will delve into these dimensions, providing detailed estimates for bridging these gaps as highlighted in this slide. Closing the gaps will require concerted efforts from all stakeholders, but governments will play a particularly critical role. Many countries have already made bridging the digital divide a priority and adopted innovative and efficient approaches to address it. The report will include illustrative case studies that highlight country strategies, focusing on each of the 4 methodology pillars, showcasing approaches that could be replicated with similar effectiveness in other countries. One such project is the Indian government's 4G saturation project. In 2022, the Indian government decided to develop a program that would prioritize deployment of 4G service in approximately 28,000 rural and remote areas through the national telecommunications carrier, BSNL. The government provided access to land as well as funding support through its Universal Service Fund to deliver service to these areas. Through this initiative, 5,000 remote communities have gained access to 4G and can access both fixed and mobile broadband services as of November this year. So this type of initiative could be replicated in countries across the world and would help to address 2 key aspects of the global digital divide, fixed and mobile broadband gaps. In addition to government initiatives to close the digital divide, the report will also present a list of possible projects with the highest potential to transform the digital divide at both global and regional levels. These projects should meet some of the following criteria: be commercially sustainable and scalable, offer a high benefit to cost ratio, address multiple barriers to broadband availability and access, involve diverse ecosystem stakeholders, and have a clear champion to lead their implementation. For example, one transformative project that could significantly impact the digital divide in Africa would be the development of a middle-mile fiber network across the continent's 16 landlocked least developed countries. Another example is launching a digital connectivity fund aimed at financing connectivity initiatives within the world's most difficult-to-reach regions. DFIs would contribute financially to this fund, administered by an international organization such as the ITU, serving as a neutral platform that brings businesses, governments, and DFIs to the table. We hope these ideas spark meaningful conversations and drive action among stakeholders to reduce the global digital divide exponentially, particularly in areas most in need of investment. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, these are just preliminary highlights from the report. The next steps for us include further refining the estimates presented today, developing cost estimates for infrastructure OPEX, closing the gaps on affordability, digital skills, and policy and regulation, and identifying illustrative case studies and transformative projects. These efforts are underway for the report to be ready in Q2 of next year, so stay tuned. And that was my last slide. Now that I've done the difficult job of presenting this to you, if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to look for Mario during the coffee break. Thank you.
So thank you so much to Selina and also to Mario, and it's great to get an early insight into some of the areas that the report is looking into, and I'm sure I speak for us all when I say we're really looking forward to seeing the finished report, which I think Selina mentioned is going to be out in the first half of next year. So looking forward to that, and thank you so much for that. So we're going to continue along a similar theme now with our next panel, looking at delivering connectivity in hard-to-reach areas. So I suppose one of the real benefits that it's seen that NGN can bring is indeed delivering connectivity in these areas that are hard to reach, in these different remote, challenging environments, in different kind of communities. So our next panel is going to be looking at this in detail. It's going to be focusing on achieving seamless connectivity across land, sea, and air. So if I could invite our moderator, Mohammed El-Maghazi, and our panelists, David Willis, Bokabar, Nadine Allen, Parth Trivedi, and Tracy Trent, to please come and join us here on stage. Hey, thanks so much. And whilst they are coming up, once again, to remind everybody, please do add your questions via the QR code for those of you here in the room, and on the platform you can do that via the panel on the right-hand side of your screen. I know that during Greg's presentation earlier, we had more than 50 questions in from the audience. So please do continue that. That's a big part of the discussions here. So yeah, please do continue. Hopefully we have everyone here and everyone's sitting in the right place as well. So well done, guys. Wonderful. Really looking forward to this panel. So Mohammed, I will leave it in your capable hands.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. Thanks, Dan, for the excellent job. And for our host, thank you is not enough. So when you think that Saudi has given all in the first version, this time they have excellent spectrum of speakers, space exhibition, tutorials, IEEE, ITU on board. What else can you wish for? Just for me, I'm planning today to visit the Boulevard World, and I invite you all to enjoy Riyadh, the wonderful Riyadh. So, Saudi has given all. Tutorial, demonstration, but now it's our turn to think about connectivity for all. And by connectivity for all, it doesn't mean that land, air, and maritime, but it means also not to leave anyone behind. And the good news is that in our panel today, we have an excellent combination of people who knows their work, who've been there, who've done every part in the industry. The bad news is that we have only 55 minutes, which I took myself 5 minutes of introductory remarks. So sorry, folks, and without any further ado, let's begin with our first speaker, a very familiar face to me and people working in spectrum management, Mr. David, the head of Spectrum Group at the Ofcom. And let me tell you a secret. We did a rehearsal. It was supposed to be a 15 minutes. But because of the many thoughts that David had, I think we continue like 45 minutes. So David has a lot to share with us. And let me ask you, David, as a regulator, we have this pain of making everyone happy. So you have this national space program, but you also have LEO, GEO, you have the mobile operator. How you can align all these efforts and come up with, if I may say, a harmonized spectrum plan?
Yeah, I guess it's not simple. I think a lot of what we've been trying to do as a regulator is try and shift mindset a little bit around spectrum exclusivity. We already have licenses in the UK that are all framed as non-exclusive, even for commercial mobile. It doesn't mean that we arbitrarily allow other people in, but it's to create an expectation that if there are other uses that are compatible with a primary use, that we'll look at doing so. And I think other work we've done on upper 6 gigahertz has been challenging for us and others, but was really about trying to find, is there a way to fit multiple users in and ensure that the spectrum is used everywhere effectively, not just in a core urban market or somewhere else. I think the other thing that we look to try, and we're trying to do, which is not always successful as a regulator, is how do we handle innovation and trial licenses and move more quickly. I think on innovation and trial licenses, we've got a fairly effective scheme. We process between 400 and 500 a year in the UK. So it's actually quite a reasonable number for demos or special purposes or a number of things. So we have a really strong regime there. And then in terms of getting quicker as a regulator, I think we've still got more work to do in terms of being able to move as quickly as the industry does in terms of making additional spectrum available and other things. One of the last consultations we did was around our 28 gigahertz band, which we block licensed in the UK for fixed links. It's reused really efficiently by some of the fixed links providers, not as efficiently by others. But it also was very attractive for gateways, and we were having challenges that not everybody was able to engage the existing users effectively on gateways. And in order to reinforce the sharing mindset, we proposed to look at an over-the-top licensing scheme, but have seen then progress in terms of the negotiations between the people who have the block licenses and the satellite operators. So continuing to encourage that sharing where possible is, I think, a big part of the thing that we're trying to do.
Yeah, sharing is caring. Thank you, David. So, Mr. Bukar, the man who's been gathering everyone together. I know you've been doing that in Samina, but also in different parts. I remember we hosted GSR in Sharm el-Sheikh in 2023, and we did have this idea of having two parallel sessions, one of them for ministers, government, and the other one for the industry, and it was shared by Mr. Bukar. And the room was full of people. Your room was full of people, full of discussion. So you bring in everyone together. I know you have different parts, but one of them, as you are the head of that group that I cannot pronounce, it's a very long name, of private industry and also the regulator. How do you align their efforts, to be harmonized with the regulator, with the government? How do you do that?
Thank you for bringing this subject. Now, the name is complicated. It's called IACDCRO, which means Industry Advisory Group for Development Issue, Chief Regulatory Officer Meeting. It's a very long name. Yeah. But this platform has been established by the WTDC 2017 by the ITU. What we have decided to do, what member states have decided to do, is under the convening power of the ITU, we have 193 member states, how can we bring the entire industry together to identify impediment for digital development? What are the obstacles? What are the hurdles? So we can enable a partnership, work together between member states and private sector. Now, when we speak about the private sector, within the private sector, we have the terrestrial network and the non-terrestrial network. And at the GSR, in terms of best practices, what we have adopted with the ITU is to say, let's connect the unconnected on a technology-neutral basis, whether we have terrestrial network, whether we have non-terrestrial network. Now, this is the first part that I'm trying to organize, how satellite service providers can work with MNOs to provide connectivity. If you look at the previous slide presented by Sulina and what His Excellency Mohammed Al-Tamimi mentioned yesterday at the opening ceremony, let's look at the connectivity gap. 2022, 2.7 billion people are not connected. 2024, 2.6 billion. So we made a progress of 100 million people not connected, which means by 2030, connecting humanity, we are late. We are already late. At this speed, we won't connect anyone. Either we move back the 2030 agenda to 2050, or we have to find alternative solution. That's what we are working on. What does it mean? It means connectivity has to be meaningful. There is a difference between connecting people and bringing them online. We can connect people without having them online. So connectivity has to be meaningful, relevant. To which extent it requires unlocking access to capital. We spoke about $428 billion for connecting humanity, but to unlock access to this capital, we need to have return of investment. And this is very important. Now, as an investor, sometimes we have to go out of our way to ensure that we have predictability and sustainability of the investment. This is where non-terrestrial network comes into play, because private sector to private sector, we can organize, and I'm encouraging call for action, favoring, appealing to terrestrial network and non-terrestrial network to work together, to define a roadmap. Wherever it makes sense, we use non-terrestrial network. And we have a very strong value proposition as demonstrated by all the private sector players since yesterday. That's the first part of the cooperation. Then the enabling environment from the private sector with the government, policymakers, and regulators. Now, once we have set the stage in Sharm el-Sheikh and this year in Uganda, the room was more full. People, they were standing. Why? Because we have invited member states to join us, to agree to put on the table the dissenting views that we have, and rather than punishing the private sector, we say to government, incentivize the private sector. Private sector is meant for making money. Otherwise, you have nothing to do in the private sector. The use of the money is a different discussion. It could be used for job creation, research and development, fostering innovation. So we need profitability, we need predictability, and we need sustainability. Now, we should not oppose profitability with objective of the government. Therefore, the IAC-DICRO Industry Advisory Group for Development Issue Chief Regulatory Officer meeting, I know you will remember that sentence, is meant for bringing everyone together, including academia, for having a healthy discussion. We agree to disagree, but from the friction, light will be coming out for the digital development. So this is what we do, and thank you for highlighting that.
Still don't remember the pronunciation, but thank you so much. Now let's move to the private sector. And Nadine, aside from your leadership position in SES, you were the CEO of Ericsson Thailand. So you know the problem, you know the challenges, you know what people need. So talking about NTN, what can the advancement in NTN technologies bring to bridging the digital divide, as was mentioned by Mr. Bukar? 2.6 billion people are still unconnected.
Yeah, well, I think bridging the digital divide in remote and underserved areas requires us to have meaningful connectivity everywhere. And you know, having come from the telco industry into the satellite industry, I really see that with the evolution of multi-orbit systems in the broadest possible sense, so capacity, coverage, terminal availability, cost point, and also investment, that satellite is becoming an increasingly viable option to connect the unconnected. We've talked about 2.6 billion people worldwide who are not connected to the internet today. And in the Middle East and North Africa, only 2/3 of people also have availability to the internet. So there is a lot of work to be done. So where are some of the areas that I think we see traction? The first, of course, is in telco. So the telcos themselves have a real responsibility to close the digital divide, and they've done a lot of work on that. So with the introduction of 4G networks, the upgrade of 4G networks and the introduction of 5G, billions of people are getting access to meaningful broadband connectivity. But what those networks really require is a resilient backhaul, mobile backhaul capability. And in areas where that capability cannot be met by fixed solutions, satellite is delivering. I think the other area is digital inclusion. And you know, we are seeing some really important and exciting government-funded digital inclusion initiatives, certainly that we are involved in. There are compelling projects in areas like the Amazonas, you know, incredibly tough areas to connect, where we are leveraging a combination of MEO and geo technologies to connect governments, schools, communities, you know, people in a real meaningful way. And then, of course, digital inclusion is about connecting citizens, but it's also about connecting business. And reliable, high-performance satellite solutions are really giving businesses the ability to digitally transform themselves and in areas that are hard to reach. So I think with those three things combined, amongst also initiatives that have been discussed in these few days, we really do see that with the evolution of multi-orbit systems, we have the possibility to connect a significant portion of the unconnected within the foreseeable future if we make the right level of investment.
Barth. So, Barth has a master's degree from MIT and an MBA from Stanford. But the issue is that all the team in his company are either Stanford or MIT graduate. So, are you the coming Microsoft of space? No, this is not my question, but anyway, just in case, keep me some stocks, right? And we have everyone witnessing that. How can you as entrepreneur, and I know your motto is very interesting. It's very simple. We bring satellite connectivity to all. And the name of the company, Skylo. What can you as entrepreneur provide to bridging the digital gap and provide connectivity for all?
Sir, you've just called me overeducated and underemployed. So thank you for the kind introduction. And Your Excellency's CST, our host, it's truly an honor to be here. And jokes apart, a big thank you, sir, for moderating this discussion. I think this is an incredibly important topic. One that, frankly, sparked our imagination when I was a student at Stanford. And I was working with the head of the Space Systems Lab, who was one of the, Professor Andrew Kalman, who was one of the inventors of the CubeSat. And we were launching satellites out of Stanford. And we were very frustrated by how expensive it was to communicate over the satellites that we were launching. I had to install this big dish on one of the buildings at Stanford. I had to get a radio license and use these very exotic protocols with modems that were incredibly expensive. And you know what was surprising was in my pocket was one of the latest smartphones with a Qualcomm chipset. And we started asking ourselves, why is it not possible for the chipset and the protocol that is inside my phone to connect over satellite without any change to the silicon? If we were able to crack that problem, we could potentially unlock connectivity for any device, anywhere, without the traditional barriers that are present in the satellite industry, right? Which is having to buy a separate user terminal, having to install an antenna somewhere and get access to connectivity. We also asked ourselves, is it required to launch new satellites in order to solve this problem? And surprisingly, the answer was no. We did not need to launch new satellites to solve this problem. In fact, we partnered with existing MSS satellite operators. We have half a dozen different partners now. The key innovation that Skylo as a company had to do was build the software-defined network stack that was able to integrate inside existing satellite constellations, which we have now done. We are live in 4 continents, more than 35 markets. We had to work on the standards, the latest 3GPP release 17 standards. We're the first to commercialize it for direct-to-device communications. And we had to work with the entire chipset and device industry from Qualcomm and Samsung, whom we have successfully partnered with. Skylo is now certified with the Snapdragon series of chipsets, with the Exynos series of chipsets, and more, allowing, frankly, consumer handsets, allowing cars, and allowing IoT devices to have access to satellite connectivity with the same ease as cellular connectivity. And then our business model essentially became going and providing a wholesale option for OEMs and MNOs to bundle satellite into their existing retail plans so that consumers do not have to change behavior in getting access to this service. And what's remarkable about this is, by a quick show of hands, how many of you have either an iPhone 14, 15, 16, or a Google Pixel device? Quick show of hands. Well, congratulations. There's a satellite user terminal in your pocket right now. And that's the power of what direct-to-device has been able to unlock in just the past, I would say, 24 months.
Thank you so much. Tracy, I've checked also your resume, and the man has done it all. You've been an engineer, you implement, design, did everything. So congratulations on being the CEO of Stellar Blue. But I've noticed that when we're talking about aero connectivity, the notion of multi-orbit has been a main pillar of that. So how do you see the LEO debate and the increasing LEO constellation adding to that important part of the industry, aero connectivity?
Perfect. First of all, thank you very much for having us here. I was at this conference 2 years ago. It's a tremendous event, so thank you. I'm not sure how many of you know about Stellar Blue. We're a San Diego-based company. We are building multi-orbit satcom terminals in partnership with Eutelsat OneWeb for the aviation industry predominantly, and today mostly airline customers. I find it somewhat ironic sitting here because the concept for our multi-orbit terminal was actually developed here like 5 years ago when OneWeb CTO and I were both doing business here in the kingdom. So it's kind of fun to be back and to talk about this right now. At the foundation of us building a multi-orbit terminal was a concept of openness. And obviously the ability to be portable across multiple satellite networks in multiple orbits was really essential. And at the time we started, it was somewhat orthogonal for the satellite industry. If you then add to that the fact that we work in aviation where the system has to be extensible across all kinds of systems and vendors that work on board airline aircraft, it's that much more complicated and at the same time very different from traditional satcom terminals. Fortunately, like I said, we started our partnership with Eutelsat OneWeb. They took the initiative and embraced the idea of openness, which was very different at the time. And as Ava said yesterday when she was on her panel, the other thing that's very nice about Eutelsat is the fact that they have this B2B model. And so a courtesy that we got in building the terminal was we got Intelsat as a partner, we got Panasonic as a partner, we got Satcom Direct as a partner, and it really helped us drive this as something getting momentum in the industry, and actually led us to capturing the world's largest airline, American Airlines, to put this on their fleet. So we're excited to move that forward. You might ask yourself, why is openness so important to an airline? And it was funny, someone actually gave me the example yesterday that I guess I hadn't even thought of, is as an airline, you're buying an asset that's going to fly for probably 30 years if it's a mainline aircraft. And so picture taking delivery of this brand new asset and not really being able to get the newest technology because the OEMs don't really have the newest things in their catalogs. And you've got to make a choice. So think about it like if you were picking a cable modem for your house today, and it had to last for the next 15 years before you could replace it. And to replace it, you had to rip the roof off of your house, right? I mean, it's a very difficult thing. So, you know, for the airlines, it's a huge decision. For a medium to large size airline, you're spending $500 million to $1 billion to equip that fleet. And to implement that change, you're going to spend the next year to year and a half to get it across all of your aircraft. And you want to be in a position that you can take advantage of new things when they become available, introduce it relatively quick, and do it without ripping the roof off the house, right? So on the topic of multi-orbit, you know, why do we think it's so great? I guess I'm a network guy through and through. And so, you know, the concept of network of networks or a multi-layered, you know, network fabric is kind of foundational to any good network. And so when we think about adding low Earth orbit to the geosynchronous assets that our partners have, you know, simply stated, it's always on and it's always good because you can pick the right traffic for the right time. And you know, if you look at the low Earth orbit network performance, it's exceptional. It's what passengers want. You know, the passengers these days, it's not like you get on an airplane anymore and, you know, used to be you just wondered whether the internet was going to work, you know, for starters. Passengers get on board now and they not only expect it to work, but they expect it to work like they get at home. You know, how many of you, are on the airplane, some of you may do it yourself, get on and you've got your iPad out and you're watching Netflix or Hulu, and at the same time you're sitting there on your phone and doing Facebook. The low Earth orbit network just rips that up performance-wise. The latency is very, very light. The performance is good. And then as a backstop, you have these geosynchronous networks that have the added coverage where LEO might not be the strongest, or in certain geographies where LEO can't operate today. So you get the best of the best. And I think it's just a fascinating time in the market. You know, for us, the demand for adding in-flight connectivity onto airplanes, it's something we've never seen before. Probably 3 times what it would typically be. You know, some say it's because the pandemic, you know, a lot of pent-up demand. One of the interesting things we see in the United States is they're replacing terrestrial cellular to the fleets with satcom connectivity, which we're obviously excited about, and just a lot of new airplanes being ordered, including a lot of new airplanes here in the kingdom.
Thanks, Tracy. I think this is excellent news for people who like to be connected on flights. Back to you, David. You know, we've been playing this game at the ITU for many years, and you know that we always have sometimes like different interests between developed and developing countries. And yesterday, Mr. Tariq Al-Awadi, head of SMG, has pointed the importance of harmonization and what the Arab region has been doing. Now back to you. We need more frequencies for NTN. We have several agenda items. How we can align the efforts of developed and developing countries to do such harmonization? And I know it's a tough job, but I'd like to hear you say about that.
Yeah, I don't know that I always look at it as a developing or developed countries equation necessarily. In a lot of cases, it's all about how do you get to the economies of scale that you get out of harmonization. Even in a very developed country like the UK or Canada, where I was from originally, you can't just pick your own frequency and expect that you're going to be able to get equipment supply to be able to do things. So I think there's definitely elements of, you know, how do you continue to do harmonization? And I think there's also the trade-off to harmonization is one around innovation, and how do you allow people to go quickly as well, right? Because harmonization, and we heard yesterday from others that it takes a long time. And so how do you know, I don't know if there's something we can do around looking at where the needs are and opening up things for testing that then follow through more quickly, right? Versus the amount of time it takes to get agreement and standardization. I think when you look at NTN, you're actually looking at using the same spectrum for satellite and for commercial mobile. And so you're ending up in a place where there's even more sharing, and it comes down to how do you collaborate and perhaps share that spectrum more effectively, because there isn't a unique allocation. It's not just for satellite, it's for commercial mobile. I think there's also the other aspect maybe to the question around developed and developing is something that I think we balance even internally, which is one for competition, right? Or effective equal ease of access versus benefit to consumers and citizens today. So we have always this challenge of, well, if we let somebody get too far ahead, right, there might not be effective competition, and we have competition responsibilities. At the same time, particularly if you're talking about connecting the unconnected, how do you deny service and capability that you can get that provides real value in the short term? And I don't know that we've got a great balance and a great decision-making framework. I think you just try and balance it over time and leave yourself flexibility to make adjustments.
Thanks so much, David. I like your notion about the different perception to develop and developing countries. And now back to you, the man, about your role in the innovation board. And the innovation aligns
is a very important initiative from the ITU. I think it was launched perhaps a couple of years ago. And you have 194 countries on board since the last council, 194. How do you see the role of that innovation board in overcoming the digital divide, especially that I've seen the board and it has a very prestigious names, including yourself?
The Digital Innovation Board launched by the ITU, by the way, it was launched this year, early 2024. And allow me to say hello to my colleague from Brazil, the president of Anatel. He's a member of the board, Carlos. The idea is to unleash the power of innovation and, of course, entrepreneurs. Now, open standard, favoring policy experimentation. We've heard yesterday DG from TRA Bahrain talking about sandboxing. So these are a number of tools that we would like to promote through our acceleration centers. And allow me to congratulate Saudi Arabia, who candidated to have an acceleration center that will be hosted in Saudi Arabia. So they will join the alliance. The idea is, how can we today have an impact on the digital development of the nation, to leave no one behind, as you mentioned at the beginning of your talk, but to have an impact on job creation, inclusivity, uplifting socially most of the nations. Now, how do we connect that with NTN? Using, again, NTN infrastructure as a leverage for inclusion with the other industries, healthcare, education, agriculture. So my colleague on my left from ACS was talking about not only empowering people, but empowering businesses. So that's the idea of the Digital Innovation Board. Of course, we have a number of acceleration centers spread across the different parts of the globes. And it's a new initiative. So we are collecting, going through inventory of initiative that we can lead with Africa, with Latin America, with South Asia, to see how we can come together with the support of ministers that we have on the board, regulators, private sector, academia, investment companies will be joining the board, hopefully by next year. So that's the idea. We would like to foster innovation, and we are saying, let's stop opposing innovation and regulation. Regulatory framework has to be agile, has to be flexible. That's the reason why we have regulators. Innovation should never be stopped. That's the bedrock of digital development. So we need to motivate innovation, ensure that the innovators become good entrepreneurs, they can make profits, so they keep investing into innovation. So that's the idea. And hopefully we will have our stakeholders supporting this initiative. We are spreading the gospel, going all around the world, and getting more and more board members on board.
I see Bart nodding his hand when you're saying about you're looking for new initiative. I think you have something in your mind. But back to you, Nadine, and we've all have discussed the connectivity and how we can be connected to the internet. But I know there are other sides to it in other sectors like energy, health, education. There is a lot that this technology can provide to us. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, and look, connecting citizens and connecting everyone in the world is an incredibly important initiative and an obligation on all of us. But digital transformation for industries, for me, is incredibly important because actually, as businesses become anchor tenant on satellite platforms, they will support the continued development and evolution of satellite systems to enable the technology to get better and more effective and more efficient over time. So where do we see the most traction? Well, if I had to This is not a quick answer, but I will try and make it quick because we have seen so much progress and so much potential. We see in energy, we see in cruise, we see in aviation, a little bit to the earlier comments, we see in telco and we see in government quite significant progress. So in energy, we are expecting a 13% CAGR growth between now and 2031. This growth is driven by the need to drive digitalization and digital transformation, and also to improve sustainability outcomes, and also improve outcomes in safety and welfare for staff, for employees of energy companies. And we see that to meet this demand, we need high-performing satellite systems that are flexible and that are capable of serving remote locations that are complex to serve. When it comes to cruise has actually been a significant adopter of satellite technology, and modern cruise liners can offer anywhere between 100 Mbps to a few Gbps, actually, in terms of guaranteed bandwidth, which is giving consumers the experience that they expect, and a significantly enhanced experience when they're on board. And as we've already discussed with aviation, when we're in the air, we expect to have the same performance that we have when we're on ground. One of the things that SES has done recently is to partner with a number of regional players, including Neo Space Group, a little bit closer to home where we are now, in a collaboration that we call Open Orbits, through an in-flight connectivity platform that is giving really good performance to commercial airlines worldwide. And then when it comes to the telco piece, telcos have long used satellite technology to extend their reach. STC, for example, we have been working with STC for nearly a few decades now in the kingdom, and they have been using satellite technology very well to extend their capabilities. And SES has already done work to actually make our satellite technology more compatible with the blueprint of a telco through things like adopting TMF's open digital architecture, and also through MEF standardization. But of course, 3GPP NTN looks set to give advantages to the telco industry by integrating and combining seamlessly terrestrial and non-terrestrial technologies. And then last but not least, trying to do this super quickly because I'm covering a lot of ground here, is government. And governments, of course, look set to continue to benefit from the advancements in NTN because they have an increasing demand for secure, resilient, flexible communication networks. And we see many more applications for government being adopted in space, from military surveillance through to emergency response and disaster recovery. So I think IRIS², which is the European Union's fairly recent initiative, is a really solid example of the importance of satellite technology to government, and is also a very interesting example of public and private collaboration, actually. And I think, as you know, that is intended to be a multi-orbit solution that will be in operation in early 2030. So a lot of progress, I think, in industry adoption of satellite, and a lot more to come, because as we have seen in consumer networks, in mobile broadband, when you put the technology there, people find incredibly brilliant ways to use it. And I think we are just at the start with satellite and multi-orbit.
Thanks, Nadine. Impressive. So we have a board member of the innovation board here, and it's your chance, Parth, to impress our Shark Tanks. So I wonder what is missing in terms of innovation and the other, supply chain of the NTN industry. Which part need more innovation that we need to focus on in the next decade, if I may say?
Thank you, sir. For us, the innovation is actually making the satellite stack appear exactly like the cellular stack. So as an example, taking advantage of not the satellite supply chain, but the cellular supply chain is the real innovation. Because then you can unlock an unprecedented scale in terms of devices that are able to connect and that you can then affordably provide a connection to. We've done that over the past 2 or 3 years, working in consort with multiple different companies. It really takes a village to bring any kind of cellular solution to the market. But the good thing is that these cellular supply chains are well established. If you can follow closely what a cellular operator has to do in allowing a cellular device to get certified on their network, and you present a very similar process that the industry is able to adopt, then it becomes a lot easier for folks to wrap their head around satellite. And that's an example of something we had to do. We had to build our own certification program for cellular devices to get certified onto the network and provide this dual mode capability on cellular devices. The end benefit is that now when you think about, we spoke about consumer handsets, but if you think about connectivity for all, it should be applicable for agriculture, it should be applicable for maritime, for animal tracking, all of these applications. So you might, for instance, want a cellular IoT device that's $10, not $1,000, but $10 with a cellular antenna to establish a connection over a satellite network with the same ease as a cellular connection. So that's exactly what we have been championing over the past few years. And to bring this to market, we think that it should be as seamless as you getting the service from the carrier that you already use. So that is the last remaining step that we're now executing on, is building the carrier relationships in each country so that consumers, businesses, enterprises, governments can get access to connectivity through the carrier, through the SIM, and through the device that they already use today.
Tracy, so back to you. This is seamless connectivity. I'm supposed to be connected everywhere, aside from the plane. So what other market that your company, Stellar Blue, may focus on in the future?
So first of all, I have to second what Parth just said, because for a guy that pays $5,000 to $7,000 for a modem to go on my airplanes, I'd be happy with $500 for the modem. In terms of new applications, as entrepreneurs, we think our products can go everywhere. Obviously, the antennas that we put on top of the aircraft are very specialized, very hardened. You can strike them with lightning, you can shoot chickens at them, they're very durable. So when we think about where we'd go next, and we also think about the power that we've seen in the low Earth orbit networks, we're really thinking about other aviation applications that are well suited for those networks. Most of those applications require us to get on much smaller aircraft or even UAVs. So one of the areas we're spending a lot of time on right now is surveillance and reconnaissance applications for the military, for border security. We actually have an aircraft that we have equipped, a very small Cessna Citation, in partnership with Eutelsat and with Panasonic, that we're flying around to test some of these applications. So getting real-time video from the aircraft back to the ground, the telemetry and download of data packages that traditionally wouldn't have done well through geosynchronous assets, but are very well suited to the low Earth orbit network. So we're quite excited about that. And like I said, getting it down onto much, much smaller aircraft to be able to fly around. The other one that might be a little bit orthogonal to what this group would think about, but that we're very interested in, is actually going back to some of the work I did with the General Electric Rail Division. We got a lot of insight to the issues with heavy freight rail, and specifically safety issues. And what a lot of these operators want that are in very remote parts of the world, in Australia, middle of nowhere in Australia, South America, places like this, mining applications, and you have these huge freight trains that 10 kilometers long, you got multiple people on the train, And there's a lot of interest in actually getting to autonomous rail. And to do that, you need a lot of high definition video off the train. You actually need very low latency controls to be able to stop the train if necessary or understand why it's misbehaving. So once again, kind of a very difficult environment, a hardened environment. And to do that, you have to have an always-on network with very low latency. So it's another application that we think's really interesting. I mean, it's 50,000 locomotives operating around the world. Getting low Earth orbit connectivity to those, we think, is a very interesting idea.
Thank you so much, Tracy, and congratulations to all of you. We managed to tease the audience, so I have several questions here. One of them is so tough that I'm not sure, Dan, if you can just remove it and save the time for us. So we have only 8 minutes. Let's take a couple of questions of them. Of course, all of you are free to give an answer. The first one is, what are the main challenges in achieving seamless connectivity between different modes of transportation? This is the easy question. I have a very tough one here, but Bukar, please.
Leave the tough one for the others. Let me try to answer this one. It's just food for thought. I don't know if it's going to be the answer of your question, but seamless connectivity, again, technology neutral. Let's put it this way. I believe we will fix the connectivity gap issue if we keep our eyes on the affordability gap and the adoption gap. At that moment, if we have an idea about what business case are we going to have as connectors, as private sector, then we will be excited to fix the connectivity gap. So I'm talking purely about return on investment, and that's the problem that we are facing today. Of course, it will require innovation in terms of resource mobilization, but also innovation, because we have a tendency to leave the innovation to the technological development. But innovation not only on financial instrument has been presented by Sulina, but innovation in terms of policy, innovation in terms of regulatory framework, and innovation on adoption and application development for the consumer. So I believe seamless connectivity, fixing the connectivity gap requires us, as I said earlier, to go out of our way to look at the gaps that we have on the other sectors. Thank you.
Excellent answer. Parth, you want to add to that? I would just say that there's really no silver bullet across all modes of transportation, and each mode essentially is going to require its own dominant solution. As an example, as my colleague here was talking about, Tracy was talking about aircraft, in-flight connectivity, even ships, where you have real estate, you require a lot of bandwidth, you have power available. It absolutely makes sense to use a high-frequency broadband internet solution. Whereas in some other instances where instead of a large ship, you might have a small, less than 20-meter wooden fishing vessel, it may not make sense to put a dish antenna for internet connectivity. In that case, you might want to use your smartphone. So across different modes, I think different solutions are going to win.
Right, so this is not on the list, right? But I remember, or I recall, David, we did have this debate about the emerging satellite connectivity. Perhaps like 30 years ago, satellite was a thing. And I like the interesting interview with Greg this morning. And one question was asked, like, if you go back in time, what mistake did you did in the past that you can correct now? What mistakes have been done in the past when it comes to the satellite industry or even the mobile industry that we should avoid now while we are doing the spectrum, the planning, the technologies for NTN? It's this or the tough question here. It's your choice.
I'll have a go at that. That we don't wait to take action. I think, and I take that from, you know, the telecoms industry. The telecoms industry has been through significant disruption and made massive transformation, and I think it's the same for the satellite industry. So it's about acting now. You know, the industry's been static for a very long time, now going through a lot of transformation. So I think it's important that we all take that learning and make sure that we move forward.
So, Tracy, you want to add to this?
Yeah, actually, you know, my comment on that is I spent my time at MIT trying to prove to my professors that the rate of technology adoption was actually accelerating, and got my head bashed in for that for the better part of a couple years. I think the thing is back to Nadine's comment about moving quickly. I do believe the rate of technical adoption is accelerating. When I think about everything we did with the terminal and the connectivity to the aviation market, it's changed so rapidly in terms of the fact that airlines are going to give it away for free, the fact that passengers want to use multiple devices. You kind of can't move fast enough in terms of these new modes of connectivity coming in.
All right, so last question. We've talked about seamless connectivity over air, sea, land. How can technology do that coordination between these different platforms? Should we have like one technology, one integrated technology? Should we have several technologies, standardization? How we can do that? Because it's very challenging. And this is not the tough question.
I'm happy to. Do you want to go?
Please.
I think it's dangerous to state that, because we are talking here about market dominance for a technology. And our entire economies are based on competition. So my opinion is, let the market decide. In short, let the market decide. Leave it to the innovation, to the competition, but make it affordable to the population, to the enterprise, so we can make good use of the digital development. I don't believe in one technology that could be. We may have a platform, an infrastructure that will connect everyone, everything, everywhere. That's fine. It could be 5G advanced, it could be 6G, but in terms of technology, my opinion, we have to leave it to the competition and no market dominance. Thank you.
Tracy, very quick, please.
Yeah, I think it's standards from my view. Back to Part's comment about the people that are doing these chipsets. My dear friends in San Diego at Qualcomm. I mean, if I had my Christmas wish list, back to Greg's question, my Christmas wish list would be some Qualcomm chipsets that deal with the frequency bands that we care about, KU, KA. You know, be very interesting if we could get some alignment around that.
All right.
If anyone from Qualcomm's listening.
All right. Thank you so much. I think our excellent panelists today deserve a big round of applause. So thank you so much for this. And then back to you. Thank you so much.
So Mohammed, thank you so much. And as Mohammed says, thank you to all of our panelists. And Mohammed, of course, thank you to yourself as well for guiding us so expertly through that discussion. So thank you all very much indeed. So we do very shortly have our first break of the day. But before we do that, we have another technology demonstration for you. So we heard yesterday from two of the companies. We heard from Viasat and OneWeb and their partners on their technology demonstrations, which are happening up on the mezzanine area. We actually have a third company as well that has a practical demonstration taking place up on the mezzanine area. So a reminder to everybody, if you haven't yet been up, to check out the 3 technology demonstrations that are happening. Please make sure you do that. You have the break that's coming up now, and also this afternoon break. The tech demos will be running throughout those. So please do go and check those out. And to find out more, as I said, about the third demonstration that's taking place, which is going to be looking at advancing IoT connectivity from the sky, I'm delighted to now welcome up to the stage Abdulaziz bin Hussein, Spectrum Senior Team Lead at CST, and Omar Quays, Founder and CEO at OQ Technology. Perfect. Abdulaziz, over to you.
Thank you, Dan. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our panel discussion on NTN IoT demo. I'm delighted to introduce our panelist, Omar Qaisi, founder and CEO of OQ Technology. To start, let's hear from Omar, who will begin with a presentation on the demo that had been done in collaboration between Aramco and OQ. Omar, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Abdulaziz, and I'd like to thank also CST for hosting us.
You can just fix it.
So I'd like to thank first CST for hosting us and also hosting the demo at the CST building, and also for this invitation. Thank you very much. So my name is Omar Qaisi. I'm the founder and CEO of OQ Technology. So OQ Technology today is the company that's providing 5G NTN connectivity in low Earth orbit for remote and rural areas, mainly for the communication of machines and devices in multiple sectors. The idea here is to extend the cellular coverage of mobile operators into remote and rural areas where cell towers cannot reach that today, or traditional satellite solutions are very expensive or not compatible with the 3GPP standard. So what we came up with is a solution where with one standard that is compatible with terrestrial cellular, you can cover the whole world. You can roam with mobile operator by using a constellation of small low Earth orbiting satellites. That, of course, will allow us to address many markets. The company started back in 2016 in Luxembourg. Since then, we expanded into multiple countries. We have here in Saudi Arabia also a company. It is based actually in Bahrain, and we are also looking to expand into Riyadh. We have launched like 10 satellite missions until now. We have built multiple partnerships. We have also granted patents in the use of NTN, NB-IoT in low Earth orbit, both in Europe and in the US. We also have our notified ITU filings and spectrum. And since then, we've been also raising money to add more satellites into our constellation. So OQ is also, OQ is a startup and has been invested by multiple venture capitals and companies. So for Aramco, Wa'ad Ventures is an investor in OQ, plus other VC funds like Vistos Fund in Greece, the big satellite company SCS, also other companies like Policies, and also the Luxembourg government. So basically what we offer is the connectivity service, so the subscription per month. We also have our own devices that allows enterprise to connect their industrial sensors into our devices and send the data to satellites. We have our own platform, and we also have our own tracking devices, and you can see this once you go into the demonstration area. We have been also working with Aramco, so we have installed the full private 5G NTN network and commissioned the ground stations in order to land the data in the kingdom and serve multiple use cases for Aramco. OQ is also a pioneer right now in the field of direct to smartphones, so we're already designing a mission and a system for connecting directly to smartphones from low Earth orbit small satellites. And we are leading this right now in Europe, and we also plan to bring this into the kingdom. We have won multiple awards globally, and one of the notable awards we got recently was from Aramco during the Space Age event. We're very proud of that. And we also won last year the Technology Excellent Award for Middle East. In addition to that, we are building different partnerships with mobile operators, but also with different clients inside Aramco. We're also working with IoT Square, which is the joint venture between PIF and STC for IoT in the kingdom, and we're trying to address multiple use cases. So regarding the demo, I just want to show that, what we've done, the satellites are passing over the kingdom, and as they pass, we are actually, on one side, we allow people to type a message and then pass this directly into the terminal and send this over our satellites, and later, once picked up by the satellite and downloaded, it will appear on the dashboard. But also we have the use case where we've been running like sensors that are collecting weather data, and this data was also transmitted over the satellites from the roof here, and then landed back into our IoT and data analytics platform. So I invite everyone after the end of the session during the break to go to the demo area and also see our products and services and see the live demo by yourself. Thank you very much. And finally, I'd like to show a short video about OQ so you can have an idea about the company and what we do.
4, 3, 2, 1, ignition.
Globally, there's an ever-increasing demand for smart IoT solutions that bridge the digital divide. These solutions empower companies and institutions across many industries by enabling progress, optimizing processes, and ensuring safety and security for their staff. OQ Technology is the world's first and fastest-growing 5G IoT satellite operator in low Earth orbit. We are headquartered in Luxembourg with a subsidiary in Saudi Arabia. With a solid track record and global coverage, we have our own ground stations and 10 satellites in orbit. Our unique dual-mode services that cater to both terrestrial and satellite requirements enable seamless and faster adoption of our revolutionary 5G IoT solutions. These solutions will fast-track digitalization and transform traditional practices and related connectivity in oil and gas, energy, logistics and transportation, as well as maritime, mining, tracking and monitoring of assets and critical infrastructure. We also sustainably support many sectors, such as environmental monitoring, agriculture and precision farming, from pest controlling innovation to the most remote locations. Step into the future with OQ Technology, where every challenge is transformed into an opportunity for growth.
Thank you, Amar, for such an interesting demo. Can I ask you some specific questions?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Before going to IoT and your partnerships, I will start with the direct-to-device. How will direct-to-device market evolve in the next 5 years, and what key trends should we anticipate?
I think we are witnessing a revolution here in the world of satellite communication. For the first time in the history of satellite communication, you see that cellular communication is coming directly to connect to satellites in orbit. This has not been seen before, and there is a lot happening right now and driving this, from connectivity of smart cars, drones, sensors, but also recently the most important thing is the direct to smartphone, where you see also like the need to be able to message or make a phone call when you are in remote and rural areas to satellites. I mean, if you look, in average per day, 750 million people go out of coverage because they are moving between urban and non-urban areas where they lose coverage, and satellites are going to play a critical role in the future to connect those people, especially for safety, search and rescue. But also you have people who doesn't have at all access to smartphones and messaging because there's no infrastructure at all. And these will be also addressed by the new NTN satellite constellations, in addition, of course, to the IoT and the machines which require that connectivity also.
Thank you, Omar. I think a lot of use cases you mentioned, smart cars, direct-to-device, other applications, and for sure IoT, which is the one you present. But what makes OQ technology different from others in the industry?
Yeah, very good question. So when we started like 8 years ago, we looked mainly into different technologies in order to address the connectivity of like millions of devices for the IoT and the machine communication market. And we realized there is one flaw with all the satellite business model, which is it's always proprietary technologies. And what we decided is we decided to go with the standard of cellular, because you don't have this problem in cellular. You have an ecosystem, you have one standard, everyone uses it, whether 3G, 4G, 5G, and that allows economies of scale. And this is why we decided to go to the MBIT over satellite. We started very early. What makes us advanced also compared to others is that we already tested the technology in orbit, we're already commercial, we have satellites, we have our spectrum, which is very important, also licensed by different agencies, and our ITU filings. Plus, we have our granted patents regarding this technology both in Europe and in the US.
Thank you. In the first panel, they talked about standards and these things. Also, Ahmed Al-Khwaitir, the VP of Aramco, mentioned the partnerships with some companies, and he mentioned OQ with the IoT use cases. Could you tell us more about the use case and the partnership with Aramco?
Yeah, so with Aramco, we have a very deep partnership. It started with 3 years ago when we looked into how we can address use cases where you have assets in remote areas that either not connected, or to connect them, you need a reliable system with low power communication, especially when you don't have power and you don't need to send people into remote areas. And this is when we started to work on these use cases and connect them and install a full infrastructure also to have the data privately in one network. You're looking at different use cases like, for example, like corrosion monitoring, tracking, pipeline monitoring, and many more, predictive maintenance. Of course, on the other side, Aramco investment arm wide also invested twice in OQ technology. And we look forward also with more collaboration, especially in the new areas in the field of direct-to-device.
Thank you. I think we have a few minutes left. Could you tell us more about, I know you have a booth outside. Could you give us just introduction or brief what you have? And if you are working in other countries in the few minutes that we have left.
Yes, thank you very much. So basically what we try to show in the demo, we have our own 5G NTN IoT terminal that is compatible with different types of sensors. So you could have a full solution, interface different types of sensors, wired or wireless, collect the data. The device knows when the satellite comes, wakes up, sends the data to the satellites, and it's then received into the enterprise platform, or whether it's private or also ours. And using that, you can deploy this anywhere, whether it's mobile or fixed assets, and you'll have that. We have already deployed this terminal, not just in the Kingdom, but we're working with many clients in different countries, like in Australia, in Africa, and other Middle East countries. We're looking into different use cases, like with cattle tracking, with agriculture, car tracking. Telematics is a big use case that we see a lot, and also for maritime and international waters. Yeah.
Thank you, Omar. I enjoyed this discussion, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much to Abdulaziz. Thank you to Omar. And as we said, if you want to find out more and actually see the technology that Omar was talking about in action, please make sure you head up to the mezzanine floor. So you need to go up past the Aramco area, and you'll be directed out to the area outside where you can see the technology demonstration from OQ, as well as the ones that are running from Viasat and OneWeb and their partners as well. So if you haven't done that yet, please make sure you go and check that out. And one more thing, during the break that's about to follow now, we also again have a poster sessions from our IEEE competition finalists. So for those of you here yesterday, you'd have seen the winner of the three winners, I should say, of the IEEE competition crowned, and all of the finalists have their posters on display down on the B level, one level down from this auditorium. And for the next hour or so, they're going to be down there, ready to answer your questions and tell you more about the work that they have been doing. So lots going on during the break, so please make sure to check those out, and make sure as well you get yourselves some of the refreshments that are being laid on by our hosts here at CST. We're amazingly finishing bang on time, so thank you, Abdulaziz, and thank you to all of our moderators keeping us to time this morning. So if I could ask everyone, please, to be back here in 45 minutes for the start of this afternoon session. So thank you very much, everyone, and we'll see you later.
cutting-edge technologies?
Help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world.
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of...
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8%...
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources? By continually asking how, we innovate.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day, asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day, asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day, asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day, asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day, asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked.
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together.
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
Help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world.
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
Change the way we think about alternative energy sources.
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked.
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together.
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
Help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world.
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
Change the way we think about alternative energy sources.
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked.
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together.
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
Help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world.
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
Change the way we think about alternative energy sources.
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked.
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together.
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
Help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world.
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
Change the way we think about alternative energy sources.
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked.
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together.
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help
technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world.
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources? By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together? By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources? By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together? By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources? By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together? By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources? By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together? By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources? By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together? By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked.
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together.
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
Help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world.
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
Change the way we think about alternative energy sources.
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked.
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together.
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our
Change the way we think about alternative energy sources.
Jordan. Isabel wants to check her slides quickly before we start. 2 seconds, this is important. Give me 2 seconds, sorry. So welcome back, everyone. And I hope that everybody has had the chance to grab some refreshments, and also, as I said before the break, had the chance to check out both our IEEE poster session, which was down on the floor below us here, and also the tech demos that are running. If you haven't had the chance to check out our tech demos, please make sure you do. You have one final opportunity, which is going to be the break we're having this afternoon. So please do go and check that out. And as we were saying yesterday, amongst those is the opportunity to see the first ever live demonstration of direct device technology here in the region. So please do go and check out our 3 tech demos if you haven't done so already. But great to have you all back here now for the start of this afternoon's sessions. Before we start the content this afternoon, we did want to just pause for a few minutes, and our hosts, ITU and CST, would like to take just a few seconds to acknowledge and thank the partner organizations who have supported this event and who have made this possible. So to do that, I would like to invite, please, up to the stage now, Mario Manovitz, Director of the Radio Communications Bureau at ITU, and Mohammed Al-Janoubi, Deputy Governor of Spectrum at CST. So we now have Mario and Mohammed here, and as I said, we would like to pass on our thanks and acknowledge and recognize the 3 partners who really have made this event possible. So first of all, I would like to say a huge thank you on behalf of our hosts to our strategic partner, Aramco, and I'd like to invite a representative from Aramco to come and join us on stage and receive a token of appreciation from our hosts. And next, we would like to say a huge thank you and again acknowledge all of the support and the involvement in the event of SSA as our futuristic partner. And finally, we would like to say a huge thank you again to our bronze sponsor, NSG, and once again would like to invite a representative to come and join us on stage to accept a token of appreciation. So once again, a big thank you to Aramco, SSA and NSG for their support, and of course to Mohammed and Mario for joining us and making the presentation there. So thank you very much, everyone. So now we're moving straight on to our next panel. So the next panel is going to be looking at the convergence of NTN with IoT, 5G, and 6G technology. So more and more we're entering into a world where technologies are converged, and of course non-terrestrial networks are a huge part of this, and looking at how different technologies are developing over the next few years and in the future, and looking at how NTN is going to evolve and be part of that future connectivity ecosystem. So delighted again to have a fantastic lineup of speakers with us to debate and to talk about these issues. So I'd like to now invite up to the stage, please, our moderator, Ivan Suarez, and our panelists, Rahim Tafazoli, Jaume Sanpera, Al-Hamidi, Al-Hamidi's not able to join us, so Abdul Hadi Al-Hassani, Jean-Hubert Lenotte, and Oliver Wick. Perfect, so we have our panelists with us. So Ivan, delighted to pass over to you and leave it in your capable hands.
All right, thanks Dan. Good to see you again. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers and certainly CST for the invitation, for putting together such a successful conference, not just in terms of content, but also as it was last year as well. The level of seniority for the networking that we've been managed to have over the past 48 hours. And on top of that, thanks for the gala dinner as well. And yeah, obviously Forum Global for supporting with the organization. I'm very excited, among other things, not just because of the topic itself, but the diversity of this panel. Just very high level, we have two well-established operators from two different regions, but obviously with regional and global reach. We have a leading startup in the NB-IoT market, which is pretty exciting. I'm sure that Jaume will talk at length on the different and recent milestones achieved. We have a leading global, truly industry leader as Professor Rahim in the remit of 5G and 6G. And what's very exciting as well that I don't get to have in many of our panels globally is having a technology automotive company or representative such as BMW in the panel. With that, I hope that I've excited you for the rest of the panel. And without further ado, I would like to start from my right all the way to my left and give the speakers a couple of minutes to talk about what's exciting in the respective organizations and some initial thoughts before we get started with the questions. Professor Rahim?
Thank you, Ivan, and good afternoon to everybody. let me just share with you a story of how we came up with the idea of what 6G should be. After nearly 10 years of successful operation of the 5G Innovation Center, which was the world's first center on 5G, in 2020, about 4 years ago, we discussed with our industry partners. We said, like Vodafone, British Telecom, Virgin Media O2, BBC, Huawei, and etc. We said, okay, 5G is a very fantastic technology and is evolving. We're going through different standards, releases, and etc. What should be in 2030 system that we call it 6G? What should it be? So we did a huge amount of brainstorming, and we said what we should do. Unanimously, everybody said we need to focus and solve the 40-year-old problem of the coverage. Because at that time, 2020, if you remember, it was called COVID. Everybody was working from home, the schools, and etc. And the importance of the broadband connectivity for all this work and professional and private things become even more clear. They said that we need to solve this problem of ubiquitous broadband coverage everywhere. And we said, okay, it is my job to translate this one into technologies that we need to develop. So that, first of all, we have one system like 5G or 4G or whatever it is, terrestrial system. It is not really cost effective, it's not energy efficient to provide ubiquitous universal coverage everywhere. This is the case. Indoor, outdoor, rural areas, and etc. We said, no, it has to be a convergence and unification between space and terrestrial system. And going one step further, we said, from a user's point of view, it should be transparent to the user with the same phone, whether it's connected through satellite or space, UAV, apps, or terrestrial system, should just use the same terminal, the same device, the same sort of services, irrespective of the location we are in. Hence, the full integration between satellite and terrestrial system started off, and we are leading now a large UK-wide project. It's called Towards Ubiquitous, an open and resilient future network, which is three-dimensional network of a space and terrestrial system with the 25 industry and academic partners. We are working on full and integration and unification between space, TN, as well as the non-terrestrial system. I will tell you more about it during this session, but I allow my colleagues to say their own piece first.
Right. Thanks a lot, Professor. And I would like to continue with Jaume. Sateliot is in a very interesting position, in a very exciting position currently when it comes to NTN, complementarity, and so on. Jaume, what are your initial thoughts?
Thanks, Ivan. Thank you, Rahim, because you have defined exactly what we are doing. It's integrating terrestrial and non-terrestrial. I'm Jaume Sampera. I'm the founder and CEO of Sateliot. At Sateliot, we are deploying the first in the world 5G IoT satellite constellation. And when we say 5G IoT, we mean NB-IoT protocol implemented in a satellite, fully transparent with the devices. We do not have any device, okay? When somebody brings their own device, it means it's not a standard, okay? We use fully standard devices that are already in the market, Release 17, of course, with the last firmware update. And the good news is that we just launched, 16th of August, the first the first part of our satellite constellation, commercial satellite constellation. And with this, we will start very, very soon the commercialization of the services all around the world with global coverage of this fully standard and integrated with the MNOs, with terrestrial service.
Thank you, Jaume. We'll talk a little bit more about the project Satellio through the panel. Arabsat went through a couple of very interesting changes, in terms of like changing a brand, targeting the markets that it had already under its footprint. I would like to hear a little bit more, Mr. Al-Sani, on what's new in Arabsat.
I wish changing the brand will do the trick, but unfortunately it doesn't. So we need to change more than the brand itself. Arabsat has been in the business for 4 decades, as most of you know. Now we're a semi-global satellite operator, and we've seen it all. We started. I need to get closer to the microphone. We've seen the evolution of the technology. It started with just basic telephony and then just basic DTH services, and then moving into more mass DTH services and getting into the broadband business. And now we're trying to stay abreast with the seismic change that is happening and the ubiquity of the satellite networks, and the demands that are the expectations of the satellite connectivity solutions that are abreast. And to stay on the topic 5G NTN, we're to be aligned with what's happening, the changes in the industry. We are adopting the regenerative payload concept in our GEO satellites. Our upcoming satellite, which will be launched in a couple of years' time, will have the latest digital transparent payload made by one of the best manufacturers in the world, Thales Alenia Space. That's a 6th generation DTP. And we're hoping that will keep us in line with what's happening in the industry in terms of evolutionary changes. However, one of the challenges is the technology now is preceding the standards. You know, the regenerative payload technology is not going to be until release 19 in the standard. So it's a chicken and egg problem that we have to deal with, but we have to keep abreast. And it's a huge investment, hundreds of millions of US dollars. But unless you make those changes, you'll be left out of the market. So hopefully we're trying to stay aligned with the changes, and hopefully we'll be ready for the future.
Fantastic, and I love when we start talking about, openly talking about the challenges that different operators and kind of like parts of the supply chain or the technology chain rather go through. So I really like that you mentioned those comments from the get-go. Jean-Hubert, OneWeb is obviously a completely different player. We're going from GSO to NGSO. Can you talk to us a little bit about what the company is doing from a strategic point of view?
Sure. Thank you very much. So first, very happy to be here, and thank you for the invitation. It's a very well-organized conference. Eutelsat OneWeb is indeed one of the 2 players that has today a functioning LEO constellation on top of our GEO satellites. So we have a fleet of 35 GEO satellites, but we have a functioning LEO constellation quite well, as a matter of fact. And very interestingly, this constellation is already using a derivative of 4G, not 5G, but 4G. It was not yet standardized. However, when you think about the technical aspect of LEO constellation, implementing a waveform which is derived from 4G or 5G actually optimizes the QS. So we are very happy with that. But of course, going towards 5G, as we think about the future constellations, and having 5G standardized, part of the standards, will clearly be a big plus. This is about what we are discussing in this conference. Clearly, the objective is to be able to connect all the unconnected people, but as well to provide better connection to so many use cases, starting, of course, with shared connectivity for enterprise, for maritime, for airplanes, but as well the future use cases that will be more about typically land mobility. I'm sure we'll talk about that. So that's why 5G is critical. To be now a bit more specific on what we are doing, We are working precisely on standardization just to make sure that it happens soon enough. So release 18, release 19, really the focus. We are working on demonstrations because it's very important to make sure that we have the use cases and that there is a traction in the market. In particular, from the equipment, we need to have the demonstration that it does work, it has benefits, so that the equipment manufacturer will implement the standards, 5G standards, in their future equipment. And of course, then we are, as we think about our future deployment, we are preparing 5G. So first on the ground with transparent satellites, and then when we will be ready, which is more probably 3, 4, 5 years after, on the satellite as well. So with regenerative payloads. So we are preparing all that, and very exciting because this is further going to accelerate what we already see in the satellite industry today, with significant growth and opportunities for all of us.
Thanks a lot for that. I'd just like to stop for 5 seconds to get your attention to Oliver's title, because it's actually one of the coolest job titles that I've seen, right? A futurist and technology scout. Oliver, can you talk to us a little bit about what BMW is doing?
Thank you, Ivan. First of all, yes, I'm technology scout at BMW, and a technology scout has to identify new technologies, check out that, yes, is this a buzzword or is it real technology with a benefit for us? And then, this is the most difficult topic, bring a new technology into a corporate, into a company, yes. And you know, nobody will change the life, but I think there you have to learn new things. And exactly, I think it's not a coincidence that Eutelsat or OneWeb is in the neighbor from my side. 2018, I went to our tech office in Mountain View, yes, and there I came to the tech office and someone knocked on my door and said, okay, Oliver, here we have a startup which has 2 billion funding. And I thought, what, 2 billion? It's not possible. And yes, that was the first version of OneWeb, yes, and we decided, okay, we are in the transformation from a thumb car into a connected car, yes, and so we need connectivity in the car, yes, from terrestrial network, it's obvious, and now we are some rural, or there are some rural areas, and we have to think about, okay, what's now? And so it came the idea, okay, let us make a short proof of concept together with OneWeb, yes, and I have to say, yes, it was great. And that was the impulse for us, for BMW, to think about how can we bring this technology into the car. And to be honest, I think that is a whole ecosystem, yes? I cannot use only OneWeb for that in order to implement in the car. No way. Standardization is necessary, yes? And a lot of more. And so I think from 2018 until now, there are a long time, 6 years, but nevertheless, I think from technology scouting topic, I finished my job inside BMW, yeah? Now we have a development team, it's running this topic, yes, to implement all the topics for non-terrestrial network. Yes, and so I will come to say thank you to CST for the conference, and very important topic is thank you also for some shuttles in front of the venue here. Yes, you see there was some 7 series, and the 7 series is full packed with features for you as a customer, which is very necessary, the topic of connectivity. I will come in my talk to this topic that you understand what are use cases are implemented in the car, and in rural areas, yeah, we need non-terrestrial network for that.
All right, thanks a lot, Oliver. I will pose a very open question before we go into the specifics of each of your organization's interest and areas of focus. Through the conference, we've talked about NTN in different ways, shapes, forms, and in specifics. I would like to get your 30-second view on why is NTN truly going to be transformative when it comes to 5G deployment or complementing this deployment worldwide. I will emphasize the 30 seconds to 1 minute because we have a lot of questions and would like to go through some of those. Professor.
Okay, 30 seconds. Integration satellite and terrestrial, it improves resilience of the network and availability. That's one thing. The second is ubiquitous connectivity. The third thing is satellite can provide some services that terrestrially it is not economically viable, like Earth observation, positioning, navigation, and time, and also as well as mobile broadband communication. For me, the most transformative aspect the satellite can provide is direct to handheld, direct to smartphone. That will change the whole game for the satellite industry, and this is a turning point for space industry, in my opinion. Okay, that's 30 seconds.
Fantastic. I was really trying not to talk about direct-to-device in this panel, but it's going to be impossible. Jama, what are your thoughts?
For us, the transformative point is a standard device. Till today, if you want to connect something in the middle of nowhere, you need a proprietary device that it costs $200, $300 each. We are talking, there are no economies of scale. It's absolutely impossible to have economies of scale in the satellite industry as the one that the mobile industry has. We are talking that the devices that any MNO, any mobile operator are using, they are in the range of the $5 to $10 per device. This is absolutely disruptive. Once you could have one of these devices to have the same connectivity in the middle of Riyadh and in the middle of the desert, change everything, okay? It's the gate to open the massive IoT connectivity, the digitalization of the rural areas.
Yes, I mean, it's a very obvious question, but the devil is in the details. I mean, we have the terrestrial ecosystem and we have the non-terrestrial ecosystem or the satellite ecosystem as it stands currently. These two systems are currently, as the way they stand, they're separate, they're enclosed in their own territories, they're competing with each other, they're fighting tooth and nail on spectrum and regulations and everything. The idea of 5G NTN is, can we bring these two ecosystems together into a unified ecosystem that will do scalability, ubiquity, connecting unconnected, creating economy of scale, addressing new use cases. That is the ultimate beautiful goal. But like I said, the devil is in the details, and we can talk about that more in the discussion.
Fantastic. Janubach?
My colleagues have said a lot. I would as well vote for resilience, really integrating the two several networks, including satellite terrestrial, is very important for resilience. It is, of course, important for ubiquity. We have already ubiquity with satellite, but the fact that it will be truly integrated will be so important in certain use cases. And in fact, it leads to my third point, which is, really new usages. And not to be nice with my colleagues on the panel, but I think that land mobility and generally IoT will be two use cases that will truly benefit from this integration. Today, in fact, we have already, just to highlight why, we have already connectivity on planes. In fact, connectivity on planes does not rely so much on the integration. Why? Because on planes, anyway, you need satellite, you cannot use terrestrial, except, of course, at the airport, at the hub. That's same for maritime, most cases. But typically, when we talk about land mobility and what will happen in BMWs, not only the 7 Series, this is really where integration plays a key role. And so those new usages will really benefit.
How's it looking like in BMW?
Okay. Yes, I will be a little bit the Mike Tyson here in this round. Yes, that means for me is NTN, sorry to say, at least is in this point, not transformative or disruptive. Yes, I will explain that a little bit. We make an survey, yes, what has NTN on our present use cases for influence, yes, and we found out we have no further use case for that, for the new use case, yes. I think we think about NTN as an extension of terrestrial network in rural areas, sure. And actually, I think this is the great behavior of NTN, but it is very important. Yes, you can imagine every car maker has to implement the e-call. Yes, that is an emergency call if something has happened, an accident or whatever. But if the accident happened in a desert or in the rural areas, you have no way. Yes, I think it's quite similar to the effect from the iPhone with the SMS. Yes, if you are in the mountains in the area, you have no way to contact if you have an accident. I think that is really a very important point. Yes, why I said that is actual not, we see it actual not the transformative way. I would say I have not a crystal ball on my desk, yes, but nevertheless I see some trends regarding a car will be a software-defined device. Yes, and if you think about a software-defined device, then you need more or less 100% connectivity over the time and over the places. Yes, and then we can imagine that some functionalities we can move from the car to the cloud or to the edge or wherever. Yes, and then we have the possibility for total new business cases or use cases or whatever. So I think NTN and TN, and to be honest, I think we will make no difference in the future. In 6G, they are more or less merged. We see it in release 17 and the next releases. So I think, I feel, from my perspective, the connectivity, NTN, TN, hubs, etc., will have an disruptive impact in the future for the future of land mobile.
Fantastic. I really like the thoughts we've exchanged in the panel. I'm going to be a bit of an advocate for kind of like a number of countries that I tend to work on quite a bit, right? I spend a large part of my time traveling across the African continent, for example, right? One of the current discussions is whether we are having a kind of like a two-speed deployment of 5G globally, in some parts of the world, it being in a very nascent stage. With that, the only thing I want to point out and kind of like ask the panel is whether NTN is going to solve this issue and whether we are going to see that, kind of like constantly referable leapfrogging across different regions. For those that want to answer and those that don't have a thought on it, I have too many more questions.
Yeah, I mean, we have to be careful with not to leaving the unconnected part of the world or population, which is 2.7 billion people unconnected, leave them behind. So I think from the standardization point of view, we need to progress both terrestrial as well as the satellite at the same pace. Unification between satellite and terrestrial system will help with the economy of scale and hopefully will reduce the cost for this unconnected world, which they can probably afford or become more affordable to use the system wherever they are. So I think one of the important aspects of the unification between space and terrestrial system is the economy of scale. And hopefully it will reduce, I think that you mentioned the devices which is available for terrestrial, should be able to use it for satellite as well.
I want to ask something about what Oliver has said, okay? I fully agree with Oliver, okay? The disruption of the NTN, is not disruptive, okay? And let me explain it, okay? Because there are no new use cases today, okay? It's exactly the same use case, exactly the same SIM, the same device, the same provider in the middle of nowhere. And this is the disruption. This is the reason why the speed of implementation of NTN will be several times, okay, the classical satellite deployment, because there is no disruption. All the customers that we have already signed, they are using the same device that they are already using in other places, the same use cases that they have already experimented, the same benefits that they already know that they had, okay? And this is the disruption. The disruption is to take, to do the same in places where today is absolutely impossible.
If I'm allowed to disagree with my colleague here, I think NTN, or in general, creating more connectivity infrastructure automatically opens up new cases, whether we like it or not, or whether we realize that or not. And I made a comment during the last satellite show in Washington, D.C., and I was on a panel and I said, believe it or not, the biggest and the most visible company at the satellite show was an agriculture equipment company, John Deere. And why were they? They were there because they were looking for connectivity solutions, and that connectivity solution was given to them by Starlink. And as another example, in this conference, the platinum sponsor or the biggest sponsor of this event and with the strong is Aramco, an oil and gas company. Why is Aramco involved in a conference like this? Because they are looking for connectivity solutions, because they want to take their business and industry to the next level. 5G NTN is not a silver bullet. It's not going to solve all the issues. There are still major difficulties that needs to be addressed. And you use the example of 5G. I mean, let's just take the example of terrestrial 5G networks. The mobile network operators cannot agree on a spectrum to be used for 5G. I mean, some use sub-millimeter, some use the mid-band, some use the millimeter. Some countries use the millimeter band. So it's a long road. It's going to, standardization is just the easiest part, although it's moving slowly. But there is more to be done in order to have that. And it's not going to solve every problem. However, it's going to open up a world of opportunities. It's going to open up endless use cases where things we never thought of as a use case come up, and they become an absolute need for everybody. So,
fantastic. Jacobert?
I will try to summarize, take back some of the comments that were made. I think the question is 5G NTN going to accelerate 5G overall? Generally, I would say in the short term, the answer is no. I think we should be modest to recognize that satellite is today a very small portion of the connectivity available to people. And that when you are a telecom operator, when I talk to, be it Deutsche Telekom or many telecom operators, they are not going to change their plan on 5G deployment because we are bringing 5G on satellites. That's not true. However, what is going to happen, and I think that will accelerate once we have the new use cases, is that the vision of a network that certain telecom operators have, including, by the way, Deutsche Telekom is one of them. That vision will probably accelerate, and again, it will come with use cases. Land mobility is probably one, and that will indeed develop use cases that are good both for satellite and for mobile. But I think that will take some time to come because we need those new use cases to be installed, to be demonstrated, to have indeed the true business benefit, and that will take some time. So in the short term, no, it will not accelerate 5G.
Fantastic. I love a little bit of disagreement in any panel, so I truly appreciate that. Oliver, I'm going to kind of like shift the question a little bit with you. Apologies for not letting you get there, but since we are getting into application use cases, in many instances when And this is a problem of the satcoms industry that we tend to have. We only look at what we are doing, essentially, sometimes. How resilient our networks are going to be, what the next generation is going to look like. And when it comes to industry players, as we call it, in other verticals, or rather in the verticals that we are servicing, we tend to see them as passive as time. As in not necessarily getting involved in the discussion so much. This is obviously a misconception, and I would like to hear a little bit more about what BMW does, for example, through 5G and so on.
Yes, now I have to disagree. We are not passive in this way, yes. And I will explain that why. One topic which we never mentioned in this panel was the topic of standardization, yes? And how is the automotive industry organized regarding exactly this topic? And so I would like to introduce a consortium which is called 5GAA. That's the 5G Automotive Association. Yes, and there are more or less the big automotive manufacturers, then the important first tiers like Bosch or ZF or whatever. Yes, then I would say some mobile network operators like the Telecom, Verizon, etc. And also, very, very important for that, some new SAT companies, yes, they joined to us, heavily invited to that. And last but not least, you know, we need also the chipset makers. If the chipset makers doesn't implement the standards, we have no chance. Yes, and so Qualcomm or MediaTek is also in this consortia, and there we run exactly this topic. And I think BMW was one of the leading companies which it initiated a work item, non-terrestrial network, leading from my colleague Olaf Eckert. And in result of this, I would say, technical report, we have now a common set of requirements, more or less for the ground terminal, yes, in a car. And I think this will enable an industrialization for all the satcom terminal providers, where we agreed in the automotive industry on a basic set of requirements. And so I have to say, we are not passive in that way. We went also to Brussels, yes, and said to the Iris Square Consortia, yes, please don't forget an user equipment as a car. Yes, if you look to the 3GPP, you will not see any car in there. Yes, but a car is a very important user equipment and has some different requirements regarding speed, yes, and in this way. And I think so we initiated some activities regarding non-terrestrial network also on the level of ETSI, 3GPP, and 5GAA.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Professor, I know you had some additional comments on that, maybe?
Yeah, I think let's define, among ourselves, what we mean by use case. We can't just say there is no use case. To me, a use case is a case application that has a business case. If it doesn't make sense business-wise, it's not a use case. So the best use case from unification of the terrestrial and non-terrestrial network, the best use case is universal coverage with quality coverage. And the second use case, because of this integration, because of what has been defined by ITU, IMT 2030, is the integration of sensing into the communication. And sensing into communication, and that same thing applies to the the satellite system as well. So satellite can sense the whole Earth. It opens up many applications for agriculture, for land security, for positioning, for navigation, for time, which is better to be provided by the space, the terrestrial system. So we need to open our minds a little bit about use cases, and in addition to and see what use cases makes a business case. That's the one thing. In addition to all of this integration in space and terrestrial communication and sensing. It would enable real-time integration and convergence between physical and digital world. So I think these are some of the use cases that we see that is gonna happen by this convergence of the space terrestrial sensing communication, as well as with AI and etc. that is gonna come. So I just wanted to add that one on the use cases.
And that's quite important. I don't know if there is any reactions to Professor Rahim's comments by any chance from anyone from the panel. Joe?
I think that it's important also to distinguish the direct-to-device, okay, and IoT. In IoT, the different use cases that we have found, it's the ones that today do not require real-time connectivity. This, which is absolutely unusual in direct-to-device, okay, is the usual case in IoT. IoT, we have to think, okay, that we are talking about devices that are in the middle of nowhere that requires battery, and then they want to send as few messages as possible in order that the battery lasts as much as possible. Then there are a lot of use cases that with few satellites as the one that we are having today, they are perfectly happy, okay, that they have enough service with 1, 2, 3 messages per day, which is not the same use cases that need logistics, okay, that needs almost real time, or 1 message per hour, or an alarm that needs real time. Okay, then the different use cases needs different infrastructure, and the capability of deploying phase by phase this infrastructure is that what allows us to deploy the service today instead of having to invest the full satellite constellation before starting to deliver any of those.
Thanks for that distinction, John, which I think is pretty important, right? I'll come back to kind of like speeds, latency, KPIs just in a second. But before I do that, you wanted to add something?
Yes, I wouldn't agree that we should be bogged down by defining specific use cases before we lay out an architecture. Use cases are sometimes used to validate, to test, to really prove the concept itself, but they should not be the driving force behind an architecture. The driving force is literally very simple. It is not acceptable that 2.6 billion people are living off the grid. It is just simply not acceptable. It is not acceptable that when there is a natural disaster or there is a man-made disaster, catastrophe in a country, people are totally unconnected and they're off the grid, and they cannot even get basic aid. Connectivity, resilience of the networks, that should be the driving force behind new architectures. We can look at use cases, is this going to bring in the bacon, as they say, or bring in the money? Is this use case going to, solve my business model? But in general, the main business case is ubiquity, resilience of the networks, connecting the unconnected, which should be the driving force behind any TN, NTN architecture. That's just my 2 cents piece.
Thank you for that, by the way. Jean-Robert?
Yes, I actually agree with that, at least for the short term. So I'll try to. For the short term, really, when we think about the use cases today that we see for OneWeb, with huge customer demand, and this demand is first and foremost, can I be covered? Can I have a service which is simple to install? That indeed will provide the right quality of service, the right throughput today, at the right cost, of course, and very simple to install and to maintain. So that's really very basic. And the market, in particular, we are focusing on B2B. The market for simply enterprise is going to grow extremely strongly over the next year because we have such services in LEO with the right latency, with the right simple user terminal, and indeed with a certainty that it can be integrated in the current enterprise networks very easily. So that's the first use case for sure. And then in the long term, we have the other future new use cases, as we discussed before, including land mobility IoT.
Oliver, I mean, we're talking generally about use cases. I mean, the the connected car, my bad, in itself is a use case, right? But I would like to dig a little bit deeper and ask you, within this big use case, what is the, kind of like the burning opportunity for BMW and any other car manufacturers as well?
Yeah, I would like to make a use case a little bit tangible for you, yes. We defined at the 5GAA and also at BMW 3 classes of use cases. Yes, and I will explain the first and the third one. The first one, these are narrowband use cases. Yes, and you could imagine if you have a BMW app on your phone, you can send the target to your BMW, yes, and you have not to control the target in the car. That is one thing, but you can also switch on your air condition. That is also a narrowband use case in this way. And there are a lot of more. And if you sit down in 7 Series in the back, then you will have the feature of an big, huge display. Yes, there you can see with the Amazon Fire TV streams. And for sure, this is not narrowband, that's not wideband, this is broadband use case. Yes, and so I think we standardized more or less these 2, 3 use cases and collect a lot of sub-use cases underneath. Yes, and this is our intention to handle use cases. And if I make some future forecast, yes, for sure, we will implement at first the narrowband use case. Yes, there we can use direct-to-device technology in the car. Yes, and at least someone later, we need a phased array, and you could imagine our designers are not very happy about a phased array, yes? We have to hide this phased array, or we have to integrate it in a glass roof, though we have a lot of work to integrate broadband into a car.
Fantastic, thanks for that. I want to, we don't have a lot of time, so probably just a couple of seconds, whoever feels strongly about answering this one. I mean, within the IT world, as you know, we've spent quite a bit of time in developing IMT 2020, IMT 2030, creating kind of like the different KPIs and socializing them, right, with industry. Even the title of this panel, or rather the summary, talks about ultra fast and low latency. Is this the only KPIs that we need to be focusing on? I mean, you've just spoken about narrowband as your first kind of like, roll out in terms of connectivity. Is this the wrong approach, that everything has to be as fast as streaming Netflix, if Netflix works within the place?
Yeah. We learned from 5G not to start defining KPIs and then develop the use cases. That was wrong. What we need to do, we start with a use case, we say what KPIs we need for those use cases. So 10 times lower latency, 100 times more capacity, etc. It doesn't make sense. So this is the biggest lesson. And for 6G, we need to be aware of that, not to define all these KPIs that we don't have a use case for.
Any other reaction?
I think that when we talk about, because we all know, the market in general believe, okay, that the solution is real. We have to take into account, okay, that all the constellations till today have gone through a band drop, okay. Then we have to design a solution that it's the solution that the final user needs, but at the same time, it's economically sustainable. Then I fully agree with you, okay, that we have to start with those use cases, okay, that the market is demanding. And of course, we cannot deliver Netflix in the middle of nowhere because a real constellation, it have a global coverage, and then you cannot focus your coverage in specific places where maybe there is somebody that is willing to pay. Okay? Then we believe, okay, that to do something that delivers benefit from day one, even that it's that it's not continuous coverage, even that it's not broadband, okay, it's the best way to serve the market.
Fantastic.
Yes, before we talk about KPIs, I think it's very important to realize where we are, where we stand with regards to 5G NTN on the, if I want to use an example, the Gartner hype curve. I think we're now at the peak of the expectations. Maybe it's an illusion, and pretty soon I think we're gonna hit a reality check, and we're gonna be at the trough of disappointment before it starts picking up again and we reach that plateau of productivity. Once we're over the hype, once we're over really we hit the ground and we understand exactly what are we looking for, how much is it going to cost, what are we talking about in terms of spectrum sharing, spectrum harmonization, in terms of capex investments, what is the role of government, regulators, OEMs in this whole entire ecosystem. I think the KPIs will just roll themselves out and it just becomes, but we need to get over that psychological barrier.
Point taken. Jean-Bert.
Thank you. Because your question is about regulation, I would just like to say very simply that 5G non-terrestrial will require significant investment from satellite operators, sometimes depending on what service, sometimes very significant. And what I will say is, I think not new, however, to be reminded that in that case, we need visibility on regulation. We need clear regulation for the long term with visibility. And we need as well that those regulations allow competition. There are attempts from certain players to impose regulation that will create a market where you have only one constellation with 12,000 satellites or 30,000 satellites. That is not acceptable. This is not good for anyone around this room and in the ecosystem going forward. So we need to ensure that this is well seen and not happening.
Final comments, Oliver. We're going to have to wrap up the panel, so I'll give it to you.
Yes, short statement. Let us move together between connectivity, industry, and automotive. I think that's a great ecosystem, and we have to force that.
Also a bit of a biased final comment in terms of automotive, and I like it. So thanks a lot to the panel. Thanks a lot to the audience for your attention. Thanks, Dan, for allowing us a couple more minutes. And yeah, a round of applause for my panelists, please.
Yeah, thank you to our panelists, and Ivan, of course, thank you to you for guiding us through that discussion as well. So thank you all very much indeed. So we're moving straight on, and next up we have our second keynote presentation of this year's summit. So our first keynote presentation we heard yesterday from Anil Kumar Lahote from India, from TRAI in India, from a regulatory perspective, on his perspective on the future growth of NTN and use cases in India. Now it's time with our second keynote to hear from the industry perspective and the satellite operator perspective. And delighted to have with us Isabel Mauro, Director General of JSOA, who's going to be providing a presentation on the integration of non-terrestrial networks in the future connectivity landscape. Isabel, if I can invite you to the stage, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dan, and good afternoon, everybody. It's really a pleasure to be here in Rio, and thanks to CST to host this event. Many of you are familiar with JSOA, I hope, and the ones who are not, we represent 70 members from the from the satellite ecosystem, operators in all orbits, from LEO, MEO to GEOs, and also Earth observation operators, manufacturers, launchers, and ground segment. And our mission is clear, and I'm actually glad, after all we heard yesterday and this morning, that our mission seems to be totally aligned with what was discussed here today, which is to enable universal, meaningful connectivity to bridge the digital divide and to foster innovation worldwide, and really help connect those 2.6 billion people that we heard so much about in the last 2 days that are still not online. So if we look at the digital era, it has advanced at such giant steps in recent years that the biggest challenge really that we have is to ensure that no one is left behind. And in this common mission that we all share of connecting everyone, as we heard, non-terrestrial networks, in particular satellite, are really playing a transformative role in the connectivity landscape of today and of the future. So, unfortunately, when you arrive on 1.5 day of, speakers, I don't think I have anything new to say to what you've already heard. So maybe take this as a kind of a wrap-up of everything that you've heard and putting in those 10 minutes a summary of what my predecessor speakers said today and yesterday. And I just want to really share a few thoughts on the role of NTNs, how we can maximize their integration into the future networks, and the potential that these really can bring to this region and other parts of the world. So as I said, in recent years, NTN and especially satellite have moved from being seen really as a supplementary infrastructure to become a core element when you think of global connectivity strategies. And this shift has been driven essentially by 3 factors. First one is that we have an incredible expanding digital demand. We've heard this, the increased demand for reliable, secure, high capacity and ubiquitous connectivity in urban, rural and remote areas cannot be met solely by terrestrial networks. The second factor is that we have seen incredible innovation in satellite, especially in the 3, 4, 5, last years. So not only it's the rise of LEOs, which we hear a lot about, but also we've seen incredible innovation in GEO satellite and the enhanced capabilities of MEO as well, as we heard from SCS earlier on today. All of this has really revolutionized satellite capabilities. And they now offer high data throughput, reduced latency, and scalable deployment options. And finally, the third factor is the cross-sector applications that we are seeing. So sectors like we heard, agriculture, oil and gas, logistics, defense are increasingly reliant on NTN networks for IoT applications, data transfer, and secure communications. So if we take this combination of factors, this really positions NTNs as indispensable components of the future connectivity framework. And the integration of NTNs into terrestrial networks, especially when, as we heard, we talk about 5G and 6G and beyond, all of this is really redefining what we call traditional connectivity. And unlike previous approaches where we had satellite integration, which was more, if you want, an afterthought, as we saw with 3GPP release 17, when we think of networks now, really the networks are now being designed in convergence from the very onset. And this is something that is currently happening in the standards body and 3GPP if you think of release 18 and 19. So this satellite inclusion in the 3GPP ecosystem that we've seen in the last 2-3 years is really a testament to the increasing collaboration that we are seeing across industries in order to help build economies of scales that we heard from Rahim earlier on, and really increase the digital outreach. And to this aim of getting closer cooperation between industries, we signed, as you saw, an agreement with GSMA earlier on at Mobile World Congress in February, but also with ESA, the European Space Agency, in order to really accelerate this integration of networks. So by building on the integration of NTN into 5G and 6G, this will really also leverage the most advantageous characteristics of satellite communications, which are coverage, reliance, and accelerated deployment. And this unified approach is set to revolutionize vertical sectors. We heard about automotive sector, but also aviation and many others. But in particular, and I think our colleague from BMW mentioned that, in particular the mobility sector such as aviation, maritime, but also connected cars. Two other areas that are set to thrive, and we've heard about it from one of our members, Satcom, later today, but also from many others of our members who spoke about D2D, so IoT and D2D. One of the key advantages of NTN is their ability, of course, to provide seamless and reliable connectivity to IoT devices, regardless of their location. And this is particularly valuable for industries like precision agriculture, logistics, disaster management, where operational efficiency relies on real-time data. And it is also set to revolutionize how we can bring critical services to open a multitude of opportunities to communities, small businesses in remote areas. And I think this is really important because we keep talking about 2.6 billion people that are not connected. But let's imagine how many billions of devices are going to be connected. And at the moment, these are absolutely concentrated in urban and developed areas. So this ability to bring IoT and other services to remote and rural areas are really crucial. If we think of D2D service, this also presents promising opportunities. I think we've heard about it so much about yesterday and today. Facilitating seamless communications without the need for traditional terrestrial infrastructure, again, especially in areas where it does not make sense to lay out, deploy base stations, which are directly supporting mobile coverage extension. So the two variants that we've heard about of D2D, MSS and MS, have been extensively discussed over the last 2 days, and the pros and cons of each variant will continue to be debated both at ITU and also at national administration level, and this is something that as the industry association, we are increasingly involved in responding to consultations, in national administrations about this D2D and how we are going to approach policies around D2D. So by integrating these satellite capabilities into mobile ecosystems, D2D connectivity, as you heard, promises to bridge significant mobile coverage gaps, improve user expectations, which is absolutely critical, and expand market opportunities in communications. And as NTN and terrestrial networks converge, they enable devices to transition, of course, seamlessly, smoothly between different types of connectivity. And let's not forget that the consumer, and you and I, we really do not care whether we are being connected by satellite or mobile. I don't want to know. All I want to know is that it's going to be affordable, that it's going to be seamless, it's going to be simple. And I think as industry, as policymakers, we should never forget that this should be our final aim when we talk about D2D and integration. But if we look closer at satellite mobile integration, sources from NSR indicate that in the next 7 to 8 years, the market will grow to $50 billion US. And it is starting with emergency and SMS, as we are seeing today, but the bulk of service revenue will, of course, come from data. The graph on the right hand, as well as ABI research, also found a graphical way to represent some of the ongoing partnerships across the two variants of D2D. And these partnerships between telecoms and satellite operators are set to maximize connectivity through shared resources and innovative business model, having a potential coverage footprint of more than 2 billion subscribers on D2D services. And I think it is our responsibility, I don't know if my former colleague from GSMA is in the room, but I think it is really our responsibility to work together to find those business models. And I think Mokar earlier mentioned the roadmap that we need to establish together jointly as an industry. And it is really our responsibility to find those business models that are going to make sense for both industries and for others. So, as we talk about all this wonderful potential of D2D and end-to-end integration, let's not forget that, we need to ensure that we have a supportive regulatory framework to make this happen and to make it be successful. So regulators in the room today, policymakers, you also play a central role in shaping the integration of terrestrial and non-terrestrial networks. And some of the key priorities that should be taken into consideration when establishing policy frameworks are a few that are going to be outlined here. One is regulatory certainty. Policies must be forward-looking and adaptable to foster innovation and investment. Second, we need to reduce some existing barriers. So streamlining licensing and lowering excessive fees is really going to be enabling, to accelerate deployment. Third, licensing frameworks. We need to develop flexible licensing regimes to ensure compliance without jeopardizing innovation. Fourth, spectrum. Spectrum, spectrum, and spectrum. This is the oxygen for our industry. It's the oxygen as well for the mobile industry. But we need to allocate sufficient spectrum to FSS and MSS to ensure the future capability of NTN and to avoid fragmentation. So WRC 27 will be key to a globally harmonized approach. And finally, cross-border collaboration, where we coordinate these spectrum policies, but also public-private partnerships, where we align government efforts with private operators to ensure faster deployment to the benefits of unconnected citizens. And here in the Kingdom, with your strategic location, investment and innovation, and diverse connectivity needs, you are really well positioned to be a lead in fostering innovation and collaboration in this sector. So, as we look at all this landscape again, one of the things that we really need to also be very responsible and mindful of is, of course, that we need to keep space safe. We heard it yesterday, we heard it today. And as the satellite continues to grow and innovate, it's really important that we work together to maximize the use, the access to, and the benefit from space resources to promote the sustainable use of space. As such, as an industry, GSOA signed a code of conduct on space sustainability last year, where we're looking at minimizing collision risk and non-trackable debris, where we are looking at preserving human life in space and protect optical astronomy. And in addition to all this commitment that we made in these 4 areas, we also committed to engage with policymakers, with regulators, to really look at the timely deployment of regulations and implementation of this regulation in a timely and appropriate manner. So to conclude, the integration of NTN and TN, of course, offers an unprecedented opportunity to transform global connectivity. I believe I am a champion on that. I made it my mission when I joined GSOA last year, having come from the mobile sector, and I've been worked in the mobile sector for 15 years. I believe in joining forces, in leveraging the mix of technology, in maximizing the respective strengths that each technology is offering. And only by maximizing and unifying, we can really build true economies of scale, deliver resilient, ubiquitous, and reliable connections on land, at sea, in the air, and in every part of the world. And so I really we look forward to work with all of you and to really create a future where connectivity truly knows no bound on Earth or in space. Thank you.
Isabel, thank you so much. And to hear what's happening within the industry and also that call for collaboration and working together, I think really is the way forward. So thank you so much for that, Isabel. Next, we're moving straight on to our 4th technology demonstration. So Aramco and SES have been working together on a project that has been using multi-orbit satellite communications to demonstrate opportunities for connectivity of this type to drive industrial efficiency, and delighted to now have representatives from Aramco and SES to come and talk about this and tell us more. So if I could invite to the stage, please, our moderator, Mohammed Kiami, Information Technology Solutions Engineer at Aramco, and Nadine Allen, who's Global Head of Enterprise and Cloud at SES. If I could invite you both to the stage, please. Perfect. Mohammed, over to you.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you, all of you. I would like to welcome you all to this technical demonstration showcasing actually the collaboration between Saudi Aramco and SES. This collaboration is basically one of our current initiatives to revolutionize our current oil and gas operations. We are pleased to present actually how Aramco is evaluating SES next generation satellite constellation to achieve digital transformation and transform actually the connectivity within the energy sector and enable industrial automation. In the upcoming proof of concept video, you will see firsthand how Aramco is leading the way in adopting cutting-edge technology for its efficient operations. The video will illustrate actually how SES next generation satellite constellation or medium Earth orbit satellite can enable advanced applications deriving digital transformation within the energy sector. We are proud of this collaboration and its impactful innovation that it can bring to the industry on the energy sector. Now, let's dive down into the demonstration and see the video that evaluate SES next generation satellite constellation.
Someone here is being left in the shadows, and here, and even here. On these remote sites, a world of opportunity slips away. Without robust cloud connectivity, they remain disconnected from the transformative power of AI and machine learning. Groundbreaking tools that could ignite a revolution in safety, efficiency, and innovation. To address the challenges of connecting industrial locations, Aramco, the leader in the energy industry and pioneer in adopting cutting-edge technology for efficient operations, has been working with SES to test groundbreaking connectivity solutions. With SES's next-generation satellite communications system, O3b mPOWER, Aramco is preparing to future-ready its operations and make a significant impact on Saudi Arabia's enterprise landscape. Today, we are proud to demonstrate how this innovative technology will make a difference. SES's next-generation MEO satellite network, called O3b mPOWER, offers exceptional performance and reliability, supporting Aramco's initiative in driving digital transformation and industrial automation in the energy sector. With O3b mPOWER, energy operations can transmit terabytes of seismic data for enhanced exploration accuracy, improve drilling operations with cloud-based visualization technologies, and implement predictive maintenance to preempt subsystem failures. Aramco demonstrates the transformative power of SES's O3b mPOWER network. Specifically, they have showcased how this connectivity can enable a private 5G network and edge computing capabilities, enhancing worker safety and optimizing operations, especially in remote sites. Using advanced machine vision and real-time personal protective equipment detection, ensure compliance by identifying whether workers are wearing necessary gear. This critical data enables immediate decision-making to maintain safety, especially in hazardous environments. Beyond safety, it also supports quality control. Powered by SES's MEO satellites, this solution enables advanced edge computing capabilities and 5G connectivity. The combination of low latency and high throughput of the MEO satellites ensure that data is processed and transmitted to the core with remarkable speed and reliability. These capabilities of the MEO constellation allow the edge devices to perform complex computations close to where data is generated. This approach extends to warehouse tracking and monitoring on oil rigs. Machine vision enables meticulous tracking of warehouse activities for operational compliance, while staff wearables facilitate real-time monitoring of personnel safety. In addition to boosting physical safety and operational compliance, seamless communication is essential for an efficient and secure working environment, especially in the oil and gas sector. The group calling and push-to-talk (PTT) functions utilize modern, cloud-based technology to replace traditional radio systems, providing extensive coverage and reliable connectivity for uninterrupted communication and data security between edge and core through SES's MEO satellites. This system enables frontline workers to minimize downtime and maximize productivity regardless of location. Aramco and SES hope to redefine the energy sector through SES's innovative MEO technology, unlocking a new era of digitization that enhances operational efficiency and connectivity resilience. Together, we will harness cutting-edge solutions like private 5G and cloud technology, paving the way for a transformative digital future for industries across Saudi Arabia and the world.
Thank you for watching the proof of concept video. Now, I would like, or I'm honored to discuss this exciting development of SES and Aramco for this collaboration with Nadine Ellen. Nadine Ellen is SES Global Head of Enterprise and Cloud, leading the enterprise business within SES globally. So I would like to welcome Nadine.
Thank you.
Nadine, Aramco has long utilized satellite communication and connectivity for its remote operations, especially in these locations where there is no coverage, no connectivity within the terrestrial networks, and so on. And we are now currently exploring our actually enhanced communication media or satellite connectivity for that aspect to boost the efficiency of our operations. Nadine, could you please elaborate on how your O3B Empower satellite constellation can enhance such aspect of our operations, and what can it bring to the industry and benefits to energy companies such as Aramco?
Yes, thank you, Mohammed. And I would start by saying we are so delighted to be here. On behalf of SES, I would say we are super proud to be here and to be talking to you about this partnership and everything that it contains. So when it comes to the benefits of mPOWER for Aramco and actually the energy industry, mPOWER's next generation architecture is designed to deliver committed performance and the flexibility needed to support digital applications. And in performance, mPOWER offers throughput from a few Mbps to multiple Gbps and a latency of less than 150 milliseconds. And these technology attributes are important to Aramco's ability to introduce more advanced digital applications. mPOWER also has the advantage of delivering this high performance on both the downlink and the return link. And this is important because digitalization requires the transfer of large volumes of data from operational sites back to central sites for processing and fast decision-making. And when it comes to flexibility, mPOWER's software-defined architecture offers both the scalability and the flexibility for bandwidth to be adjusted for different stages of operation, all the way from your exploration through to transport, and the movement of that bandwidth between locations when it's necessary. The other area that I would quickly like to highlight with regards to mPOWER is the sustainability element of mPOWER. So sustainable space is an important topic for all of us, and we have heard about it over the last few days. And mPOWER provides significant global population coverage with between 6 to 8 satellites, which each have a lifespan of around 10 years. So the total effects of this mean fewer launches, fewer satellites to be deorbited, and fewer potential satellite failures, resulting in less environmental impact.
Great, Nadine. Thank you, Nadine. So I would like to go with the second question. Why would you say such collaboration between Aramco and SES is important and crucial for the market. What unique benefits can it add actually to the industry as such a partnership, and why it's actually crucial for its advancement in the upcoming years?
Yeah, so we see collaboration between our two companies as something that is really important to us at SES. As leaders in our respective fields, we foresee that our partnership is really going to enable us to drive the best outcomes in digital transformation, sustainability, and crew safety and welfare, amongst potentially a host of other areas. Our partnership is going to support these outcomes because I truly believe that we're going to leverage the best of each other's strengths. We are sure that we'll learn from each other, and for us at SES, it's essential for us to understand Aramco's needs deeply so that we can really integrate this understanding into our approach. And we also foresee that we will provide Aramco access to our organization, to our knowledge and our competence to really enable the Aramco team to explore with us the potential of satellite technology for both today but also for tomorrow. And I would say the final piece is that when it comes to advancement of satellite and the energy sector, as leaders in our respective industries, I think we have a key role to play in modeling how satellite technology can really enable maximum value to the energy sector and to support and mobilize a wider ecosystem that will drive development and acceleration of the transformation of the energy industry.
That's great. Okay, lastly, Nadine, could you please share some insights on actually what technologies SES are working on, what future advancements that you are looking into that can further revolutionize the industry itself or the energy industry, or in general, what are the technologies that you are working on?
Yeah, of course. It's a great question. And I mean, as you would expect, we are continuously focusing on improving and evolving our system and architecture, including not only space assets, but also the form factor of terminals and also ground infrastructure, where we are, for example, driving new approaches such as the virtualization of the ground infrastructure. But I would say an area that is of particular significance and an area that I really get very excited about is our investment in multi-orbit architectures that integrate all of the orbits and all technologies potentially. And I see this as being significant because today we work with many industries. You know, we work with energy, we work with mining, we work with cruise, we work with aviation, we work with government, we work with media. And all of these industries are accelerating their digital transformation and all require effective multi-orbit solutions. And what does it mean by an effective multi-orbit solution? Well, the approach is really about optimizing bandwidth allocation and supporting the unique requirements of enterprises by dynamically routing traffic based on user and application needs. So we are looking at that move away from the more traditional kind of network-centric experience to really thinking about how we will meet with user and application needs. And the technology that sits behind this kind of smart orchestration combines the latest SD-WAN-based solutions also with AI to allocate connectivity, focusing on user experience and application awareness. And I just have a few examples because it's always good to illustrate what we really mean by such innovation. And I mean, examples could be providing bandwidth based on usage patterns such as time of day or seasonal consumption. Could also be about ensuring that we are effectively downloading heavy data traffic for kind of either crew welfare or training. It could also be cloud-based symmetrical data for things like digital twinning or remote operations such as telemedicine. So the next phase for us is really about bringing to life and enabling through satellite connectivity the digital transformation of industries in a more advanced way than we have seen in the past.
Thank you, Nadine, for sharing your insights. Aramco's engagement in the space sector is opening up new paths and new ways for advanced satellite communication and solutions that can actually support our sustainability initiatives that we have, which can basically enable real-time monitoring for the emissions that can that are caused by the energy sector itself. We are looking forward to this collaboration with you, Nadine, as SAS Global Head.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you all. Thank you all for witnessing all of this. And in case you have any question regarding the collaboration between Aramco and SAS, please feel free to engage with Aramco teams or SAS teams here at the event. Thank you.
So thank you so much to Mohammed and Nadine for that explanation of the project. And yeah, it sounds fascinating what you guys are doing, and look forward, I'm sure, to further updates maybe in 2 years' time to see where we're going with that. So thank you both so much indeed. So next we are now moving on to our 7th panel discussion of this year's conference. So we're going to move on and start looking at security challenges. So a panel that's looking at addressing security challenges in non-terrestrial network. Now we say security challenges, but also I'm sure the panel is going to look and explore at the contributions that non-terrestrial networks can make to increasing the security of communication networks more broadly. But let's invite our panelists up to tell us more. So if I could invite our moderator, Paco Revellion, and our panelists, Costas Marcellos, Vanessa Cravo, Said Al-Sayed, Jean-Philippe Gillet, and Garnet Mons to come and join us up on the stage. Are our panelists in here? Let me just check. They could be out in the area out here. If you give me just 2 seconds, I'll try and locate our panelists. If you could just bear with us just for 2 seconds. Found our panelists, so they'll be with us in just a second. So perfect. Once again, if I could invite us up onto the stage. So we have our panel going to be with us very shortly. Is Said here with us in the room? I think what we can do is get started with the panel, and we will locate Said and bring him up in a second. So thank you so much. So Paco, I will pass over to you to kick things off. Thank you.
Hello. Is that okay? Oh, yeah, seems better now. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody, and I would first like to thank very much CST and the ITU for organizing the event and for inviting me to moderate this session on one certainly crucial topic for the entire NTN environment, which is addressing security challenges. So in the, I think, approximately 50 minutes we have in front of us, and from different angles, we try to appreciate what this notion of security means for NTN jointly with terrestrial networks. And to do so, I'm delighted to have on stage with me this afternoon Konstantinos Marcellos, President, Hellenic Telecommunication and Post Commission. Welcome. Vanessa Cravo, Senior Expert in Cybersecurity for Anatel from Brazil. Said has joined us, Said Al-Sayed, CEO of Cyberane. Jean-Pierre Gillet, Senior Vice President, Global Sales, Media, Mobility and Networks of Intelsat, and Gareth Mons, Director of Business Development, Kratos Defense and Security Solutions. So before entering into several of the discussion topics, I would still invite you to make a short introduction about your organization and some of your first views of that security question. Constellations, please.
Thank you, Pacom. Great to be in Riyadh, great to be in Connecting World from the Skies event. I would like to congratulate the organizers for the great event and also thank them for having me here as a speaker. I am the president of the Greek Telecoms Regulator and Competition Authority, vice president of BEREC, Body of European Regulators for Electronic Communications. I would like to start with some very brief remarks. As a telecoms regulator, I strongly believe that satellite technologies and satellite systems will play a very important role, even more than today, as regards our future connectivity objectives. And they can indeed act complementary to terrestrial networks to address connectivity in very hard-to-reach areas in a very cost-efficient way, where fixed networks like fiber or mobile networks like 5G cannot be deployed in a cost-efficient way. So this is key. Traditionally, we knew that satellite connectivity could be useful in the context of universal service, but today, with advances in low Earth orbit satellites, bringing low latency, small propagation loss, coming with small manufacturing and launching costs, covering geographical capacity, we can have a very interesting alternative in fixed connectivity in remote areas. Direct-to-device at the same time becomes a very important trend, and with the number of smartphones that will keep increasing, this will continue to offer more use cases. Today we see mostly text services, IoT services, emergency services, but in the future, with capacity of LEO satellites increasing, we will have data and voice communications. Satellite connectivity is used in many important sectors: government, commercial, military, in navigation services, in emergency services, where accuracy is very important and where we need absolute reliability. At the same time, we see that there are very sophisticated threats for satellite systems. This is our main concern and our topic today. When it comes, and all the threats concern all the different parts of the satellite system: the ground station, the satellites, and the link between. Cybersecurity risks, I would categorize them in three main categories: electronic challenges and risks, jamming, spoofing, intercepting GPS signals, compromising the integrity of the base station, software-based issues, authentication issues, malware attacks, the lack of security protocol standardization. These are some issues there, and physical issues that have to do with resilience and resistance of the supply chain, mainly, and also physical breaches as well. To conclude this opening part, I would say that cybersecurity, security threats for satellite systems are a great concern. We need a coordinated approach to address them. We need a risk-based approach and very clear security measures to make our satellite infrastructure safe.
Thank you. I think we covered all the topics I had for the afternoon, so we can conclude the session. No, more seriously, Vanessa, for your introductory remarks.
Thank you very much, Pacom. And first of all, I would like to thank our hosts, thank CTS and ITU for organizing this very timely discussion. My name is Vanessa Copete Cravo. I work for the Brazilian Telecommunications Regulator Agency, Anatel. And in Brazil, this agency has a dedicated governance for cybersecurity, which is called Cybersecurity Technical Group, and I'm part of this group. It's a pleasure to be here, and I just wanted to contextualize our discussion, so just bringing some elements, and of course some of them have been part of the discussion of this event, and some also have been just mentioned. But I think One, we have to remember that this flourishment that the satellite industry has lived in this past couple of years. We have this impressive growth and this opportunity to really close the digital divide and serve rural, underserved, and remote areas, which is a big challenge. And of course, is a challenge for Brazil as well, considering our geographical elements, considerations. And this is a way to promote meaningful connectivity, so it becomes very important, and especially for developing countries, but not only for developing countries. I think the second important element that we have to remember in this discussion is that satellite capacity and the service, has a fundamental role in disaster management in all its phases. So we are talking about planning, we are talking about response, about mitigation and recovery. So this is something that we have to remember in this discussion, the disasters relief role of satellite services. The third element is that, of course, the destruction or the disruption of the terrestrial networks, that could be like a physical attack on the infrastructure or a cyber attack in the infrastructure, or even a disaster, a natural disasters. And of course, we have to remember as well that unfortunately, extreme events are becoming more intense and more frequently. So in this case, considering this disruption and this destruction, again, satellite services and capacity could and play the real difference here in responding to any kinds of attack in this infrastructure and providing the capacity to respond to any kind of these events. And considering this expansion on providing services, consider this importance, not only to connecting the ones that are not, unfortunately, are not served by the terrestrial networks, but also the importance of disaster relief, considering the satellites. First, we need to guarantee the security and even the cybersecurity, of course, and the resilience of this infrastructure. But it's also true that we have expanded our attack surface, so it becomes a new challenge. And also considering this critical importance of satellites, they also become a target. And we have seen in recent past major attack on satellite services. So I just wanted to bring these elements to contextualize our discussion, and I'm looking forward also to share the Brazilian perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vanessa. And turning to you, Said, for your introduction.
So, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the CEO of Sebarani. Sebarani today is a specialized cybersecurity company owned by Saudi Aramco and part of Aramco digital ecosystem. Basically, Sebarani today is focusing on cybersecurity in general and OT cybersecurity in particular. And I think one of the verticals of the OT is the cybersecurity of satellites at large and telecom at large. Now, definitely, I'm talking in this panel about satellites, benefits, and added value, and the associated risk related to cybersecurity and other non-cybersecurity. Just tell us another example where our technology stack is prone to attacks and failures. And I think the satellite network ecosystem is providing another, I would say, a tunnel or another channel for communication and systems interconnectivity among the globe. Now, satellites today, historically, satellites has been very slow and in terms of communication and with high delay and limited bandwidth and some key challenges that arising from their nature of business. Looks like nowadays with the new trends of Starlink and the like in terms of technologies, this kind of changing as we speak. Nevertheless, there is, I would say, key challenges in the satellite still, which is the shared bandwidth and limitations that it cannot scale up in a way and similar, for example, like fiber optic connectivities on 5G and other technologies. While it's on still serves on, I would say, strengths and area of strengths. Now, one of the major added value for satellites, for example, mobile, I would say, or mobility, as we all know, like, for example, airplanes or aircraft or even in the marine. So where in the remote areas where there is no enough I would say ground connectivity that will provide the required connectivity, and here where satellite plays a major role into playing that. In many cases, we need to provide, I would say, redundant connectivity, and definitely satellite network is another great flavor of connectivity where we revert to that network connectivity should our primary connections fall apart. Having said that, I think we're going to discuss today on certain controls and I would say guidelines or advice on how to ensure that we have reliable satellite connections and that provide the required level of quality and service and speed and what have you. So that's kind of where the dimension I'm looking at. Thank you.
Thank you. So turning to you, Jean-Pierre.
So thank you very much. Again, I really enjoy being part of these conversations. And I'm going to quickly introduce Intelsat. I hope that Intelsat doesn't need to be introduced, but I'll still do it. So Intelsat was created 60 years ago, and we had one mandate. The mandate was to provide connectivity to everybody at an affordable price to everybody. That's really part of our DNA. So when we talk about bridging the digital divide, that's why we have been created. And the idea was to create the same type of service between Western Europe and the US, or between Africa and Africa. And of course, extending to all parts of the world. So that's something that we have been doing now for 60 years, and really pleased to be here for our anniversary. We have constantly innovated, and I'm really pleased that we have a topic on satellite, which is around security and resilience. Because it's a bit like we are almost grown up. We are addressing issues that all of the telcos that are supporting millions of connectivity have to address. So that's a really great sign, that the satellite industry is now at the stage where we are not being used only when there is no other choice, but we are being used in a way where we really scale. We deal with a lot of security issues, and for me there are really two aspects in the topics we are going to address. There is one aspect which is to provide resilience to the terrestrial network, and there is one aspect which is to fight cyber security issues. And we'll have the opportunity to address this and just to give you a view on how we address these two aspects. But again, thanks again for being part of the panel.
Thank you. Jean-Philippe, turning to you, Garnet, for Kratos.
Thank you, Paco, and thank you to the organizers and CST for the kind invitation to tell you a little bit more.
Yeah. Can you speak
yes,
closer to
sorry, there we go.
Super.
Thank you, Paco, and thank you to the organizers and CST for the kind invitation for us to be able to tell you a little bit about what Kratos is doing to address the security issues in the non-terrestrial networks. So one of the first challenges or security challenges with satellite and NTN is the interference, or if it's intentional jamming of satellite signals. and also the unauthorized transmissions that are taking place. So Kratos has for more than 30 years now provided solutions to monitor interference detected. We have the ability to then geolocate that interference and also mitigate that to return service to the system. For many years, decades, we've now delivered this solution for GSO. And I'm proud to say from the beginning of this year, we've been prototyping and developing a system for NGSO regulation. So yesterday we heard of many countries' reluctance to authorize the transmission of NGSO constellations. And I think much of that stems from the inability to be able to monitor and regulate those systems. And I'm pleased to say that we have been working very hard to be able to provide a solution that solves that challenge. Then secondly, we've also spoken a lot about security, or maybe not enough about security both at the gateways, on the satellites themselves, and also on the edge devices. And here Kratos have put a lot of resources and time into developing a end-to-end virtual software-based platform called OpenSpace. And what we've done is we've looked at the revolution that happened in the mobile network operator 10, 15 years ago, and all the struggles that they went through to virtualize and use software-defined networking to define their systems. And we've taken those standards that were developed, like MEF, like TM Forum, and implemented that onto the satellite platform. We also implemented best practices like CIS and zero trust-based architecture. Now, these are all very big words, but effectively what it means, it isolates the network's individual components so that even if you're inside the network in one layer, you're not completely into the network, that each item is then isolated. So all of these technologies has made or is in the process of making end-to-end networks and joining them with terrestrial networks to form one ecosystem which makes security of these systems a little bit easier. Also, if you have a virtual ground system, you can also operate this in cloud-based systems. So if you are going to public cloud and putting your satellite end-to-end system in there, a lot of that security is already in place by the large public cloud providers, which invest billions every year to make sure that their platforms are safe and secure. And then the last comment that I would like to make on security as well is that understand that there's always going to be vulnerabilities in systems. So it's very important to understand that you have to still use good layer encryption on the data. So even if your network is penetrated, that your data being transmitted over that network is safe and is encrypted. So those are my opening statements.
Thank you, and we'll certainly come back to some of those topics. So maybe getting started with that question of global network security and resilience. I think Vanessa, you mentioned about it, Jean-Philippe as well very much, which is where satellite, and that global security question, where satellite can be there to provide extra resiliency to terrestrial networks. I mean, just recently could go through from a fiber cuts for whatever reason somewhere to natural disasters. I think you mentioned there's no shortage of them, unfortunately, in various countries today to other reasons to disrupt terrestrial networks. And maybe starting with you, Jean-Philippe, about some maybe concrete use cases or examples where end-to-end satellite networks have been leveraged recently.
Okay, so this is relatively easy because this is what we do on a day-to-day basis. So I'm going to pick a few customers' example as a way to illustrate what we are doing, because I think this is the easiest way to understand it. The first network, which is the largest network that we have in Asia Pacific, it's a network that we provide for SoftBank. And a lot of customers in Japan are really preparing for disaster. because they know that disaster, some sort of disaster, will happen at least once per year. That's if you look at, and the scales could be very different, but the last one was in March, where there was a significant disruption in the telecommunication. So the service we provide for SoftBank is a service that has 3,000 sites, and they have a mix of 3 types of sites. There is a site which is live all the time. There is sites that's on site, but will only be activated when there is a disaster. And there is a third category of sites that are portable sites that are being deployed wherever the problem is. And that network has been operating for years now. We have a dedicated NOC. It's all about speed. Having a resilient network that takes days to deploy is totally useless. And we are being tested, and it works. And that's really a network that we can, our customers rely a lot on. More recently, I can take the example of what we have done for Verizon and for AT&T FirstNet with Hurricane Helene. Very difficult to pronounce when you are French. Hurricane Helene hit us in the US a few weeks ago, where we provided relief of additional capacity for our 2 customers. They have trucks, small trucks, large trucks, but they have also a bunch of other equipment. I mean, if you have an opportunity to visit the FirstNet facilities, it's very fascinating, where they have all sorts of equipment, from boats to satellite trucks, that they deploy in order to provide the connectivity. I'll use one last example as a way to illustrate the complementarity of satellite and terrestrial solution. This is a service we provide with very low throughput. It's an IoT service we provide for DT, which is monitoring a wind farm. And when you monitor a wind farm, if you follow the regulation in Germany, you need to provide 99.99 availability. And terrestrial does not provide 99.99. The ability to combine satellite and terrestrial allows you to provide the 99.99 availability. So you have all sorts of use cases, from disaster recovery up to a main service for cell backhaul, and also IoT connectivity. And I think the use cases are endless.
Yeah, and I think we've seen also a few cases of potential activities involving sensitive material that could require further and further resilience in the backup networks in case of whatever happens or could deny that. Any other perspective on that resilience question for networks? Yeah, please.
Very, very briefly, I believe satellite networks offer a layer of resilience and redundancy on top of terrestrial networks, and this is a key point for satellite networks. It can, for example, it can ensure continuity of service except from disaster recovery or relief, etc. Also in machine-to-machine and IoT networks in different sectors, agriculture, transportation, anything. And this is key. Another probably a backup scenario that satellite networks could be used would be to form an alternative path to transmit encryption key, because normally we use the same channel for data and encryption keys. We can use satellite networks as an alternative path for the encryption key transmission to make it stronger.
Interesting perspective. Okay, I see that time also goes fast. Let's move to the notions of security challenges that can apply to NTN themselves, etc. And coming back to some introductory comments, there could be, and if we start with that, what I would call physical threats to satellite systems. So, well, without being exhaustive, you could put in that basket debris themselves, you could put maybe jamming or as long as it's electromagnetic, etc., action from external on satellite networks, on the ground or in space, actually, either in either place. And even nowadays, or in the coming years, possibly unfriendly actions in space that may happen in various ways. These are concerns around that. So around those notions of threats quite specific to NTN networks, what are some of the, well, first technical means or how to appreciate the risk and then maybe mitigate it? And what maybe also the view of the regulator on the risk that can be very specific. So I don't know who wants to come first. Maybe you, Said, or Garnet from whoever.
So basically, I think, I mean, there is kind of a gray area between physical and cybersecurity in certain areas. For example, one of the challenges today is for example, jamming or interference in the signals. And this is kind of, you could look at it from either way, that you can relate to cyber or sometimes physical. And this is one of the biggest challenges today, that given that, you know, the broadcast of the satellites and the possibilities of overlap or sometimes even deliberate signal jamming to even disable service or degrade the quality. So that's one other example. The other thing, you know, with that's many number of satellites being launched every year and every day and every month, I think the space can becoming crowded with more and more satellites, and especially with this, I would say, satellites which is aging and getting out of service, they will probably remains that are left behind. This is probably create a possibility, a chance of collision, and which makes it really very difficult. I think this is not something I would say theoretical. It happened. There is some collisions where satellites get lost due to collision between some old remains plus you know, new satellites. And I believe this requires a global kind of alignment, collaboration to set the right agreements in terms of either, for example, the signals allocation, as well as the satellite space allocation and the orbits and what have you. So this needs to be really organized on a global basis. Not really one country can do it all, or one area of the world. There need to be a global, I would say, collaboration to set the right rules and regulations and compliance when it comes to orbits, when it comes to signals, bands and what have you. And when it comes to, for example, and also there is kind of the encryption, which is again, it's another protection against, for example, especially somebody breaking into the I'll probably leave it to the cybersecurity discussion later, but now what I'm trying to say, sometimes even cyber could lead to physical destruction or damage. So, I mean, definitely regulation and also controls on the satellites themselves and kind of maneuvering capabilities should be able to help avoid such kind of challenges, or at least limit their I would say, impact.
Thank you. And maybe turning to you, Garnet, and having also been in some conferences that involve defense or security stakeholders, one part is about understanding the situation, understanding what's happening, and then taking action, maybe whatever it can be, by design or when it happens.
Yes. So I would say for physical threats, let's start again with jamming. I mean, Kratos have been deploying solutions that identify jamming, mitigate that. But we also, you made a comment about physical threats in space, and we've seen that being a defense-orientated organization, that even in recent actions, you know, the world there's a lot more conflict happening, and even in space it's become quite a contested domain. Here is where we operate a system called Kratos Global Sensor Network. So we have 20 ground stations monitoring all geostationary traffic, and actually all items that are emitting RF, to provide a situational awareness on space and offer that data as a service. So we are already adding, there's thousands of satellites that are being added to space every month all the time. So we're constantly adding more services or more of these objects to our catalog. And we're also supplementing this with optical and radar to truly provide a good security situational awareness of what is happening in space. So these solutions exist already. I think on the ground, from a physical protection perspective, is that the more that you move you limit your physical exposure from virtualizing your systems, so moving from a hardware platform, very proprietary, this has been the legacy of satellite. If you virtualize these systems, then you've got protection like you can immediately fail over to a cloud environment. So you could be running an on-prem gateway, and if there is an attack or a natural disaster and the gateway is destroyed, then you immediately have your backup, starts up because it's all software, it's all orchestrated, there's no manual intervention. So these failover technologies, have existed in the terrestrial market for many years, and I'm proud to say that we are busy bringing this technology over to satellite and making it a lot more secure.
Thank you. And jumping from that to embedding cybersecurity risks directly, so to make the picture as bad as it can be, tentatively. And then turning to you also, Konstantinos, Vanessa, on the view of the regulator, how to address those concerns, what's kind of the maturity of that thinking process, so kind of your perspectives on, how to address that NTN issue in your respective countries and so forth, please.
Yeah. Just linking back to the previous question about physical threats, because this is still relevant.
It's a full thing you need to
do. As regulators, important part of our mandate is spectrum monitoring, and this is very relevant to physical threats. Normally, we want, of course, to monitor satellite spectrum and space spectrum, and this is done with ground-level infrastructure. I think there are today 15 such kind of infrastructure around the world in 15 countries. The Greek one is under development, and this is very efficient to monitor the downlink part. What happens
if I just open the topic here, if we talk satellite, but also apps in the future, etc., that may also require an adaptation of the means to monitor all of the platforms where they are.
Exactly. And what we see is that monitoring uplink transmissions, when we have a transmission from an antenna on the ground to a satellite, this becomes more challenging to intercept. So with ground-level infrastructure, it might be difficult, it might be challenging. So we are about to start a feasibility study on the use of low Earth orbit satellites themselves as a platform to carry spectrum monitoring equipment to achieve better geographical coverage, maybe combined with drones for uplink transmissions that might interfere satellites. This is a project about to start. Coming back to the regulatory framework, and I would like to give an update from European Union side. I think we all understand, we all follow the geopolitical developments and understand that we need to have secure and resilient digital infrastructure, including networks, including satellite networks. This is for sure. The other thing is that we understand that terrestrial networks, satellite networks, and submarine network cables should act complementary to ensure continuity of services. This is the two things. So European Union aims at addressing these challenges with a solid regulatory framework that includes mainly three pillars. One is the NIS2 directive for network security, resilience, and cybersecurity, follow-up of the former NIS directive of 2016. The second is the directive on the resilience of critical entities that was introduced in 2022. And the third one, the Council recommendation on a union-wide coordinated approach to strengthen the resilience of critical infrastructure. So These are the three key regulations of European Union for security, resilience, and cybersecurity. In 2024, European Commission published a white paper on the future of digital infrastructure. And there are ideas and proposals maybe for a new regulation, the Digital Networks Act regulation, to address, of course, future digital infrastructure and networks, but also the security and resilience. So maybe European Union will come with some updates on the security and resilience of networks, and all this cover also satellite networks. There is no special regulation. And of course, in European Union, we have the space law, the new space law, addressing safety, security, resilience of space infrastructure that is under preparation and will come soon.
Thank you. And Vanessa, we're discussing, so happy to hear about your thinking process about the issues. But as well, we're talking about those global, obviously, satellite networks against national regulation, and now obviously it's also changing the name of the game for now to approach the issue.
Thank you very much. I think that's a great question. So I think first we have to remember that cybersecurity regarding satellite industry infrastructure networks, it's not a new theme, but of course it's an emerging theme in this couple of years. And of course it is emerging because we have this impressive growth and also the importance of this network, especially as I mentioned before, as in disaster relief. And of course there's other use cases of satellites and of course national security, military, that we are not focusing here. But this makes this infrastructure, these services also a target, so it becomes a concern for us. So just to share a little bit how Brazil is thinking about this. So we have, within the telecommunications sector, we do have, as Europe has, we do have a dedicated cybersecurity regulation specific for the telecom sector. It does set up provisions of principles, of guidelines that every actor in the telecommunications sector has to comply with. And plus, we do have a set of ex-ante controls. That means that we will follow more closely some services and some operators. So our regulation was approved back in 2020. We already had its first revision last July, showing how this phenomenon of cybersecurity is dynamic, and you need to keep updating, considering the new risks, the new challenges. So this is an also important point to remember. There is no end of the line here. You just have to keep on going. It's an iterative process. And now we are in this moment, actually, we are going to this process of revising our regulation. So this was put forward in the regulatory agenda of Anatel, and we have a deadline to the end of this year to finish a study about the need to face this new emerging challenge of cybersecurity that would include, for example, AI and cloud computing, data centers, but also one specific topic that we are dedicating right now, a technical study on this, is the satellites. Should we have a specific provisions for the satellite industry, for the satellite service, and why we are considered this? We are considered this because there is this new ecosystem flourishing. This is the service that will be as complementary to the terrestrial networks that will reach areas in the country that are not served, they are not economically feasible. And most important, this is very crucial for disaster relief, and unfortunately this is something that is really frequent in Brazil and every time more intense. So we have several cases of disasters in Brazil, and this is a major and important use case for satellite. So considering this context we are discussing right now, we do have provisions that already set some principles, some guidelines, for example, use international standards, having a response capacity to the incidents, share information, cooperation. We have a set of guidelines that all should follow. But do we need more? Do we need to follow more closely these services? And when we imagine to follow more closely, we are talking about imposing some obligations, like having a specific governance for cybersecurity, to have a cybersecurity policy, to mandatory notified incidents to the regulator, to also have vulnerability assessment cycles, and so on, and we follow this obligation. So this is ongoing discussions. We don't have conclusions yet. We are in the process of studying, and one element of this study also is what you mentioned is there is a different ecosystem that we are not, it's not exactly how terrestrial the networks work, so we need to take this into consideration. We have companies that don't need even to be based in Brazil, and they also provide capacity to operators that use this capacity, and we have to see to what extent the regulation applies, what extent it's feasible and is enforceable, and one thing also that is very clear and has been mentioned before, we need a coordinated international approach to enhance the security and also resilience.
Thank you. If you need to finish all of that by year end, good luck with it. You have 4 weeks to go, so that's quite ambitious. We're very close to the end, but there is still one point I wanted to raise, maybe starting to you, Jean-Philippe or Thaïd, which is certainly the name of the game with NTN is integration with terrestrial networks. And I think Garnet mentioned about virtualization. So from the satellite operator perspective, what does it change when looking at that question of security, ability to be at the whatever top level we could think of for cyber and so forth? So what that kind of integration means to the industry?
Okay.
So,
okay.
Sorry. What's
I'll start. This is brief. For me, the only way to have a proper cybersecurity, a proper security on satellite system is to use the standard that all of the telcos are using. You want to have standardization, you want to have softwareization, and that's what we are doing with Kratos and using open space. We have recently announced a memorandum of understanding with SoftBank where we are going to develop together the network of the future, which is going to be satellite, on and non-satellite, with one terminal that will be able to roam from one to the other. And that is the way you are going to have proper cybersecurity on satellite system.
Thank you. And Saeed, I think I saw in red, time is up, will be ejected from the scene pretty soon, so you will have the final word.
Thank you. So basically, cybersecurity, it is a very interesting topic because, you know, when it comes to integration, when it comes to satellite, cybersecurity, I just always, we refer to it as a moving target. It's not something you can sit up today, agree on, and you are good to go. Cyber threats evolves every single day. AI as a new, I would say, threat angle just came in the picture with the new dimensions. In addition, the faster speed of links, the encryption protocols, that probably some of them really old, the integration we're talking about here about between, you know, NTS and you know, the satellites, all of that really brings additional factors into the challenge. Quantum computing is another angle where the old encryption protocols some of them becomes ineffective in protecting against such kind of a new computing power. So all in all, you know, the definition for protection of secure satellite connection need to be redefined. The threat factors and the threat angles of cybersecurity need to be looked at again. And in fact, cybersecurity could also lead to, as I mentioned to you earlier, to physical attacks. So somebody might take over a satellite, maybe reroute it or maneuver to another place, or even take complete control of that satellite and becomes wholly owned by somebody else. Now, I think one of the major measures to guard against it, just to protect the system in terms of making it as secure by design, then keep an eye and close this loophole that might be possible in such kind of ecosystem.
Thank you. I think we could have taken the entire afternoon on the topic. So, but there are other fascinating ones, and maybe next time we talk about security to the moon and beyond as space activities continue to grow and expand. So, would like you to join me to thank very much our speakers for their presence this afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, once again, a big thank you to our panelists, and Paco, thank you to you as well. I really do appreciate you guiding us through that. So we're now moving on to our final break of this year's forum. And as is our final break, it's also your final opportunity to check out the practical tech demonstrations that are happening once again up on the mezzanine area. So you need to head up the stairs, through past the Aramco area they have there to the mezzanine, and you can check out the 3 tech demos. It's your last chance to do that during this break that we're just about to have now. So please do go and enjoy the refreshments, check out those demos, and if possible, I could ask you all to be back here at 25 to 5 for our final sessions of this year's forum. Thank you very much, everyone.
Can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources? By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together? By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources? By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together? By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources? By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions. How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions. How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions. How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked.
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
Help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world.
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked.
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together.
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
Help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world.
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked.
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together.
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
Help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world.
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions. How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked.
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together.
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
Help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world.
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions. How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked.
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together.
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
Help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world.
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked.
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions. How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions. How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions. How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
Help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world.
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together.
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
Help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world.
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together.
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
Help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world.
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions. How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together.
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
Help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world.
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions. How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
Help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together.
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
Help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world.
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions. How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions. How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world?
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
change the way we think about alternative energy sources?
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together.
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how. Another day serving my customers.
How can our cutting-edge technologies
Help explore the potential of hydrogen around the world.
How can transporting the world's first commercial shipment of blue ammonia
Change the way we think about alternative energy sources.
By continually asking how, we innovated a safe way to deliver blue hydrogen on a commercial scale.
Another day asking how. Another day developing global energy solutions.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
So welcome back, everyone. And if I could ask everyone to return to the room and retake your seats, and we're going to be getting started very shortly. Thank you. So once again, welcome back, everyone. And I hope that everyone here has now had the chance to check out the tech demos that we've had running, because I think that's just about it now. I think that's it. The demos will be shut. So I hope everyone has the chance to do that and, to check those out during that last break if you hadn't done already. But it's great to have everyone now back with us for the final stretch, the final series of presentations and panels in this year's Global Forum. So we heard earlier today from Selina Abdullah from ITU about the project that they are running on connecting humanity through sustainable, affordable and innovative solutions. Another area in which ITU are doing a lot of work is connecting rural users, and particularly in developing nations. So delighted now to have a presentation focusing on these specific issues. And honour for me to welcome to the stage Walid Mathalouthi, Head of Future Networks and Spectrum Management at ITU, to give this presentation. Walid, great to have you here. Over to you.
Thanks, Dan, and welcome everybody to the last stretch. It's such an honor and a pleasure to be among you in this beautiful city of Riyadh. And as Dan was mentioning, so I'd like to cover a little bit of what we're doing in the ITU development sector for extending and leveraging the satellite technology to bridge the digital divide. So distinguished colleagues, esteemed policymakers and industry professionals, I would like to welcome you to this general overview of ITU BDT activities and the latest advancements in satellite connectivity. Today, I'll be exploring how satellite technological innovations are reshaping global connectivity with a particular focus on their implications for least developed and landlocked countries. I'll examine cutting-edge developments in small satellites, high-throughput systems, and revolutionary communication technologies that promise to bridge the digital divide and create new opportunities for economical growth and development. The satellite industry is undergoing a period of unprecedented growth and innovation. As of 2024, the global space economy has reached a staggering $469 billion, with the commercial satellite industry accounting for over 70% of this figure. That's approximately $328 billion. This growth reflects the increasing importance of satellite technology in our interconnected world. One of those significant trends we're seeing is data generation from satellites. By 2032, it's projected that satellite Earth observation alone will generate over 2 exabytes of data cumulatively. That's 2 billion gigabytes of information about our planet and systems. Equally important is the democratization of space access. Advances in technology and reduced costs have made it possible for more countries, including developing nations, to participate to the space economy. This trend is particularly relevant for landlocked countries and small island states, as it opens up new possibilities for connectivity, resource management, and economical development. To that front, we are active in BDT, the ITU development sector, with organizing workshops such as the recently concluded ones in Kinshasa, Luanda, St. George, Grenada, and Nairobi in Kenya, to provide a safe space, actually pun intended, for discussing best practices and share experiences about regulating these new technologies and how we can adopt them and bring them in these local markets. So let's begin by examining the remarkable evolution of small satellite and CubeSats. These miniature marvels are revolutionizing the satellite industry by offering a cost-effective and flexible alternative to traditional large satellites. Small satellites typically weigh between 1 to 500 kilograms, with CubeSats at the lower end ranging from 1 to 10 kilograms. These satellites operate in low Earth orbit at altitudes between 400 and 600 kilometers, significantly closer to Earth than their larger counterparts. The lifespan of these satellites is relatively shorter, typically from 1 to 5 years, which allows for rapid technological refresh cycles. The economical impact of small satellites is staggering. Developing costs range from $100,000 to $1 million per unit, a fraction of traditional satellite costs. Launch costs have also decreased dramatically, now averaging from $40,000 US to $100,000 per kilogram to LEO. This represents a 90% reduction in the launch cost over the past decade. The small satellite market is projected to reach $13.7 billion US by 2030, with a compound annual growth rate of 20.5% from 2024 to 2030. This growth is driven by applications in Earth observations, Internet of Things, and scientific research. For developing countries, small satellites offer an unprecedented opportunity to establish sovereign space capabilities at a fraction of the cost of traditional large satellites. For instance, Ethiopia successfully launched its first Earth observation satellite, ETRSS-1, in 2019. This 70-kilogram satellite provides valuable data for agriculture, forestry, and resource management. As we move forward, the integration of AI and machine learning on board of these satellites will further enhance their capabilities, enabling real-time data processing and autonomous decision-making. The European Space Agency FESAT-2 mission, launched in 2024, demonstrates this potential by running AI algorithms on board for cloud detection, maritime vessel identification, and image compression. Now let's turn our attention to the high-throughput satellite, or HTS, which represent a massive leap in satellite communication capacity. These satellites are redefining what's possible in terms of data transmission from space. HTS offer throughput exceeding 100 gigabit per second, a dramatic increase from the 1 to 10 gigabit per second of traditional satellites. They primarily operate in Ka band and Ku band frequencies. A key feature of HTS is the use of spot beam technology, and like traditional wide beam satellites, HTS employ 50 to 100 plus focused beams per satellite, allowing for frequency reuse and significantly higher capacity. The economic impact of HTS is substantial. The cost per bit has plummeted from $3 per gigabit per second per month for traditional satellites to just 5 to 10 cents for HTS. This represents a 90 to 95% reduction in cost, driving new applications and business models. Industry projections suggest that HTS market will reach $22 billion by 2030, with a compound annual growth rate of 8.5% from 2024 to 2030. This growth is fueled by growing demand in high-speed internet in remote areas and the expansion of in-flight and maritime connectivity. For landlocked and developing countries, HTS technology offers the potential to leapfrog terrestrial infrastructure limitations, providing high-speed connectivity to remote and underserved areas. For instance, Burkina Faso has partnered with Eutelsat recently to use the K-Connect HTS satellite for connecting schools and government offices across the country. And this is a combination of Wi-Fi last-mile connectivity along with a satellite backhaul carried over by the HTS, the high-throughput GEO satellite. As we look to the future, the integration of HTS with emerging technologies like 5G networks promises to create a truly global high-speed communication infrastructure. For example, the upcoming O3b mPOWER constellation by SES, set to be fully operational by late 2024, will deliver multiple terabits of throughput globally with the flexibility to allocate bandwidth and capacity precisely where it's needed. This offers an unprecedented opportunity to tackle the digital divide and help connecting some of the 2.6 unconnected billion. Intersatellite links, or ISLs, are also revolutionizing satellite network architecture, enabling real-time data relay and reducing dependency on ground stations. Let's examine the technical specification and implications of this technology. So ISLs typically use optical or RF technologies. For the optical ISLs, they can achieve data rates of up to 10 gigabit per second between satellites using lasers operating at the optical C-band, 1550 nanometer wavelengths. The RF ISLs, in counterpart, often operating in the Ka band, offer lower data rates but are less affected by atmospheric conditions. Key advantages of intersatellite links include reduced latency, as data can be routed through space without touching the ground, increased coverage, allowing service to areas without direct ground station access, and enhanced security, as optical links are extremely difficult to intercept or jam. The market for satellite laser communication, which includes ISLs, is projected to grow at a compound annual growth rate of 40% from 2024 to 2032. This rapid growth is driven by the increase in demand for secure, high-speed data transmission in space. Real-world applications of ISL technology are already showing promising results. For example, SpaceX Starlink constellation uses ISLs to route internet traffic through space, reducing reliance on ground stations and enabling coverage of remote areas, including polar regions. The European Data Relay System, EDRS, uses laser ISLs to provide secure near real-time relay services for Earth observation satellites, military communications, and UAV operations. For landlocked and developing countries, ISL technology could significantly improve connectivity resilience and reduce reliance on terrestrial cross-border infrastructure, which is a major bottleneck for bridging the digital divide. A country could potentially access global networks through a single ground station connected to satellite constellation with ISL capabilities, bypassing the need for extensive fiber optic networks crossing multiple borders. Looking ahead, the integration of ISLs with emerging technologies like quantum key distribution could revolutionize secure global communications. The European Space Agency SAGA Secure and Cryptographic Mission project, set to launch later in 2025, aims to demonstrate quantum key distribution via laser links between satellites and ground stations. Earth observation satellites have undergone a remarkable evolution as well, providing us with unprecedented insights on our planet's system and processes. Let's examine two key technologies that are transforming Earth observations: hyperspectral imaging and synthetic aperture radar. Hyperspectral imaging captures data in hundreds of spectral bands across the electromagnetic spectrum. Typical systems offer 200 more and more bands compared to the 310 bands in multispectral systems. This enables detailed analysis of surface, composition, vegetation health, and even atmospheric chemistry. Synthetic aperture radar, or SAR, provides all-weather, day and night imaging capabilities. The latest system achieving resolutions of 25 centimeters for spotlight mode and 1 to 3 meters for strip map mode. The Earth observation market is experiencing also like a rapid growth. According to some consulting firms, the market for Earth observation data and services is expected to reach 8 billion by 2029, growing at a compound annual growth rate of 9.4% from 2024. For landlocked developing countries, these Earth observation advancements offer valuable tools for resource management and economical development. Mongolia, for example, is using data from the European Sentinel-1 SAR satellite to monitor pasture condition and support sustainable livestock management, a crucial sector for their economy. Botswana has partnered with Digital Earth Africa to use satellite data for water resource management, helping to address challenges posed by recurrent droughts. Furthermore, using high-resolution satellite imagery in combination with AI algorithms enables us to extract infrastructure features and optimize connectivity solutions for remote communities. And as an example of that, the GIGA project in collaboration with UNICEF for school connectivity, where we're leveraging AI models and developing AI models for automatic detection of infrastructure features. Looking to the future, we can expect even more sophisticated Earth observation capabilities. The upcoming NASA ISRO-SAR, NISAR mission set to launch in 2024 will be the first radar imaging satellite to use dual frequencies, providing unprecedented insights into Earth ecosystems, ice masses, and natural hazards. LEO mega constellations are set to transform global internet access, and I think that's been the talk in the past couple of days over and over, offering low latency, high-speed connectivity on truly global scale. Of course, SpaceX Starlink is the most ambitious project with plans of up to 42,000 satellites. There's also OneWeb, which is planning 648 satellites. Amazon Project Kuiper, also like the Chinese constellation coming up. The market for LEO satellite internet services is projected to grow rapidly. The market for LEO is expected to generate around $20 billion in cumulative revenues by 2030. However, there are challenges to consider. Regulatory frameworks may need to be updated to accommodate these new technologies. There's also the question of affordability, as current user terminal costs and subscription fees may be prohibitive for many in developing nations. At BDT, the ITU development sector, we are developing tools and publications to help our member states navigate the regulatory complexity and quantitatively assess the business case sustainability, as for example, our recent publication about ICT business planning toolkit, and I will invite you to check the ITUD website for access to those resources. I'm going to jump to my last slide very quickly, just to talk about the regulatory aspect. So when developing a national satellite program, establishing an effective regulatory framework is crucial. Let's explore some best practices and examples from countries that have successfully navigated this process. First, establishing a dedicated space agency can centralize and streamline space-related activities. For example, the UAE Space Agency, founded in 2014, has rapidly advanced the country's space capabilities, culminating in the successful Mars Hope Orbiter mission in 2021. Developing comprehensive space legislations is another critical step. New Zealand's Outer Space and High Altitude Activities Act in 2017 provides a clear legal framework for space activities while also addressing environmental concerns and promoting innovation. Engaging in international cooperation can accelerate regulatory development. For example, Luxembourg has taken a unique approach by focusing on space resources utilizations. Their Space Resources Initiative, launched in 2016, includes legislation that provides a legal framework for the exploitation of space resources. Implementing flexible licensing frameworks can encourage private sector participation. The UK Space Agency streamlined licensing process, introduced in 2021, has reduced the time and cost for companies to obtain satellite licenses, fostering growth in the country's commercial space sector. Prioritizing space sustainability measures in regulations is increasingly important. Japan's basic plan on space policy, updated in 2020, emphasizes space debris mitigation and promotes the development of technologies for active debris removal. Addressing spectrum management and allocation is crucial for satellite operations. For example, France's National Frequency Agency, INFR, has implemented a dynamic spectrum management system that allows for more efficient use of limited frequency resources. Developing a comprehensive national space policies can provide roadmap for regulatory development. India's space policy in 2023 outlines a vision for increased private sector participation in space activities, setting up a target for the Indian space economy to reach 50 billion by 2030. A last mention about South Africa's incorporation of space technology in broader national development plans using satellite data to support agriculture, urban planning, and natural resource management. Their Earth observation strategy implementation plan aims to increase the use of satellite data and government decision-making by 50% by 2025. These are just examples that are demonstrating that effective regulatory frameworks can be tailored to a country's specific needs and goals while still adhering to international standards and best practices. By learning from these diverse approaches, countries can develop regulatory strategies that support their unique space ambitions while promoting responsible and sustainable use for space resources. And I will conclude by just pointing you at our training and capacity building resources at our ITU Academy, where we're publishing 101 space courses. Also, we're publishing we have publications about best practices for regulation, so you can find all the information that I outlined in my slides. You can find all the information on the ITU portal and ITUD. Just to conclude, I would like to also refer you to our recently launched initiative, which is Space for Good, where we're going to organize a series of webinars to bring experts from all around the world that will share more information, detailed information about the technology and the regulatory framework and the innovations. And with that, I'll thank you for your attention. And sorry.
Walid, thank you so much for that overview of the work that ITU is doing in that area, and particularly in supporting developing nations and delivering connectivity to different rural areas. So we're now moving on to panel 8 of this year's Global Forum. We've looked at orbit, or we've looked at connectivity being delivered at a range of different orbits. We've looked at kind of from the high orbit to the mid to the low. One area that has been focused on, and in a couple of the sessions, but maybe we haven't looked at in too much detail yet, is maybe looking at HAPS and looking at connectivity provided from the low Earth, I suppose, or near the Earth as well. So. Great now to have a panel that's going to be focusing specifically on that. Delighted to have with us our moderator, Dr. Slim Alouani from KAUST, and our panelists, Halim, Richard, Barry, Mikhail, and Shiro. If I can invite you all to please come and join us up here on stage. Perfect. So, Slim, I will pass over to you.
Thank you. I would like first to thank the organizer for giving us this opportunity to talk about this niche area. This conference was a great opportunity for many of us to see all the development that is happening in space, in particular in the context of satellite communication, satellite imaging, and so on. But the niche area we're trying to explore in the context of this panel is the near space. The near space is defined in terms of flying platforms, anything that is a few kilometers altitude all the way to tens of kilometers below the so-called Kármán line, which define the edge between, or the frontier between air and space. In other words, we are talking platforms that are not in orbit. They are essentially in a quasi-stationary type of altitude covering a specific region. The motivation behind this panel goes from the fact that we live in a world where
population density is not uniform. So basically, we have very dense population type of environment. These are the urban environment. And of course, the best way to connect this environment is using terrestrial base station. We have done a great job over the last few decades connecting people using 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, and so on. Now, when you go deep rural, of course, you have very low population density, and satellite is the way to go. In between, when the dense population is not very scarce and not very dense, there is opportunity to use these pseudo-satellite. Some people like to call them MAPS or HAPS, for medium altitude platform station, or high altitude platform station, or pseudo-satellites, that are basically bridging the gap between urban environment and deep rural environment, and they can be used in a ubiquitous fashion to do offloading for urban environment and connect rural, suburban environments. So in this panel, we have experts coming from academia, coming from industry, and coming also from mobile network operator, who will give us different perspective on this emerging technology and its potential, not only from communication perspective, but also for a variety of other applications in imaging, environmental monitoring, traffic monitoring, and so on. So the way this panel is going to be organized is a little bit like the way we do it in IEEE. So each one of the panelists will introduce himself, will talk about his institution or his research group or his company, the technology he's pursuing or his company is pursuing, and the target application. Because as I mentioned, HAPS is not only about communication, it can target a variety of other applications. So we'll start in this order with Professor Halim opening the floor from an academic standpoint, and then we'll go towards more industrial, eventually application part. Halim, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Slim. First, heartfelt congratulations for a very successful event. Kudos to CST as being the main organizer. I am Halim Yanukomeroğlu, and I am the director of Carton NTN Lab. In our lab, we work on space networks, that is satellites, near space networks, that is HAPS and MAPS, high and medium altitude platforms, as well as aerial networks, that would be UAVs. The HAPS discussion, and by the way, when I say HAPS, I also include MAPS, it starts with the obvious, as Selim outlined, that is connecting the unconnected, in particular rural areas. In the remote, satellite might be the best option. In urban areas, terrestrial network, but in between, there might be the good ground for these platforms. But that is only the start of the discussion. Connecting the unconnected with hubs, in my mind, is a 2030 discussion, which is kind of tomorrow. However, when this technology matures, the potentials are unprecedented. I think more than anyone can imagine today. And I will just give 4 quick angles in the next few minutes. First of all, even when we talk about a sustainable infrastructure, rather than densifying unnecessarily the terrestrial network, even in urban and suburban areas, by putting small base stations everywhere, from a sustainable architecture viewpoint, it is much better to give coverage from near space by spot beams, like high throughput satellites discussed just before us, but at from 20 kilometers. So design your terrestrial network for predictable median traffic, and traffic surges, unpredictable traffics, they can be handed over to stratosphere or medium altitude platforms. The second point is ISR, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance. Imagine watching out a city like Riyadh or Istanbul from, again, near space. Imagine Hajj, Mina, Arafat, and detecting faces from stratosphere. This will be possible in 2030s. And again, it is unprecedented consequences in monitoring. Also, navigation, positioning, localization, a very big application, not only in rural, but in very urban, suburban areas. And the fourth direction, final direction I would like to highlight is that we already have tremendous amount of space assets like geo high throughput satellites, but due to the obvious reasons, path loss, direct to device is difficult. If strategically HAPS networks are located on top of dense urban areas, they can act as relays for satellite infrastructure and assets. So in 2 hops, that great capacity can be pushed to users. I will leave it there.
Very good. Thank you very much, Halim. So Halim gave us the potential of maps and HAPS. Now we give the floor to 3 basically industrial in the area of HAPS. So we have one of the main challenges, of course, to achieve the potential that Halim mentioned is to get these platforms, to get them in a reliable fashion, to get them in a long endurance. They have to spend weeks, if not months, in the stratosphere or below if they are maps. And we need them to generate enough power to be able to have the right payload for the mission they are designed for in terms of telecommunication or surveillance or any kind of monitoring. So we have here 3 different perspectives from SPL, Skydweller, and Sky. So we'll start with Richard, who will talk about his own company and your basically type of HAPS that you are developing.
Thank you, Slim. Perhaps I can add my thanks to our friends at CST for another really excellent conference. The one 2 years ago was great. This is even better, so very nice to be back in Riyadh. So I've just got a slide behind me to illustrate what we're doing in stratospheric platforms. So we've taken a slightly different approach to high-altitude platforms. A lot of HAPS over the years have used solar power, but in recent years, with advances in hydrogen for aviation, we've very much gone down the hydrogen side of things. I think from our point of view, the key to building a successful HAP is to start with the economics. And the economics basically come back to power and the area that you can cover. So essentially, we've built a flying power station. We've done a lot of work with the hydrogen so far. It's a liquid hydrogen system, and it generates around 100 kilowatts of power, of which around 22 kilowatts goes to the antenna alone. The HAP stays up in the air for the best part of a week, and then we do a hot swap, and the aircraft comes down to refuel. It's very green. We burn the hydrogen, and the exhaust from the aircraft is water vapor. Now, this enables us to create a really powerful array on the front, and you can see this rather strange pattern, which is 450 individual cells. So from a geographical point of view, this covers around 15,000 square kilometers and covers the same sort of area as 450 terrestrial masts. So you can see you get enormous coverage by operating in the stratosphere. And of course, it also has the advantage that you don't have any shadowing. Coming down almost vertically with the beam means that you get really excellent ubiquitous coverage. You can connect in those beams direct to your handset. Here's your handset at 200 megabits per second. So the advantage with HAPS is that you don't have to have satellite ground receivers and relays. You literally just turn on your mobile phone, which is an amazing advantage compared with some of the technologies provided by satellite operators. So that really, I think, is very transformational. We've got 100 gigabit per second front haul that can connect around 500,000 people on WhatsApp, for example, doing video calls. So it really is a very powerful system. Final comment, as we progress with the technology on this, we've built the hydrogen power system, we've built and tested the antenna, we've done the world's first 4G demo in Germany with our investors Deutsche Telekom, and a couple of years ago we did the world's first 5G demonstration from the stratosphere here in Saudi Arabia with our friends in CST and the Saudi Space Agency, where we were connecting, again, handsets at 90 megabits per second, not only from the ground, but one of our guests, His Excellency Engineer Al Tamimi, flew around in his helicopter and was doing 90 megabits per second from his phone in his helicopter. So it is very much becoming real, and we're looking forward to seeing this commercialized over the next year or so.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. Barry, yes. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I have to congratulate the conference for, again, looking at architecture and not just space, not just near Earth, but looking at the whole picture, because it's all about the missions that we need to meet. I'll talk more about that. The slide shows a little bit about my background. I'm an early Qualcomm employee, so telecoms experience, as well as a lot of space experience. And what's interesting is combining that to bring it to this NTN environment. I do show a little bit of the platform that Skydweller has, just to be able to illustrate what this is. The aircraft, the photo on the upper left, it's flying over the Gulf of Mexico, and then on the lower left, excuse me, it is flying over NASA Stennis. It's very close by to where our base is. The aircraft itself, the wingspan is 72 meters. So that's a little bit more than a Boeing 747. That's how big it is. But on the other hand, it's generating about 200,000 watts of power from its solar cells. So it's important because you need to lift a lot of payload, and you need to be able to give that payload power. And then from there, you can put a multiple of payloads in. But I want to get back to the mission theme. In the end, whether it's an airship, whether it's a balloon, whether it's an aircraft, the platform is not the focus. The focus is what missions are you trying to solve, and what platform meets those missions. Because every platform, I came from the space world, space is not a panacea. Aircraft is not a panacea. Every solution has their pluses and minuses. End users need to look at what is it they need to meet the missions they have, and what solutions will meet those missions. I think that's the real focus of what we want to look at. Platforms are just a means to an end. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Barry. Mikkel, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks for having me. While I wait for the slide to come up. Thank you very much. So the first thing I want to say is that this is not a rendering, this is a photograph, and this is from our latest launch 3 weeks ago, where we launched from southern New Mexico and flew to 61,000 feet and stayed up there for a considerable while. The way that we've addressed this is with the lighter-than-air vehicle. We're filled with helium for lifting gas, solar power for daytime, battery for nighttime, and we use that to feed electric propulsion, which, combined with our aerodynamic shape, allows us to point into the wind and stay over an area of operation. This means, obviously, that unlike drones, we stay up, and unlike low Earth orbit satellites, we stay over the same area. And that, of course, gives us a very unique advantage points that the other speakers have already touched on. But I want to add a little bit of credibility to what we're doing, because we've been on a very deliberate journey of iterative development. First, in developing the materials that allowed us to close the power loop in the stratosphere. That means flying through the night till the sun comes up the next morning, and you're still at the same altitude, and you're still over the same area of operation. But we started test flying in 2016 with a 9-foot version, then the next year with a 70-foot version, then with a 105-foot version. The picture I'm painting is of a strong dedication to iterative development, starting small, building bigger and bigger, flying higher and higher with more and more capacity, and eventually making it to our target altitude above 60,000 feet in May of 2021. And then we've been up there several times since. slide above me suggests 22 times already. But the important thing is that we've done so while bringing partners on board. In 2022, we flew several paid partnership missions as demonstration flights for partners such as U.S. Department of Transportation, Navajo Nation, Aramco, all between $10 and $15 million per demonstration flight, showing that in the case of Aramco, they wanted us to park in the stratosphere with a massive MIMO array and connect directly to a smartphone on ground, showing that we could do so with FCC defined speed for broadband, 100 down and 20 up, and that we could do so with a range of at least 90 kilometers. We did so with 140 kilometers. Since then, we've been very focused on the last sort of steps of maturity to the market. So last year in 23 was all about ascent dynamics, generating reliability in launch, ascent, and getting into position when we get to the stratosphere. Similar to a rocket launch, that is the hardest part for us as well, punching through the inversion layers and getting safely through the jet stream. This year has been all about control dynamics, control relocation between 2 points in the stratosphere, building evidence of station keeping capability, and flying through the full diurnal, through the night, till the sun comes up the next morning. And in August this year, we did just that. We met all milestones. We flew through a full day and full night till the sun came up the next morning, and we were still at the same GPS coordinate, and we were still at the same altitude. And that is the biggest proof point, this closing of the power loop in the stratosphere. That is the biggest proof point for a long endurance flight. And we're now 2 companies that have done it, us and Airbus subsidiary called Alto. And that also allows the entire HAPS industry to start building significant credibility. And I personally believe that this is a new infrastructure layer that is being built, that is beginning to be built now. We are addressing the market with a business model of infrastructure as a service, and we're doing so with strong financial backing. When we reached the stratosphere in 21, Aramco came in and closed our B round, and when we reached all milestones this year, flying the full diurnal and closed the power loop in the stratosphere. In August, we subsequently also in September closed our C round with the Saudi company Mawarid as the lead investor. And we're excited to work a lot more with them as they will be representing us in the region here. And so as we look to next year, it's all about endurance. We want to fully test endurance, stay up to see what fails first, push endurance, and we'll do that over the span of 5 flights next year. And we'll also start dipping our toe into commercial waters because we have qualified a lot of payload already. This year we've flown INSAR, 2 different types of hyperspectral. We've flown stereo-optical cameras. We've flown E-band backhaul, all on the same aircraft. And next year we're adding the first commercial panel of massive MIMO array to it. And this is really the interesting part of a stratospheric platform that's lighter than air, the lifting and powering capacity. We can do all that in one flight. So this slide talks about mapping and detection and connectivity, but perhaps it's not a one-trick pony. We can do all that at the same time, and that's when the economics start becoming really interesting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mikkel. Now that you heard from 3 manufacturers of HAPS with different perspective, we have heard about this kind of aircraft type of design and the lighter than air type of airships. We'd like now to hear from Shiro. Shiro is here on behalf of SoftBank. SoftBank is a mobile network operator in Japan, so it's kind of potential user of HAPS technology. And Japan has been one of the most active countries in the world behind this emerging technology with SoftBank and NTT Docomo. So Shiro, maybe you can give us your perspective on this technology and its potential in Japan and beyond.
Okay, thank you, Professor Srim. My name is Shiro Fukumoto from SoftBank Corporation. As I introduced, SoftBank is one of the mobile network operator in Japan. And the question here is why mobile network operator working on NTN, especially for HAPS. So the trigger is 2011, a huge earthquake and tsunami. Earthquake broken our base stations and tsunami flood everything. So after this disaster, we have enhanced our disaster response solutions by increasing the number of mobile base stations with satellite backhaul and providing mobile satellite terminal to continue communication in the event of disasters. However, from that time on, we want direct-to-device solutions so that more people can communicate immediately. So, and if such solution is realized, it can be used not only for disaster relief, but also can use connecting the unconnected. And in the future, it can be implemented in the advanced mobility society where everything is automated by connecting every time, everywhere, such as autonomous driving and drone delivery. In other words, there are the business opportunities in this solution. HAPS has been concerned for more than 25 years, but has not been realized due to technical issues. But thanks to improvement of elemental technologies such as aircraft, drone battery, solar panels, and motors, now HAPS can stay in the stratosphere for a long period of time. So here, we believe that there is an opportunity to enter the HAPS market, not only as a user, but also an operator. Therefore, we start this HAPS project from 2017. But we are not an aircraft manufacturer. So we are currently cooperate with the US-based aviation company named AeroVironment to develop our HAPS named Sunglider. Our ultimate goal is to deploy HAPS worldwide and provide connectivity to all countries and regions regardless of their environment by cooperating with local MNOs. There are two key points. One is to be able to connect with normal terminal, I mean the D2D. The second is a flexible frequency use for HAPS concerning the specific circumstance for each operator in each country. We have known since the beginning of that HAPS can technically feasible to use normal terminal without changing the existing 3GPP specification, and we have also demonstrated it through our several flight tests from 2020. As for frequencies, HAPS can only be used 2 GHz frequency band in the mobile service, I mean the 3GPP band 1, in accordance with radio regulations. So last year, WRC23 decided to add the use of 619.4 through 960 MHz, 1.7 GHz, and 2.6 GHz for HAPS as IMT base stations, HIBS HIBS. So we hope this will be reflected in the national frequency allocation in each country as appropriate and will serve as an opportunity to accelerate the introduction of HAPS in those countries. Finally, we have learned a lot of technical, regulatory, and business aspects through our 7 years development of HAPS and still been studying. We are recognized that it will take somewhat time for commercialization, but we believe this technology will surely spread throughout the world. We will continue this work towards a commercialization based on our SoftBank philosophy, information revolution, happiness for everyone. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Hiro. So now we'll start with we'll kind of continue with the interactive part of the panel. So I received some questions. Some of them actually line up very well with the kind of question I have in mind. And as expected, the first question is really what all of us would expect, those of us who are active in the HAPS area. So the question can be summarized in the following fashion. Those of us who know about the HAPS industry, we have seen over the last decade 2 major projects, Aquila, which was funded by Facebook at the time, and then Lunar, funded by Google. And we can say that this project at some point had to close. So the question is, can we reflect on these maybe perceived failures? And to go back now to the question from the audience, what is the cost of a HAPS now and at maturity? And are we really ready to embrace this technology and make it affordable so that basically it makes sense from a business perspective? So, like a little bit reflection on the past and maybe perspective on the future from a business perspective and viability of this technology to basically fulfill the kind of potential that Halim mentioned. Who wants to start on this? Richard? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
we'll hear from three of you.
Yeah, happy to dive in.
Go ahead, Richard.
Look, HAB's definitely a maturing technology, and I think over the past sort of 15, 20 years when they've been flying, a lot of lessons have been learned. I think picking up on Mikhail's point, we're now in a situation where a lot of those lessons are all coming together, so that's a really good thing. I think looking back on those two projects in particular, to my way of thinking, the challenge really has been one of power. A lot of people have started off with designing an airframe and then working out what communication system to put on there, but that's all very much defined by the power, and you need the power for the payload and also for the airframe. So you need to be able to station hold, because of course your customers want you to be able to provide a service over a particular area. You also need to be able to get up and down through the weather. Once you get up into the stratosphere, it's relatively benign, although it still has its challenges, but the real challenge is getting up and down. And some of those air vehicles you described as being quite flimsy and have not really been designed to do that. I think one of the other ones is around certification, because obviously if you're going to be providing this sort of service over built-up areas, they need to be certified not just to telecom standards, but also to the aviation regulatory standards. So I think, in summary, on the first part, sort of power and robustness. I think in terms of the cost side of things, the answer is it does very much depend on the use case, really. But typically, from our point of view, with the work that we've been doing with some of the large mobile network operators, you're looking at around 90% cost reduction compared with traditional towers. As I showed with my diagram up there, when you have one high-altitude platform that can do the same coverage as 450 steel towers, that you can imagine that's quite a big saving. So I think the economics are increasingly attractive as we mature the technology.
Okay, Mary?
I'm going to go a little bit more generic in my answer, and that's think of any technology industry that doesn't have casualties, that doesn't become healthy. I came out of the space world. Launch is now seeing some casualties because there were 150 launch companies at one time. But on the other hand, innovation was happening. The early days of internet, just pick tech, and it just happens. It's part of the natural law. You're going to see this in AI coming. So it's actually healthy that you see casualties. And I'll stop there.
So,
okay. Yes, Mikkel, go ahead.
I do agree with what Barry is saying, but I want to make a slightly more controversial comment, because Aquilar was a Facebook company and Lunar was a Google company, and perhaps Facebook and Google weren't perfectly positioned to build hardware, and definitely not hardware that flies. I do want to say, though, I do think it was a shame that Google decided to not continue in the industry, because they were building valuable data for all of us. And I think that there's a lot of people at Google that wish they would come back in, because it is an industry that is at the cusp of booming, and they have a role here. As for Aquilar, it doesn't matter whether you take an HP calculator or a Casio calculator, that power loop was not going to close on that aircraft. And I find it refreshing that the representative from Leonardo is actually telling the truth, that a fixed wing should fly at a lower altitude to close the power loop.
Okay. Halim, then Shiro.
Yes. First of all, as an architecture, throughout my entire career, starting from master's, 35 years, I worked on radio access architecture and infrastructure. I can say with full confidence that an infrastructure in near space absolutely makes sense. The issue is how to build it due to struggles like proper aircraft, so on and so forth. Now, as Barry also mentioned, these failures mentioned are just nature of the beast. Let us look at the satellite industry, big momentum rejuvenation around 2020, but that happened based on decades of know-how and experience. Sputnik goes back to 1957. So it is very natural, but this doesn't mean that we will have to wait 3, 4, 5 decades to have a network in near space. Near space, all the expertise in terrestrial and space networks can be brought together because HAPS in some way looks like satellite, but in some other ways it is like a base station on a very high mast. Therefore, it looks like terrestrial networks. Therefore, I think there are lots of lessons learned, not only from Aquila and Loon, but also our 50 years of history in satellite networks and terrestrial networks. So it can happen much quicker. So those failures, once again, in my view, are natural. In the big picture, they shouldn't be taught as game stoppers.
Okay. Shiro, so you as a representative here of MNOs, you invested as Softcom in HAPS, so is NT Docomo and Deutsche Telekom. So I assume you believe in this technology and you believe that eventually is going to be deployed commercially. So can you give us the argument why, although we have seen this perceived failure of Facebook and Loon project, that you feel that eventually there will be a successful commercial deployment of this technology from MNOs?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, actually, I'm not sure about the exact reason why they withdraw their business, but it is a decision of the other companies. So, but I think they deny technology of HAPS. So this is just a business matter from their concern. And the important thing, and what I would like to emphasize here is their heritage. Their information is still left in the industry, not a company by company basis. Well, HAPS Alliance and member of HAPS Alliance can reach the Loon's information as a Loon library. The document, hundreds of pages, currently is uploaded in the HAPS Alliance members. So I think kind of the transportation is very important to consider about the actual commercialization of this business. So that is my answer, but it is not the promotion of HAPS Alliance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shiro. So I have here 2 questions that can be combined in one. And the question I will rephrase in the following fashion. So Huawei recently released the report on VLEO. I assume this is kind of a very low Earth orbit constellation for NTN. So, they want to understand or kind of listen your perspective on this new emerging type of very low Earth orbit constellation. And as a follow-up question, we have all these options now. We have VLO, LEO, MEO, GEO. We add to that HAPS, MAPS. I mean, how all of this is going to coexist? Do we need all of these altitude, all these orbits, or should we kind of pick one and stick with it? So, it's 2 questions in one, but basically this emergence of multiple solutions, is it really the way to go?
I'll attack the VLEO thing since I'm the space guy. So VLEO, we're talking about 300 kilometers. It's still not 5, 6, 10 kilometers. It's 300 kilometers. It's still very far away. So from link budget, from a signal-to-noise ratio, when you're near space, you're just so much better in what you can do with sensors. Okay. I'm sorry, and at 300 kilometers, your orbital decay is highly accelerated. So you better use fuel to stay up, otherwise you're going to enter the Earth again.
So Halim, you mentioned this complementarity of HAPS, which are pseudo-stationary within the sky, within the air, and all kind of satellite constellation. Can you maybe, to answer this question, address this complementarity of these different orbits and altitude of platforms?
Yes. First of all, as also Barry mentioned, Certainly, there is a path loss advantage if you are going from 500 kilometers, that is the Starlink altitude, ballpark figure, to 300 kilometers. That will ease the path loss several dB and the link budget. However, in no way we can compare that with an infrastructure at 20 kilometers or even closer. Here we have an order of magnitude difference in distance, even more. And also, as Barry mentioned, from a scientific viewpoint, spy satellites for, again, reconnaissance purposes can come down to maybe less than 200 kilometers, but they are very expensive. They decay very quickly, not very suitable for commercial usage. So very low Earth orbit satellites probably has a place, but the expectations shouldn't be way too high from them. Now, going back to complementarity, I guess we have many possibilities, many solutions on the table. It doesn't make sense kind of quote-unquote religiously to bet only on one solution. For different circumstances, different places, all will have a role to play. For instance, if you want to cover oceans, satellites is the best way to go. There is probably no need to have much discussion there, unless we are talking about ISR intelligence, again, surveillance, reconnaissance. You might want to bring cameras much closer. And if we are talking about sustainable infrastructure, I think HAPS is a very good solution in the long run, after 2030s, after 6G, even in urban areas. It will be really, wouldn't make sense if anyone would think tearing down the terrestrial network if I am just having my coffee in the outside a coffee shop and there is a small base station 100 meters away. Why should I bother with any other solution? I will just connect to that small base station. But there might be a truck stopping at red light, and then it might be obstructing my line of sight, and if it is millimeter wave band, I may have difficulty in having connection to that base station 100 meters away. My signal opportunistically by the operator can be routed to the HAPS in the skies of Riyadh. So on one hand, such a network of networks, it is orchestration and management will be difficult, but on the other hand, we have AI as an emerging tool. I think we will learn how to do this. In short, I see a place for all these solutions, and eventually, of course, market dynamics will decide.
Very good. Yes,
Professor
Nikhil?
Slim, yeah, you remind me of my days in school, because your opening slide provided the answer, and now you ask a question to check if we paid attention. Your opening slide talked about the ubiquitous network and talked about how the greater the altitude, the lower the density of population you serve with connectivity, and that there is that perfect role for HAPS in between, roughly from 25 people per square kilometer, where below which towers are no longer being built, and all the way down to, if we're generous with LEO constellations, 2 people per square kilometer. That's a significant space for HAPS. And if you want to densely service between 2 people from 2 people to and down, yeah, you probably need VLEO as well.
Very good, excellent. So let's move. I just got one question that I love and I would like to ask. So the question is addressed to me that I presented HAPS as a niche area. Why it's not more than a niche area. So I would like to add to that, and by saying that indeed, as academics active in this area, we see that there are not much activity in comparison to the much bigger activity. When I say activity, research, projects, papers, PhD students working on satellite versus students working on HAPS. we don't have that many students in HAPS, let's say, compared to satellite. Similarly, when you look at funding situation, it seems that there is much more funding available to satellite industry compared to what is available to HAPS. And that's why I introduced this near space paradigm as a niche area. So can you kind of give your perspective on that, why you think we are not as visible or as, let's say, successful in terms of being more active, more bigger in terms of size than what's happening in the satellite world? Everyone will have a chance to answer this question. Mikkel, you want to start?
Yeah, because I just want to pick up from where I left a few seconds ago, because again, your opening slide was perfect for this. We're now seeing the HAPS industry generating credibility. It is only the beginning, but we are 4 companies who have made it to the stratosphere with powered flight. There is Sky, there is Zephyr, there is SoftBank has been there with 2 separate aircraft, one with Air Environment and one with Mira in Rwanda, and I'm forgetting one. But 2 of us have closed the power loop in the stratosphere. The credibility is coming there. At the same time, we're seeing, as a lot of data is emerging from LEO constellations, we're seeing the limitations of LEO constellations, that they have to service only very loosely populated areas. And so it's not coincidental that the companies who have invested in us, such as Mawarid, are companies who have both tower assets and space assets, and are completely aware of the limitations of both, that are betting on the HAPS industry. And I think it's a matter of time, very short time, before we flip this, and HAPS companies are more valuable than satellite companies.
Thanks. Let's hear from we'll hear from everyone, but let's hear from Barry and Richard, then we'll go to academic perspective and MNO perspective. Barry.
Yeah, I'll take a little bit different tact. One is that if one looks at mobile, I started in the mobile industry when it first started back in the 90s, early 90s, and mobile penetration, the CAGR is slowing down. Why? Because, as he mentioned, the density problem of using existing terrestrial base stations, it doesn't pay. You have to have much more economic solutions to do that. And this is one path that we can get the CAGR back up, and we can get worldwide penetration for mobile telecom much higher than where it is. That's one point. The second is, if one looks at the growth curve of just about every industry, we're still at the early phase of the growth curve for this industry. So even the mobile phone industry, when it first started, the slope was very low. Everybody forgets how long it took for mobile phones to penetrate because they're now so common. But in fact, the early days, that was not the case.
Very good. Richard.
Yeah, no, I very much agree with Barry on that in terms of where we are with the life cycle side of things. I think once HAPS are flying and people are more used to the utility, I really think that the economics are going to knock it out of the park compared with some of the satellite solutions. I'm just going to read a quick tweet by my good friend Elon Musk. He didn't tweet me, but anyway, I just pulled it off X. But this was in response to people congratulating him on the LeoSat 5G connectivity, okay? So this is what he said. Note, this only supports around 7 megabits per second per beam, and the beams are very big. So whilst this is a great solution for locations with no cellular connectivity, it's not meaningfully competitive with existing terrestrial cellular networks. So great job from a marketing point of view for HAPS, I think.
Very good. Thank you, Richard. Halim, the academic perspective, especially the activity, your perspective on the academic activity in the HAPS area.
Yes. Since satellite are a reality, as we speak, 7,000 plus Starlink satellites alone, everyone is aware, including our students, so it is a very immediate and natural attraction point. People know less about near space and its potentials. Now, business case is at the center of any commercial deployment, and due to the reasons just mentioned, whether it is energy or long endurance aircraft, still there is room for more maturity. So in my view, how this sector will evolve will be in the following way. First, probably use cases which do not necessarily around the business case will pick up. For instance, I was just chatting with the regulators from Turkey who are here with us, a country where big earthquakes happen. So in such situations, disaster scenarios, HAPS is, or near space solutions are very ideal. In that case, you really do not kind of care about business case. Or, as I mentioned, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance. So governments, military, municipalities will invest in this technology for imaging, sensing, so on and so forth. And all will this result in economies of scale. And I very much agreed that what happened around 2020 in satellite sector, especially in the context of LEOs, can happen at some point in near space industry as well. And in very short time, we might have big progress.
Very good. Shiro, so maybe you can give the MNO perspective. We know that, like NTT Docomo, SoftBank, but also Deutsche Telekom. Are you aware of other MNOs being interested by this paradigm, the near space paradigm?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, our SoftBank is also a big user of satellite communication, and we still think satellite is very important. But here, difference between satellite and HAPS is the stage of technological development. And more than 60 years ago, satellite were concerned about not feasible. That's why government-led development was underway, so-called old space. But based on the technology obtained there, the private sector has been leading the investment, so-called new space. So I think communication satellites were technically feasible, and the issue is only for business matter. On the other hand, HAPS is still in the technological development phase. So following the history of satellite, government-led investment will be vital here. That's why there are still less company currently investment of this HAPS technology. But given the progress of technological improvement, and I think Docomo is currently very actively providing their HAPS solution in Japan. That's kind of the competitive perspective will lead the investment from private sector sooner or later. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Shiro. So we have a few more minutes, and I would like to kind of combine a few questions that I'm getting here. Is issue we discussed, but maybe it's good to re-emphasize this point because I think it's an important point. So the question, this combined question can be formulated in this fashion. So what is the clear advantage of HAPS in comparison to LEO satellites? And a follow-up question, do you expect a conflict between HAPS and LEO providers to gain market shares? So again, this kind of idea of complementarity or maybe competition between LEO and HAPS and the advantage of every type of system. So maybe Halim, you want to start on this?
Sure. In the advantage side, there are some obvious, like everyone who thinks on this for 5 minutes will come up with the advantages. Number one, link budget, much closer. Number two, latency. Number three, data sovereignty. This doesn't basically orbit. So you put it on top of Riyadh, your data is there, it is yours. Number four, scalability. You don't need to put 200 HAPS today. You just need for Riyadh, put one in Riyadh, tomorrow one on Mecca, another on Buraidah. So very scalable deployment. These are obvious, and I don't think anyone will doubt. But then there are a number of less obvious things which are also very important, and I'll just highlight one of them, again on sustainability. In traffic engineering, rule number one is, if possible, you should pool your resources. Otherwise, some of your resources that are distributed will be not utilized efficiently. So this is the supply-demand dynamics. So actually, in a city, rather than putting 1,000 small base stations, it is better to put a super massive, ultra massive MIMO in the middle of the city on a mast, and then bring all the capacity there so that you don't waste anything. But the problem is that due to the clutter in the city, you don't have line of sight. You will again waste that. But if you take that capacity, that collected resources, and put it in stratosphere, it can, with line of sight, see most of the greater metropolitan area. So once again, they are complementary. In some cases, LEOs might have advantage, but as a network in near space has a lot of advantages as well.
Very good. So let's take this question as some kind of concluding remarks from each one of you. So Rich, how would you kind of address this question?
Couple of quick points. I think in addition to what's already been said, the utility, because a HAP you can think of as a high-altitude telecoms mast. I mean, again, you know, here's your ground receiver. This is your standard mobile phone. You turn it on and it connects, point one. I think the other point, though, that is often overlooked is the cost, because the cost of data being provided by satellites compared with HAPs, you know, HAPs are in a just different magnitude of cheapness compared with satellites. We heard a lot earlier about, you know, connecting to cruise liners and things. I mean, if you actually do the costs of how much you're paying to connect real-time to data streams from satellites compared with HAPs, it's eye-watering. So this is a real, not only technical transformation, but cost transformation for the industry too.
Yeah. Barry?
Just a quick comment that I'll go the other way, and that's the complementary nature of LEO and what can be done with near-space platforms. I'm an optical comms person, and doing optical comms from space to Earth is really hard. But if you use a near-space platform as a relay, it's actually possible. Things like Earth observation, where LEO complements a near-space solution, and they work together because one is at higher altitude, they can do more coverage. So there's many places where the two can actually work together and net benefit everyone.
Mikkel?
Yeah.
Can you also address this issue of, do you expect a competition in terms of market share between LEO and HAPS?
Let that be my final remark then. But first say, the difference is in the HAPS ability to go direct to device, any device, with broadband speeds. And work in far more denser populations. The additional difference is also in the fact that the significant lifting and powering capacity of specifically an LTA HAPS, lighter than air HAPS, allows us to be a multi-purpose, multi-mission platform. And so that extreme granularity from our vantage point, if we're saying combining it with Earth observation, take methane leaks monitoring, we can see the specific emitter in contrast to a satellite that can see the leak of methane in the vicinity. And we can do so with a combination of optics payload. So we can tell ConocoPhillips, hey, well number 63 has been leaking 150 kilos of methane per hour for the last 8 minutes. And by the way, your thief hatch is open. Go close and we'll tell you when you're not leaking anymore. We can do that while flying connectivity payloads. We can do early detection of wildfire while flying connectivity payloads. We can take search out of search and rescue for the maritime industry while flying connectivity payload. And that's a significant difference for the HAPS industry. In competition, there really is none. It is this, there is that, the same way that HAPS aren't competing with towers, but are complementary to towers. And HAPS are perfectly positioned to be an extension of MNOs. We need that same level of cooperation with satellites and welcome that same level of cooperation from satellite companies.
Thank you. Shiro, the last words.
Simply put, as a mobile network operator, we want to provide mobile broadband, even in the unconnected area currently, and also even in the disaster. In that case, HAPS is the most suitable solution so far. That's why we focus on HAPS. Thank you.
Thank you. So Dan, I will just say a few final words. One thing that maybe was not mentioned, I have seen the program, and you have seen this notion of sustainability and space debris. With HAPS, at the end of the day, you are dealing with an aircraft or with a balloon or with basically an airship. So it goes there, it spends weeks, maybe months, but then it comes back. You can maintain it, you can upgrade it, you can retire it. So you don't have to deal with any space debris and kind of the sustainability aspect that is also a big issue that has to be addressed when we talk about LEO constellation. So that's, I think, another maybe perspective that we have to keep in mind when we talk about HAPS. With that, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I hope it was beneficial for you to have this perspective on this still niche area. We hope that's going to grow with time. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much to Slim and to our panel, and yeah, fascinating discussion. And I think I speak for us all when I say we're really looking forward to seeing how HAPS continues to develop over the coming years. So thank you all very much indeed. We're actually now going to continue the focus on the near-Earth connectivity and on HAPS, because our next technology demonstration is going to be focusing specifically on pushing the boundaries of low-altitude platform. So if I could please invite our moderator, Abdulaziz Al-Jawad, and Gregory Gottlieb from World Mobile Group up to the stage. And as I said, we're moving straight on to our fifth and final technology demonstration of this year's forum. Gentlemen, welcome. Great to have you here. Abdulaziz, I'll pass over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Dan. Good evening, Your Excellency and distinguished audience. Let me introduce myself. I am Abdulaziz Al-Jawad from Radio Spectrum sector at CST. On my left hand, Mr. Gregory Gottlieb. He is the head of aerial platform at World Mobile Group. Welcome, Gregory.
Thank you very much, Abdulaziz. I'd like to join several of the other speakers from today in congratulating the CST and the ITU on a fantastic event. And also to thank all the organizers for inviting World Mobile to participate for a second time. We obviously did something right 2 years ago. And Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to be back in Riyadh for this event. Thank you.
Welcome again, Gregory. Building on our last success during the last event, the first edition of the forum, where a live technology demonstration was conducted by World Mobile Group and partners. Gregory, what's happened since then?
Okay, well, over the last 2 years, we've done a huge amount of work with a wide variety of different aerial platforms, including a number of different aerostats, manned airships, drones, and even a Black Hawk helicopter, but you'll hear a bit more about that later. Yeah, we're going to be showing you some of the work we've done today. But before we get into the detail of that, I'm acutely aware that some of the people in the audience, both physically and online, may not have heard of World Mobile. And I know that some of the people who do know World Mobile, I've been talking to over the last couple of days, don't really understand what it is that we're trying to do. So I'd like to begin with a brief introduction, if I may. So essentially, World Mobile is a fully licensed MNO with several networks operational around the world. And I just looked up the data. In the last 24 hours, our networks consumed more than 270 terabytes of data through more than 2,500 access points, with more than 107,000 unique users. What's unique about us is that we operate a sharing economy model with a blockchain-managed revenue distribution system using our utility token to fuel the networks. This enables us to organically grow our networks without either owning or renting the infrastructure hardware ourselves. Our terrestrial access points are perhaps confusingly called air nodes, but we're also developing solutions using LAPS, low-altitude platform stations, and in the future, HAPS as well, and we're a member of the HAPS Alliance. We also work with a number of different satellite service providers to provide backhaul. Now, I should clarify that we're not an aerial platform developer. Rather, we leverage the strengths of multiple platform partners to optimize our network architecture to support our community of hosts and operators who, through us, are connecting the unconnected. So let's now have a look at what we've been doing, and if you could please run our first video.
Still half the world is unconnected.
There's a lot of untapped, unrealized talent that actually exists all over the world.
We believe that every single human on this planet has the right to access the internet to contribute to the world at large.
We're saying we want to go after the unconnected, and it is actually feasible.
We're doing things that other people won't do because they're locked into existing ways of doing things. So we're taking an innovative approach to build a new network.
What does it mean for the people on the ground? What does it mean for the unconnected? It means everything. It's a brand new world. It's a world of opportunities. It's a world of identity. It's a world where we can all be equal.
We're bringing tether balloons, wireless mesh, a new dynamic mobile network, and you're bringing them all together into this new way of doing things. Nobody's done it before.
This is an ideal worth sacrificing for. This is an ideal worth fighting for. In whichever way it takes, we will make sure that we provide a model to connect the unconnected. Because we really are stronger connected. You know, we were down on the ground for a long time in Zanzibar, and this was a struggle for everybody. But this is the moment that we can show how we connect the unconnected. This is the moment where we demonstrate what we can do pan-Africa in the continent. And this is the moment where we can also look at the rest of the world and show that aerostats are a solution for connecting the so many people that still don't have internet. There was a lot of pressure all around on the team to deliver this. You know, we wanted to deliver this, not just because we said we would deliver this, but we wanted to deliver this because we wanted to do something that was so new. I don't like to use the word revolutionary, but I like to use the word modern. And this is the new way to connect the unconnected and delivering for our community, delivering for our partners, and delivering for the worlds, for everybody that could see there is a way to connect everybody. So for me, this is the beginning of something very special where everyone could be connected and we leave no man, woman, or child behind. There were tears, there was sweat, there was blood. It was a very, very difficult 11 months. But finally, we're very, very happy to have arrived in Mozambique, to have successfully launched in Mozambique, and to have the full support of the regulator, the GSMA Foundry, and also the ITU. Mozambique has a very unconnected population. The existing mobile network operators have done a great job so far, but with legacy business models and legacy infrastructure, it's just impossible for them to connect the unconnected. So what we want to learn is the data sets that we're gathering. We want to see the usage on the network. We want to see mobile money transactions. We want to see schools connected. We want to see people being able to educate themselves online rather than just offline. And we want to take the African entrepreneurial spirit to the next level. Some could say flying high. So whilst this aerostat has been commissioned and is running by World Mobile, eventually we believe that a community, a sharing economy, will be able to own this particular aerostat or other aerostats, and they'll be able to support in connecting the unconnected. But it's not just the sharing economy. It's also the partners involved. It's also the regulators involved. It's everybody involved. This can't happen alone. And although we've brought some fantastic technology to the continent, and it's a first, we're super, super excited to have collaborated with everybody and to have actually got this far. Nobody's ever done this before.
Messenger is about 220 miles from the capital city of Maputo. That's about 350 kilometers. It's in a province called the Gaza province, southwestern of Mozambique. It's very dry and dusty, but there's a dam right next to it. And the site where we've chosen, there's a little village there. There's a school. There's a community. We had to first identify the different regulatory bodies that we needed to engage. And this being a new technology, there was a lot of education and discussions that we had to have with the different bodies, where we talk about World Mobile's vision and the plan to use aerostats as cell phone towers. So lots of meetings and sessions, but eventually once everyone was aligned, it then became that much easier once they understood that we're trying to build a telecom tower in the sky. I think then, the conversations from there just became that much easier. But if I have to say, it's the education part, where just getting everyone on board to understand what exactly we're trying to achieve here.
Hello, Mickey. Mickey?
Gregory, you're not calling me from where I think you're calling me, are you?
Well, actually, I am. We've finally got it going. We've done it. This is me from Africa calling over the World Mobile Cell. How about that?
This is brilliant news. Well done. A lot of hard work went into that. How's the signal?
And yeah, I mean, it's just as it would be if I was at a normal cell, any sort. And the quality is really good. Everything's working as it's supposed to work. I happen to be standing close to the aerostat at the moment, but there's no reason why I shouldn't be quite a few kilometers away.
No, epic. Well done for finally getting it up and running. This is exciting.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity to do it.
Thank you, and yeah, it's a wonderful moment for us, and it's not just me, it's all of us, the team, the community, the sharing economy, and this is one big moment for World Mobile.
Well, thank you very much indeed for watching all 10 minutes of that video. In my remaining minute and a half for this demonstration, I want to just point out that World Mobile won a 2024 GSMA Foundry Excellence Award for the work we did in Mozambique. And we're continuing to work in Mozambique in a number of different ways. But we've also been using aerostats in the USA to test our antennas and to help us prove our economic modeling.
Okay, thank you, Gregory. I believe World Mobile Group had made tremendous efforts during the catastrophic events in the United States hurricanes. Could you please explain to the audience these efforts?
Sure. After Hurricanes Helene and Milton hit the US, we actually borrowed a Black Hawk helicopter, a civilian one, and we used it to travel to remote and inaccessible areas of North Carolina that had become isolated. And there we distributed a combination of World Mobile air nodes and Starlink ground stations to provide backhaul to connect people who were disconnected. Perhaps the last video, please. It is a short video.
His wife is at home with the kid without power, without phone. All right, you're clear of the road. You're clear, slide right.
Good connectivity.
That's awesome.
Breaking news as Hurricane Helene, the strongest hurricane to hit the U.S. in over a year.
We're going to be publishing quite a lot more about what we did in North Carolina over the coming weeks, so watch this space.
Okay, thank you, Gregory, and everyone with us. The matter is not solely connecting the unconnected, it is reconnecting the disconnected as well. Thank you, Gregory.
Absolutely. Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen.
So thank you so much to Abdulaziz and thank you to Gregory. And yeah, fascinating videos and seeing the technology in action there in different scenarios. And as Gregory said, yeah, really being called into action with the events that happened recently in the US. So Gregory, thank you very much indeed. So we have now just one final panel left. Now, over the course of the last 2 days, we've discussed many different types of connectivity that can be provided by non-terrestrial networks. But the focus so far has been on terrestrial connectivity here on Earth. But what about connectivity up in space itself? So as both His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al-Tamimi and also Maria Manovitz mentioned in their presentations at the start of the day yesterday, at the WRC27 agenda, WRC27 in the agenda for the first time ever, there's going to be lunar connectivity included on the agenda as one of the agenda items. So we're delighted to finish off this year's forum with a session that's going to be looking specifically at this, looking at lunar connectivity and deep space communications. Delighted to have with us an expert group of panelists as ever, and I'd like to now invite up to the stage our moderator Sharif Abdelmajid from SSA, and also Xavier, Ceci, Rayo, Ian, and Ed, our panelists. If I can invite you all up to the stage, please. Wonderful, we have everyone here. So Sharif, I will pass over to you and leave it in your capable hands.
All right, good evening, everybody. Welcome to the final panel session of the 5G NTN, Connecting the World from the Skies. We have a great group here that their contribution to deep space communication sees no boundaries. In this deep space communication panel, we're going to cover the basics, we're going to cover the current state of deep space communication, and also get into the future of it. I'd like to thank the organizers of the event for putting an excellent conference together, and a special thank you to His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Tamimi for hosting us here. Thank you very much. To get things started, you're thinking about deep space communication. We got to go back decades, 60 years. Over the last 6 decades, spacecrafts have spread out across our solar system. Some of them have even reached interstellar space, giving us vantage points and views that we humans could never see from the surface of the Earth or even from LEO. We've had numerous uncrewed landings on the Moon and Mars, and we've had 6 crew landings on the Moon. But what is the one key component with all these space missions? What is the common denominator with all deep space communication? And it's not something that's flown in space. That key component, that common denominator, is communication with the Earth. And communication is two-way. It's not just about sending pictures and sending voice notes. We use communication to navigate. We use communication to conduct research. We use communication to send new software. And it's my pleasure to be up here today moderating this session with these experts in the field whose contribution literally sees no limits. So we'll begin with some introductions, and at the conclusion of your introduction, if you can answer my first question, where does deep space start? Start with you, Xavier.
Yeah, first of all, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to this panel. Thank you for a magnificent organization, very relevant topics. So my name is Xavier Lobao. I work for the European Space Agency. The European Space Agency, not to be confused with the European Commission. We are an intergovernmental organization. We share many countries, member states, but we are independent from the European Commission. And I have been spending all my professional life in space, mostly in satcom, and mostly in the preparation of the future. And I have this role in telecom in ESA. And ESA is an innovation agency. I mean, we don't operate in the telecom market. We are helping move the needle in terms of innovation and new technology by developing technologies, and most of what we have done in the last 2 decades is public-private partnerships. And that was the first formula we found in order to move the needle and to get adoption of new technologies that were risky and so on. And very briefly, I would say that I'm fascinated, as many of you are, with the developments lately of our sector. And some are beyond my dream, my best dreams. I mean, we have in particular direct-to-device that is what I call the ultimate solution. I mean, is using standard devices to communicate via satellite. And of course, from our perspective, is standards-based, 5G, 6G, is consumer devices, and it is all about interoperability. And I'm linking with the topic. We are also very focused, and I will come later on, I hope, on optical and quantum communications. And now we are looking beyond Earth orbit, and I'm coming. What is deep space? For me, is beyond Earth orbit. From our perspective, historical is beyond geo, and I will come to the geo. What we see is that by combining everything that I said, standards, D2D, and so on, my dream is that the future astronauts that go to the moon and the devices that are sent to the moon are using this kind of standard technology, of course adapted to the environment of the moon. But if they have the same electronics, then I think we are making something. If we make them interoperate with the networks, I think we are doing something. And this is what I hope I will explain later on during the panel about our initiative that you see in the background, Moonlight. And beyond Moonlight, that is Moon towards the Internet of the Solar System. And I stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Xavier. Sassy, please, from ITU.
Assalamualaikum and good afternoon, Excellencies and distinguished guests and colleagues. So thank you for inviting me to represent ITU and represent the work of the ITU in the deep space. Since 1963, ITU has already supported global space exploration. It's already allocating in our radio regulations that our core responsibility is to ensure that the radio frequency is used efficiently and without interference. A challenge that grows as more missions now head to the moon, as we are discussing now. Actually, since as early as 1971, we took a significant step already by designating the far side of the moon as a shielded zone, a unique environment preserved for the scientific research free from the Earth radio emission. Over the last 2 decades, we have already worked with our members questioning about building the formal lunar communication network. As Mr. Maniewicz and Mr. Muhammad Al-Tamimi noted yesterday in the opening of this event, that the World Radio Communication Conference addressed these needs, the spectrum communication for the moon, aiming for the safe, equitable access for all space actors, while preserving essential scientific resources. In summary, ITU is committed to building a sustainable, collaborative framework for lunar and Mars mission, keeping space open for scientific progress and accessible to all. And from the ITU perspective, the deep space is in the Article 1 of the radio regulation, number 177, which is communication equal or greater than 2 million kilometers. So sorry, Javier, the moon is not the deep space, but because it's only 384,000 kilometers. Thank you.
Thank you, Sassy. Very well. Rio.
Okay. Hi, nice to meet you, everyone. First of all, thank you for inviting me into this great event and this exciting panel too. Then, first of all, I'm Rio Ujiye, CTO of iSpace. As iSpace, as a company, we are now working on lunar transportation business and data business too. But our long-term goal is, envisioning to create lunar economy and establish the new ecosystem between the Earth and Moon. It's called cislunar ecosystem. But as our the first step, we already carried out first our lunar commercial transportation mission. It's called Mission 1. Then the Mission 1 happened, launched 2022 December, and then we tried to land on the Moon 2023, the April. But unfortunately, we couldn't make a soft landing, unfortunately. However, in terms of communication, deep space communication, we successfully completed everything. Then due to our uniqueness of the trajectory to the Moon, once the lander reached at 1.5 million kilometers from the Earth, then even such kind of condition, we successfully completed the communication. We also determined the position of the lander and so on. We already experienced deep space communication in the first mission. And our second mission is going to be launched January 2025, in a few months. We already shipped our lander to the US. Then, on top of that, in our third mission, this is a US side mission, but we are going to bring communication relay satellite to the Moon, because landing site is backside of the Moon. In order to communicate with the backside of the Moon, communication relay satellite is essential. Then from my perspective, deep space communication is like a Moon and beyond, including such kind of lunar communication infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Very good. So 3 different answers there. Mr. Ian Jones.
Thank you. Your Excellency and ladies and gentlemen, can I congratulate you on a fantastic conference. This has been really eye-opening to be here. And so I'm an entrepreneur from the UK. And in 2011, I founded a company to take over what was the UK's previously main satellite ground station, and it has been closed. And what we've done over the last few years is we've converted that into the world's first private deep space communications antenna. And it's enabled us to work with a number of different space agencies around the world, and private companies like iSpace as well. I have to say that I've been involved in the satellite communications business all my career, and I was struck by the previous demonstration, the tech demonstration, and Gregory, I have to congratulate him as well on the telephone call that he made after he'd got his platform up and running. Because I remember very early on in my career, I was involved in designing the very first modem that communicated from an aeroplane via satellite down to the ground. And I had a cassette recorder, and I was going to record that very first conversation that took place. And all of the communications worked absolutely brilliantly. The cassette recorder was running. We made the first phone call from the aeroplane, and it was a wrong number. So that was recorded for posterity. So I suggest when you have your firsts with all of the things that you're going to do in space, do record them and make sure that the bit on the ground is successful. And I think that's the point. The ground networks are equally as important as what goes on in space.
And where does deep space start?
Oh, I think deep space, if you ask NASA, so NASA's definition of deep space is 2 million kilometers. So 2 million kilometers is beyond the Lagrange L1 and L2 Lagrange points. But from our point of view, from a commercial point of view of providing services to people who are exploring the solar system now, it's beyond geo orbit. We consider that to be deep space.
All right, very good. Thank you, sir. Let's go to Dr. Ed Cruzens.
Yeah, thank you, Sharif, and thank you, CST, for inviting me here, and may I pay my respects to your excellencies as well. I'm Professor of Communications and Space Tracking at the University of New South Wales in Australia. I'm a member of the National Council of Space Engineering and also an Honorary Fellow of our National Science Agency, the CSIRO. And I also participate in the International Space Exploration Coordination Group of 27 space agencies for exploration of the solar system. But my claim to fame, I suppose, more is that I was the Australian director of the Deep Space Network in Australia, one of 3 stations around the world for tracking 40 different space missions, not just the US ones, but also ones from the European Space Agency, JAXA in Israel and other places like that. So the others are in the United States, Spain, and also in Canberra, Australia. Been there since 1965. So missions that we've looked at have included the Cassini-Saturn mission, Juno-Jupiter, the Mars rovers. In fact, when I started, we tracked the Curiosity rover with a prime station when that landed. New Horizons Pluto and the Voyager missions, which are now in very deep space. Now, deep space has many, many challenges. That includes the distance to Mars could be anywhere between 12 and 20 minutes, so you can imagine having a network to support that from the Earth. 1 hour and 20 minutes to Saturn, travelling at light speed. 5.5 hours to Pluto. And to Voyager 2, which we track from Australia, it's 20 hours to get a signal there and another 20 hours to get one back. So indeed, it's a big place. In deep space, time moves very interestingly. You have to take into account relativity and Einsteinian effects as well, so it gets complicated. Where does deep space start? In my book, it's beyond the moon. I think Ian elaborated it very carefully and probably very well. But anything beyond the moon certainly took our interest at the Deep Space Network. So we have challenges not only for the mission design, we have challenges for operations, and we have challenges for technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ed. Appreciate it. And like you said, time is relative, and if you guys can see, the time is flying already, so let's keep the questions going here. I'll also mention Dr. Ed, when he took over the ground station in Australia, it was for the Curiosity landing. It was his, second month on the job, and all the screens went blank the day of because everybody was logging in at once, and all the demand shut it down. So how you kept your job and how you survived tells a lot about your talent and skills to work blindfolded. So I will go to Ian Jones. What makes communication and deep space missions important? And if you could please maybe give us a little bit of how you guys saved the Intuitive Machines mission on its way to the moon.
Yeah, so I think we talk about communications, and we're used to these dishes on the ground just providing the communication link. But of course, under normal circumstances, those same dishes are used to command and control spacecraft. And when you have a deep space mission, it becomes even more important. We're talking about the signals that we pick up and we transmit from a deep space antenna are integral to the mission. And particularly things like navigating the mission, knowing exactly where you are, and discerning issues that perhaps even the operators themselves weren't aware of. And an example of this was the February Intuitive Machines mission. And I'm sure friends at Intuitive who've already told of the story of the IM-1 mission won't mind me sharing that there were numerous issues that arose immediately from the spacecraft being released from the SpaceX launcher. The spacecraft was tumbling, it had some issues with getting communication links and thrusters and what have you. I just happened to be in the control room at Goonhilly showing off to a visitor, and I asked one of our controllers to pull up the communication signal. We weren't looking at the data, we were passing that on to Intuitive. But I was explaining to the visitor that we could follow the signal, the frequency, and we could see that because it was changing, it was moving, we could tell that the spacecraft was moving away from the Earth towards the moon, until that signal started to move in the opposite direction. And I was very surprised. That showed the Doppler was the spacecraft had turned round and it was heading back towards Earth again. Well, of course, we knew that it wasn't. It was on its way to the moon. But what we were able to do was immediately alert Intuitive. They told us that they knew of a problem. They knew that the receiver wasn't locked up properly, and that's why the signal was wandering. But they didn't have a fix for it. But we did. We had a second modem which was tracking the signal, and we were able to essentially lock that signal on, write a very quick script that made the difference calculation, and from then on, they were able to do their appropriate navigation. So it just shows that it's not just about the communication signal, it's all of the radiometric data and the science data that you can use as well.
Absolutely. So those guys are definitely in debt to you, and shows you the importance of communication being used for navigation where you are in space and time as you're traveling through space. Rio, you guys got a mission coming up in a couple months. What do we have here on Earth that we need on the moon, Mars, or in deep space? What do we take for granted here? And you guys are going to be setting up some infrastructure for us.
Yeah, for our first mission, mission 1, mission 2, we already made a contract with ESA, the S-track, the network. And then in the mission 1, as I mentioned, we already reached at 1.5 million kilometers far away from the Earth. But we successfully, established the communication, and we also determine the position by range and range rate operation. Then of course, in that mission we used more than 30 meter antenna dishes, like a Goonhilly antenna too. But such kind of network is already available, and then the ESA, S-track side can support 24 hours the communication availability too for our critical operation, like orbital control maneuver and so on. And then on top of that, if we bit upgrade our side, lander side, transponder and so on, for the lunar mission, yes, still 15 to 20 meter antenna is also possible. Then our second generation lander or third generation lander, now we are planning to bit extend our side, lander side, spacecraft side capability, and then try to use bit smaller antenna side. And then if we use such kind of smaller antenna, the communication availability is going to be much better. Then now such kind of facility is already available. But if we try to upgrade downlink performance and uplink performance, we have a challenge in the frequency, but not only antenna size.
Thank you, Rio. And if folks to think about it right now, when we're downloading information, it's 2G. you know, at best case scenario, it's maybe even half of that. We need to get that 2G to 5G or IG, interplanetary generation, SASE. So what are the key architectural differences between terrestrial and deep space networks?
Yes, so it's already, if I'm sticking to my definition before this, the deep space is 2 million kilometers. So first of all, of course, the deep space must handle the enormous distance. So we are handling the long propagation delay, the high latency. And then, so Rio already speaking about the weak signals and need the specific antennas to capture the, we need the highly sensitive receivers for that. And then speaking the frequency you mentioned, because of this sensitivity, we need a specific frequency for the deep space communications. We normally use the Space Research Service, but there are some in the radio regulation that the frequency allocated only for the deep space in order not to get the interference from the other services. And so there are other aspects also. We must take into account the harsh environment condition from the sun, from the radiation. So this, and also Ian already speaking about the tracking navigation. Is a continuous tracking navigation is necessary when you are talking about the architecture for the deep space. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Sassy. Appreciate it. Xavier, we'll jump to you here. How close are we to the promised in-space lunar economy, and why should we start talking about it now?
This is a very important question. Thank you. You said it, Sharif. Time is relative, no?
Yes.
And I think in the previous panel, it was my good friend Barry that said, remember, mobile communications, it was a slow start, and now, I mean, things go at the speed of light. So I think we are bound to do that. First of all, I mean, our model is to help AI space, Rio and others, I mean, public missions and so on, to focus on their core mission, rather than carrying a 1.5 meter antenna and power, mass, and volume, is to limit it by using proximity comms, I would call it, by, in the case of the moon, communicating to cislunar orbit. And by the way, it's not just for comms, it's also for PNT, as it was said earlier. Now, how far are we? I think that now, I mean, we are in the early stages. The early stages are focused on exploration. I mean, boots on the moon, but it's also, I mean, trying to see, I mean, deploy rovers, do mapping and so on. Where I think that is the real economic development is when we move from exploration to exploitation. And exploitation of resources, building the infrastructure on the moon, using materials there and so on and so forth, is where I think the good money is going to be. And I can anticipate that I see an exponential growth of the economy. So slow start, I don't know if it will be a few years, a decade, but then it will grow exponentially.
Very good. Thank you so much. Dr. Ed, can you tell us a bit about the ground infrastructure? Enough capacity to support multiple simultaneous missions in deep space. We know there's a demand too much. If we launch an Artemis mission, everything shuts down to focus on one mission for 30 days. There's a backlog. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, the lens I'll put on that is from the Deep Space Network. When I left it in February 2021, it was tight to do all the missions that were necessary, and with the Artemis missions coming up as well, NASA was looking at adding more ground stations. So there's only 3 deep space stations in the world. So they've got 4 34-meter antennas and 1 70-meter antenna each. But even that's not enough. It's about 12 apertures roughly. And each of those antennas as well has the ability to do a thing called MSPA, which is multiple spacecraft per antenna, and they can do 4 each. And even that is not enough capacity for doing deep space support. Having said that, our colleagues, our NASA colleagues, had put plans into place to beef up the capacity. They're also looking at commercial support here, particularly SpaceX and Blue Origin and other companies like that, which could add further ground stations to support. The challenges here are also that You also have other stations around the world, the European Space Agency, ESAnet systems, ISRO, Japan, other nations like that, the CNSA. They all have ground stations as well, and occasionally they do support each other as well. So that's a good international collaboration that's happening there. But the movement more towards the commercial side is starting to happen. The other areas of work they're involved in, they're increasing the frequencies. So currently it's SX and K band for the deep space network, but they're now going to Ka band, uplink and downlink capabilities as well, so it's wider bandwidth. But also more interesting are hybrid RF optical as well. The JPL had a lovely program, still working on it, where they're going to retrofit 34-metre antennas which can operate in the RF as well as the optical at the same time. And if you do that, your bandwidth starts increasing by 100 times, maybe even 1,000 times. So there are moves afoot already to do that. And they've already demonstrated 622 megabits from the moon using optical through the LADI mission. And last I heard, 25 megabits from the Psyche mission as well, which is something like about 5 billion kilometres away. So that's a long ways. But the other area that's really interesting here is terahertz communications. And I haven't heard at this conference yet. But terahertz communications is different. It's not quite light, and it's not quite radio frequency. It's sort of halfway between 100 gigahertz up to about 400 gigahertz. So it has the qualities of optics as well as the qualities of characteristics of radio frequency. It doesn't work in atmosphere, though. That's the problem, but does work well in vacuum. So that's an area worth exploring for the future. But having said all that, autonomous spacecraft, when these start coming on, they're going to be necessary to take into account the latency required that happens, but also the less reliance on ground stations as well. More AI, more computing in space. So I'm going to say that the current systems are not future ready yet. There's more to come, but the technology's coming along. We've just got enough capacity for supporting the moon, Mars, and some of the outer planets as well. And that's about it at this point in time. There's a lot more further to go.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eddie. You bring up a lot of amazing stuff. I mean, optical communications, we're going to get to that here in a minute. I mean, radio frequencies, folks, you beam that to Earth, that's the size of Riyadh. Laser optical communication, that's hitting a house. And there's no regulations on that yet, and that's going to take us from that 2G I was talking about to being able to FaceTime from the moon. But you brought up so we need ground stations. So Ian, isn't the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia the perfect area for the next ground station?
Well, so just picking up on a couple of things that Ed said. So what we have in terms of global ground stations at the moment, there's the NASA Deep Space Network, there's the ESA S-Track network, and a few independent space agency ground stations. The networks tend to be located in Europe, in Australia, and in California. And some of those antennas can communicate with multiple spacecraft at once, but you need all those spacecraft to be in the beam. So, for example, a few spacecraft at Mars, for example. If you're looking at lunar communications, the moon is a big place in the sky, and the space around the moon, where you might want to communicate, is much bigger than the beam width of a single antenna, so you need multiple antennas. And then if you look at the missions themselves, some missions, they don't mind if they have occasional communications, so to bring some data back. But if you're sending astronauts into space, to the moon or to Mars, then you'll want constant communications. So that then asks the question, are there enough antennas to communicate with all of those different missions when those missions are needed? And the simple answer is no. But then the question is, the Earth is rotating every day, and you have to hand over the signal from one antenna to another. So not only do you not have enough antennas to communicate with all the missions, sometimes those missions all end up in the same part of the sky at the same time. And other times they're distributed. So sometimes they're all in the same place at the same time, and you have this real problem of not having enough capacity. So yes, we need more antennas, but if you can locate those antennas in the gaps between the current deep space networks, then you have many more opportunities for sharing and handing over. And so it becomes a real new sweet spot. If you can put an antenna here in KSA and maybe one on the Atlantic side of the Americas and one in the Pacific Ocean, you have opened up a brand new market for deep space communications.
All right, very good. We're going to go a little bit rapid fire here since the time is ticking away fast. Rio, interoperability. Can developers start designing a system today for the communication systems of the future?
Yeah, of course, we can comply with such kind of standard, and we are really happy to have interoperability with our partner and so on. We are really happy to have such kind of capability, and we can do that. But more important point is how to synchronize the plan with our partner. I mean, even if the spacecraft side, lunar lander side, comply with that like lunar net standard and so on. The ground station side is not ready. We would not be able to do anything. Then we need some partnership collaboration, work together to the mission. I mean, not only spacecraft side but also ground station side. Especially, for example, in order to extend downlink uplink capability to the moon, of course, surely we need a Ka band, the ground station, with relatively large antenna dishes. But up to now, unfortunately, such kind of network is not available on the ground on the Earth. I hope such kind of facility, infrastructure, is also ready for the lunar mission in the near future soon, and we can extend our capability, and then we can realize some interoperability with all partners. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you very much. Xavier, you got a response, and can you tell us a bit about, let's talk a little bit about the space lasers, not the Star Wars, but the communication space
Star
lasers.
Wars. Yeah. No Star Wars, no Star Wars. This is very peaceful and very powerful. But let me start building on what Rio said. The standards are fundamental, and LunaNet was a great visionary step from NASA that we joined from the European Space Agency and JAXA as well with pleasure, and we contributed to those. This is what guarantees interoperability. And from there, we welcome the fact that there are developments of infrastructure from the public sector, agencies like NASA, ESA, and also from the private sector like Intuitive Machines and others. Because, as long as you are building on standards, we are helping each other. We are providing a higher resilience in the services, higher availability, and higher capacity, so that in case capacity grows, we can rely on one another. In case there is a failure, we can rely on one another. So this is a kind of, say, roaming like we have in the cell networks. So lasers, optical comms is something that we are very strong in the European Space Agency. Thanks to the vision in Germany in particular, they started pioneering in the national program, and we have scaled up and developed that technology. We started with interstellar links. Now we are in the Earth orbit doing Earth to space and space to Earth communications for feeder links. But also, we have a fiber network in the sky. We started with a data relay satellite system using optical, and now we are developing what we call Hydron, that is a fiber network in the sky with LEO and GEO nodes. And now what I see in deep space communications is I see this geostationary infrastructure, not just communicating down to Earth, but also communicating up to the moon and beyond. And what I see, I always make the comparison with the internet. Here we get connectivity by radio waves. No? Wi-Fi and so on is for the proximity you use radio frequency, but in the backbone it's always fiber. Yes. So we cannot lay fibers to the moon, but we can have laser communication links with the moon and beyond.
Right, very good, thank you, Xavier. Sassy, so we're gonna jump to the final question because we only have a few minutes left. So in your view, how will the field of deep space communication look like in 10 to 20 years? And specifically for you, Cassie, do you see ITU playing a role with Moon, Mars, and beyond?
Okay.
And when do you think we'll be able to start FaceTiming from the moon?
It's a very good question. I would love to FaceTime with the astronaut in the moon. But yeah, thank you for the question. So in the 20 years in the future, I would say interoperability. I hope there is already enough spectrum allocation for the deep space, moon, Mars, and beyond. And all the collaboration where ITU closely also follow in terms of lunar reference system, the PNT, timing. We all closely follow, and then we invite all these specialists from the administrations, industry, academia to join the ITU study groups to have it's a good base decision for the WRC. If you need the operation, you need the spectrum, then come to ITU, and then thank you.
Thank you so much. Rio, same question. How would a field of deep space look like in 10 to 20 years?
Yeah, I hope the infrastructure exists on the moon too. Of course for lunar landing, even more than 50 years ago, the Apollo program already did it. But after that, any landing didn't happen. Now we are challenging again the lunar landing, right? Then this is my really personal opinion. But if that Apollo program invested more on the infrastructure side, we might have been able to keep extending the lunar infrastructure. I mean, the lunar activity and so on. Then cislunar economy might already exist, right? Then the important point is to invest more on the infrastructure side. I believe it is an efficient way to realize sustainable development for the space. Yes.
Very good. Yeah, keep the momentum going. Mr. Ian Jones, your thoughts?
Yes, I think as we go further and further away from low Earth orbit, it's going to be an exciting time in the next few decades. I think we will, the communications time gets further away, so I think we'll go together. We'll go as groups of people as we explore, because you don't want to be having a conversation that needs 20 minutes round trip delay before you get an answer back. So I think for companionship and for assistance alone, we will go and explore space, as groups of people, and that will be very exciting.
Thank you, Mr. Ian. Dr. Ed, your thoughts?
Oh, I've got a whole page of notes on technologies here, but I'm not going to bore you with that. But what I'd like to say is that where there is a gap, there's an opportunity to develop and build engineering capabilities. And because I'm from a university, we interact with other universities to build these capabilities. And I'd love to extend an invitation to Australia interact with the Saudi universities as well, to work together for the future to come up with these technologies so that we can all have a part in it. We are not a strong satellite building nation, but we're very strong in ground stations. And we know that area very well. And we have a lot of courses in this area. But with gaps comes opportunity, and with that comes diplomacy and scientific relationships and scientific diplomacy as well. I'd like to see that in 30 years.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ed. And Xavier.
Yeah, thank you. First, I wanted to say that I got inspired by His Excellency Dr. Al-Tamimi and the leadership here of CST and the Kingdom leadership. And I have a plea. Listening to Chassi, I had an inspirational thought. Can we maybe map the radio frequency environment in cislunar orbit in a collaborative environment, so that we don't use just a reserved frequency, but maybe we are able to choose which frequency is most adequate for each service? I mean, there are narrowband services, there are broadband services. Maybe there is not one solution fits all. But to answer to your question, in 15, 20 years, I don't know if it will be 20 years or 25, but I see the full deployment of what I call the Internet of the Solar System. And this basically, is infrastructure around the moon, delivering services with a service model, a public-private partnership model with service-level agreements to the different agencies, public and private actors that are going there. I see that extended towards Mars, and I see some data relay nodes in points like Lagrangian points and so on that are making this link between the distant nodes with optical communications. And I see then finally all these data relay collection points connecting down to not to Earth, or maybe to Earth, but also to Earth orbit, where we have a ring of optical capable satellites. That is my wish and my vision.
Thank you. Thank you all so much, very much for your time. Last thought is, I think we'll still be having this debate in 10, 20 years about where does deep space start. And I believe the investments and the work that we're going to do in deep space communication will help connect the world from the skies here. So thank you all very much. Pleasure.
So yeah, a huge thank you to our panelists and also to Sharif. What a fascinating way to end this year's event. I think, as Sharif said, discussions that are going to continue for a long way to come. And yeah, really, really interesting to have that introduction into that side of connectivity as well. So that does just about bring this year's Connecting the World from the Skies Global Forum to a close. And what a fantastic 2 days it's been. So I haven't had the chance to be involved both at the 2022 edition of this event and, of course, again this year. It really has been fascinating to see how technologies and policy thinkings have evolved in just 2 years. And in addition, it's been incredible to also see how this forum has grown. I must admit, I thought that it was going to be tough to top the quality of the last event, but in my humble opinion, I think that 100% that's been achieved. And the event partners, CST and ITU, really deserve huge credit for that, and for all of their work in bringing everything together. It's been a huge honor to have been your Master of Ceremonies for this year's forum, but now, fittingly, I would like to give the final word to our hosts here at CST and invite up to the stage Abdul Hadi Al-Hati, General Manager of Spectrum, to close the forum. Abdul Hadi.
Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Hello everybody. As we come to the close of this year Connecting the World from the Skies Global Forum, what an incredible 2 days it has been. This event's success has been a true team effort involving many of people and organizations, and we would like to take a moment to express our heartfelt thanks to everyone who made this possible. First, a sincere thank you to His Excellency Abdullah Suwaha, Minister of Communications and Information Technology of Saudi Arabia and Chairman of CST, for his patronage of the event, and to His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al-Tamimi, Governor of CST, for his leadership and guidance throughout. Your support has been invaluable. A sincere thank you as well to Mario Manovich, Director of Radio Communication Bureau at ITU, for his team, the valuable partnership in delivering this event. It has been a pleasure working with you, and we look forward to continuing this strategic collaboration in the future. We would like to thank you, our partners, strategic partner Aramco, futuristic partner Saudi Space Agency, and bronze partner NSG. Your support has been vital to the forum's success. A big thank you as well to our speakers, moderators, and panelists. Our agenda has been including more than 70 experts and thought leaders participating across keynote presentations, panel discussions, technology demonstrations, fireside chats, and tutorials. It has been packed and insightful program, and we deeply appreciate the time and the efforts you have invested in preparing and delivering your valuable insights. We extended our congratulations to IEEE competition on NTN for 6G finalists for their groundbreaking innovations, and our thanks as well goes to the partners who showcased the live technology demonstrations for NTN connectivity. To all of you who joined us here in person in Riyadh or virtually from around the world, thank you for being part of this journey. Your questions, your comments, and participation have been a key part of the event's vibrant discussions. We would like to extend our gratitude to our organizational partners, Forum Global, Topics, Ways, and others, who have worked tirelessly behind the scene. Finally, a very special thank you to my colleagues in CST for your incredible efforts and dedication in organizing this event. You have done a fantastic job. Now, it is my honor to officially close 2024 Connecting the World from the Skies event, Global Forum. And as we announced yesterday, we are thrilled that we have signed a long-term agreement with ITU to hold this forum every 2 years, continuing to provide an essential platform for the international end-to-end community. For now, I wish you all a safe journey home and look forward to seeing you once again. Thank you and goodbye.